Order. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Law Amendments Committee for September the 16th, of course, to order and to welcome everyone to One Government Place. My name is Barbara Adams, Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and I will be chairing most of today's meeting. I'm going to ask all of the members of the Law Amendments Committee to identify themselves for the record, starting with the government members.
Good afternoon, or good morning, everyone. Dave Ritchie, MLA for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, and Salmon River.
And good morning, my name is Steve Craig. I am the MLA for Sackville, Cobequid.
Good morning, Johnny McDonald, MLA for Hants East.
Good morning and welcome, Tom Taggart, MLA for Colchester North.
Hi, I'm Lisa LaChance. I'm the MLA for Halifax, Sable Island.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Braden Clark, MLA for Bedford South.
And we have legal representation from Gordon Hebb and Killian Schlemmer as well. So we're going to be going back and forth between three different bills this morning, so we'll recognize which bill we're talking about as we go. I would like to request that everyone please turn off their cell phones or put them on vibrate. I will also ask anybody who's in the audience to always be respectful. There is to be no shouting or cheering either for or against what is discussed or any other disorderly behavior. If there is disorderly behavior, you will be asked to leave. The taking of pictures or videos by anyone other than the accredited media is not permitted. And presenters are not to use props of any kind. Copies of all written submissions on the bill that have been received by email up to the time the bill is reported back to the House or in person during a Law Amendment Committee meeting will be given to the library staff and will be posted online. Submissions received after the bill has been reported back to the House are distributed electronically to the Law Amendments Committee members, but not posted online. The agenda for today, listing the order in which presenters are to be invited, is available for viewing on the small table at the door as you enter. For scheduling purposes, all presenters today were required to provide prior notification to the Legislative Office that they would be speaking on the bill, so we will proceed from that provided list. When your name is called, please come forward to sit in one of the two chairs right in front of me, and please state your name, how you would like the committee to address you. So in my case, I would say Ms. Adams, and the organization of any that you represent. Once again, in order to allow all of the scheduled speakers the opportunity to speak at a reasonable time, we will be keeping track of the time, and you will each have a set amount of time to make your presentation, following by receiving and answering of questions from the members of the Law Amendments Committee. The first 8 presenters on a bill have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for question and answer, although if you choose to present for the straight 15 minutes, that's also your prerogative as well. I will alert you by doing this when there's only 1 minute left to speak for the first 10 minutes, and then when you're nearing the end of the 5-minute question and answer, I'll also hold up the 1 minute. So after the first 8 presenters go, then each subsequent presenter will be allowed 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for question and answer. All right, so just remind everyone that when you go to speak, I will recognize you by name. And then if someone's asking you a question, I will recognize them by name. And then I have to recognize you by name in order for the microphone to turn on. So we're going to start with our first presenter. We are speaking on Bill 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act. So I'll ask Tina Northrup to come forward and to settle in her seat. You can set them there and someone will pass them out for you. Thank you, Tina. Can you introduce yourself and advise us of how you'd like to be recognized?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tina Northrup. Ms. Northrup is fine for address.
Great.
And I represent East Coast Environmental Law this morning.
Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee this morning to speak on Bill 471. I see the brief is going around, and so I will just say that I recognize that it's somewhat lengthy. I know we will not be able to go through it all this morning, and so I'm going to be focusing on hitting just a few key points that are in the brief, and of course we welcome questions and follow-up comments afterwards if that's of interest. So this morning I'll be addressing just two portions of Bill 471, the portion that amends the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Nova Scotia Act, which for brevity and simplicity I'll just refer to as the Accord Act portion. And I'll also say a few things about the portion of the bill that amends the Marine Renewable Energy Act. Before I get into noting some of the key points that are presented in our brief, I do want to say first that the timing of the tabling of Bill 471 is difficult for those of us outside government who have been engaging actively on the coordinated federal and provincial work to develop a jointly managed regulatory regime for offshore renewable energy in our region. And I'll say it's difficult because Bill C-49, the federal counterpart to the Accord Act portion of this bill, is currently with the Senate, and this week the Standing Senate Committee on Energy, the Environment and Natural Resources has at least one meeting that I know of that was scheduled specifically to hear further witness testimony on Bill C-49. And so with Bill 471 being tabled last week and with law amendments hearing submissions from stakeholders on the bill today, in my view, it sends a message, or at least has the strong potential to send a message, that government wants to move ahead with this bill and get it passed and get it through before its federal counterpart is heard fully, before we hear back from the Standing Senate Committee on whether or not it thinks the constructive feedback from stakeholders and from Indigenous rights holders is worth including in the bill, and before we see that really fully addressed in Parliament. And so for organizations like ours who've been engaging actively in a spirit, truly a spirit of collaboration and a desire to improve the proposed regime constructively so that it can really be as strong and as stable and sustainable as possible, it is a bit disheartening to see signals being sent from government that there's a desire just to push the legislation through as quickly as possible. So I did want to open by saying that, and really emphasize that you'll see in our brief, we really foreground this theme of collaboration, the need for strong collaboration, not just between the federal and provincial governments, which has been great to see up to this point on the development of this regime, but also with the Indigenous rights holders and with all of the stakeholders who do want to see a really good regime put forward. And so with that, I'll turn to the key points that we wanted to flag on these two portions of the bill that I said I'd speak to today. And we'll start with our key points on the Accord Act portion of the regime. And so the key points that we want to make on this and three key recommendations are set out on page 3 of our brief. They're also reiterated later, and there's some context kind of surrounding them before and after. I'll say that we've been making the same argument in respect of Bill C-49, so there's nothing new here. We recognize that these are pieces of mirrored legislation, and so we've been calling for these things on both sides of this process. Our key recommendations for the Accord Act portion of Bill 471 have to do with requirements for tiered planning and assessment. So what we mean by tiered planning and assessment is assessment that happens at a high level, such as a regional assessment or strategic environmental assessment. It takes a big picture view. It can do the best job with things like cumulative effects analysis, constraints analysis, the kinds of things we've been seeing the Regional Assessment Committee do over the past number of months with the ongoing regional assessment of offshore wind development in Nova Scotia. So we're saying there ought to be a requirement for a high-level assessment, like a regional assessment or a strategic environmental assessment, and there also ought to be a requirement for a project-level assessment, whether that be an impact assessment under the Federal Impact Assessment Act, or whether it be an environmental assessment carried out by the new offshore energy regulator. So what we see in both Bill 471, the Accord Act portion, and Bill C-49 federally is that the bills nod to the value of these assessment processes. They recognize and they will give the offshore energy regulators power to conduct regional assessments and strategic environmental assessments, but that won't be a requirement. So for example, if there is a desire to issue a call for bids in an offshore area that has not been looked at with focus by the current Regional Assessment Committee, there is no requirement that a strategic environmental assessment or a regional assessment be done to look at this new area that has not previously been assessed at that high level and to look at it with that high level lens. Likewise, although the bill obviously envisions that impact assessments will be carried out for many offshore wind projects, there is no requirement that a project level environmental assessment happen if for whatever reason an impact assessment does not happen. And the reason we're concerned about this is because there is a possibility under the Impact Assessment Act that offshore wind projects of 10 turbines or more will be excluded from the impact assessment regime. The regime is built to give the Federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change the power to exclude such projects from impact assessment if a regional assessment has been carried out and has kind of looked at those projects in a certain area. So we are concerned about the possibility of impact assessments not going forward and then having no requirement for a project-specific assessment by the regulator. And the regulators currently, as the offshore petroleum boards, both for Newfoundland and Labrador and for Nova Scotia, they do conduct assessments like this, both project-specific environmental assessments and also strategic environmental assessments. So what we're asking for is not new in the sense of giving them new responsibilities to assess, in the sense of asking them to do something they haven't been doing, but it is new in the sense of making it a required component of the regime rather than something that's simply discretionary. So in our view, you really increase certainty and predictability and also the opportunity for Indigenous rights holder and other stakeholder engagement in the regime if you've got clear requirements for these processes rather than a discretionary ability to make a decision. So those are our key points on the Accord Act portion. There's some other commentary in there about some related recommendations, but in the time we have today, I won't go into them. And I'll also say briefly that there are a number of components of Bill 471, the Accord Act portion, and its counterpart federally that we do support. There are new powers for marine protection and conservation, and we support those unequivocally and are very glad to see them there. And that's a point we've been making federally as well. So with that, I will turn to say just a few things about the proposed amendments to the Marine Renewable Energy Act as they appear in Bill 471. And you'll see from our brief and you'll hear from my comments now that we are concerned about these amendments, not least because we're not entirely sure what they are meant to do. I mean, we can see what effect they will have in terms of words on the page, but comments made by Minister Rushton during second reading on Thursday have us concerned that there is potentially what we're seeing here is an attempt to open doors to an alternative form of regulation in waters that are intended to be jointly managed by both the federal government and the government of Nova Scotia. And so we heard language during second reading last Thursday to the effect of, we're creating an interim pathway just in case we need it, something that would be focused on the jointly managed waters rather than the Nova Scotia waters that the Marine Renewable Energy Act is actually designed to govern. And I think that's really important to emphasize. The Marine Renewable Energy Act is designed for Nova Scotia waters, not jointly managed waters. And the amendments that we see, both from Section 152 of Bill 471, which will amend the Marine Renewable Energy Act to allow ministerial powers to be delegated to a regulator, appointed by an enactment, and then also from Section 153 of Bill 471, which allows a regional assessment or equivalent assessment to meet the assessment requirements that are currently set out in Clause 21A of the bill. What this looks like to us is that the government is attempting potentially to create a pathway by which the regional assessment currently underway in the offshore could create a kind of mechanism for government to say, we can now kind of regulate projects in this area that's been under study. But I really need to emphasize that the offshore area under study and the regional assessment now that's offshore waters where the government of Nova Scotia has a very limited claim to jurisdiction. The best claim to jurisdiction is within the area. Sorry, I will stop there. Happy to follow up in questions if someone wants to hear me finish that sentence.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Recognize Lisa Lachance.
Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and finish that sentence? That would be great. Thank you.
I recognize Tina Northrup.
Thank you, and apologies. I was just going to say that right now the province's best claim to jurisdiction in the offshore waters is within 3 nautical miles from the coast, and beyond that, that claim becomes legally very vulnerable. And so we are concerned about the legal vulnerabilities of trying to regulate in that space. And I wanted to note as well that the Regional Assessment Committee, currently doing its work right now, has recommended that no offshore wind projects be situated closer than 25 kilometers to the coast. So that's well beyond that 3 nautical mile limit where jurisdiction is strongest.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? No? Great, thank you very much. All right, the next person to call is Jeff Bishop. Thank you very much. We'll ask you to introduce yourself and advise the group how you would like to be addressed. And I recognize Jeff Bishop.
Morning, folks. My name is Jeff Bishop. Jeff is entirely appropriate for address. And I'm the Executive Director of the Aquaculture Association of Nova Scotia.
Okay, please start.
I'm pleased to be here this morning to speak to Bill 471, specifically clauses 110 through 130, those dealing with changes to the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act. The Aquaculture Association of Nova Scotia has just over 100 members that represent sea farmers in the shellfish, finfish, and marine plant sectors, as well as supply and support companies that work with our sea farmers. Like a lot of industry associations, AANS is a collective voice on behalf of our members, and that's what brings me here today. By number, the majority of our members are small operations that employ fewer than 5 people. But as you all know, small businesses are economic drivers, especially when they're located in the more rural parts of our province, as aquaculture operations tend to be. As I jumped into the aquaculture sector earlier this year, I've had the opportunity to connect with our members in meeting rooms and on boats and on the shores of our province, learning about their farms and about the challenges and opportunities that they're facing. At most of these meetings, our members voiced their frustrations with the various levels of government regulations that apply to our industry. Some of those were at an operational level and very specific to their own farm operations. But many times I heard their frustrations with the regulatory burden connected to specifically the lease and licensing processes around their farms. Members shared their experiences in lengthy and expensive hearings at times, processes. Some processes that, for lack of a better comparison, put these entrepreneurs on trial at an attempt to start a shellfish business in this province. Some folks were so frustrated with the process that they saw their applications move at a glacial pace for more than 5 years at times with no decision in sight, that they shut down their aquaculture development operations and plans, and they walked away because they saw no horizon for return on their investments. Others that told us they were very hesitant to even think about expanding their farm operations because of what would be involved. They saw what others were going through and experiencing, getting caught up in red tape. And that's just our members. It's near impossible to say how many other Nova Scotians had thoughts of becoming a sea farmer and getting into aquaculture, but they walked away when they saw the red tape, uncertainty, and the potential timelines in front of them. Now, don't get me wrong. Regulatory oversight is an important part of any industry that provides assurances to the people of this province that companies are meeting and exceeding the laws and standards and expectations that are set for them to operate. At the same time, regulations should be used as speed bumps that periodically slow things down, make sure companies are operating in the right direction. Regulations should not be a cement wall in the middle of the street where the only direction to go is backwards. That's why we are very encouraged with the changes outlined in this bill that will make way for all lease and licensing applications for shellfish and marine plant operations to have oversight under an administrative process versus an adjudicative process through the Aquaculture Review Board. Regulatory right-sizing was a theme that arose in the consultations on regulatory changes for aquaculture and that framed the resulting recommendations to government on that topic. This specific change, moving shellfish and marine plant applications to administrative process, was one that was agreed on by all involved as a shining example of regulatory right-sizing, as it would result in an appropriate level of oversight for those kinds of aquaculture operations to be set up and expanded here in the province. We're hopeful this change will result in a more positive process for new and expanding shellfish and marine plant farms on the coasts of Nova Scotia and reaching our full potential. Food security and an increasing demand for local products is a topic that impacts our sector directly. The ability to afford and the ability to find healthy, sustainable food grown right here in our province is important to all of us. Our sea farmers are literally growing meals for Nova Scotians every day. Salmon farming alone in Nova Scotia produces about 50 million meals per year for Nova Scotians and for the export markets around the world. That's why we are very pleased to see the recognition in this bill that highlights the seafood sector's role in our provincial food system. Aquaculture is a part of the total seafood production here in Nova Scotia for Nova Scotians and feeding Nova Scotians. And we think there's opportunity to have more farmed finfish, shellfish, and marine plants on more tables for supper as we go forward. The other changes outlined for the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act that will see increased transparency and public participation in lease and licensing processes will only go to strengthen that process. From the applicants to those who want to support them and those who want to know more, everyone should have better access to information they need and the ability to share their opinions. And we're hopeful these clauses will help provide clarity for each and every one of them. We have no concerns really with any of the other clauses in relation to the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act. We really wanted to focus on those that I've spoken about today and felt that have the most impact on the aquaculture sector. Should Bill 471 pass, we look forward to continuing our work with the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture on new and amended regulations and policies that will come from a result of this bill, and perhaps even find more opportunities to improve processes that as we do that work with them. And we look forward to continuing our work with the province to grow the aquaculture sector here in our province as well. And I'll conclude by thanking the committee for the opportunity to speak with you here this morning.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I recognize Braden Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff, thank you for coming today. I appreciate it. You mentioned early on there in your remarks situations where applicants are waiting 5+ years for a decision, and to me that's unacceptable, whether it's a positive or negative decision. I think we owe it to people trying to do business in this province to give them a decision in a timely manner, and 5 years doesn't strike me as timely. But from your perspective, what is the biggest slowdown in that process? Why is it taking 5 years to get to even, I shouldn't say the end, the end of someone's decision to invest or not, I guess, but why does it take so long?
There's a few...
Oh, sorry, I recognize Jeff Bishop.
There's a few hitches, I guess I would say, Braden, in the process where things get slowed down. There's certainly sometimes what I've heard from members and from folks within the department as well as we, just discuss these discussions around it of information flow from the proponent to the regulator, if you will. At times of making sure that the adequate information is there. What's the standard level of what's expected? Someone might come into this not being overly familiar with a regulated industry, and jumping in, so it's all new to them in that aspect. But there's also pieces of it that I guess it's called a network review process for some of the applications that steps outside of the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture, so it engages other departments and also engages other agencies at other levels of government and First Nations. And so it sort of it doesn't live within the grasp, if you will, of the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture to be able to guide it along through the process. They don't own that process when it goes to there. So there are times when you're at the whim of the network partners under that review, is my understanding. The biggest issue that I've heard from our members about that aspect of the process is they just don't know where it is. Is there more information that they could be giving? So we've talked a lot about the improvements to communications, both ways, from the proponent to the departments or the variety of departments that could be connected to the network review, as well as backwards for the folks to understand who are sitting there waiting for that next step to happen to say, I'm not out there, my application isn't lost. It's being investigated or reviewed by the partners along the way.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Emily Taggart.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Jeff, it's a little bit, I suppose I often digress, but I have, I think, on the North Shore, pretty good potential for sea plants and shellfish, and so I'm just wondering where the future is for that. Is that in? I understand there's growth. Is that in big commercial, or is that in more the kind of mom and pop? If you have time, and what can you tell us a little bit about the future there?
I recognize Jeff Bishop.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of opportunity here in Nova Scotia. If we look at our neighbors in Prince Edward Island as an example of how they've pun intended grown the aquaculture sector, so that they are growing more shellfish, marine plants, and within that province. I think we really do have some opportunities that are here, and a strong sector from my point of view. I come from the forest sector, and so a lot of similarities in that. The strength within an industry like that is made up of smaller and larger players, I think really provides that strength to a sector. And so I think there's opportunities at all those sorts of levels. But what we really see now is, for the most part, especially on the shellfish side of things, is mostly smaller operations. Like I say, most of them are under 5 people, that they employ. Some of them are just a portion of one person. That's as they're maybe heading for retirement, or they do other things at other times of the year. That's what they're doing. And I think there's lots of opportunity. The marine plant side of things, I think, is a really interesting opportunity. What we may think now and understand now with marine plants, again, I draw some comparisons to the forest sector. I heard a presentation a few months ago when I was in PEI around there's a being in the sea called a tunicate. If you're familiar with fisheries folks, they probably curse its very name, most of them, especially the shellfish folks. But there's an opportunity there to look at creating something that's called nanocrystalline cellulose, which I became familiar from the forestry sector side of things. It's a strengthener at a molecular level for other products. And there's a fellow in PEI that thinks he's got it, the process that's down there. So it's really interesting opportunities like that, looking at the products that we have today and what else can we be doing with them at a different level, to create different products or services, or natural services, to help our province grow.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate your time. Thank you. The next presenter is Hannah Nelson. Is Hannah here? Hannah, we'll ask you to take your place and introduce yourself and just explain to the group how you would like to be recognized. I recognize Hannah Nelson.
Hi, good morning. Just a second, I'm going to pour some water.
And I'll just remind all the presenters to recognize the people asking questions by MLA and their last name, and I'll refer to them that way as well.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Hannah Nelson, and my husband and I own an oyster farm, Shandaf Oysters, on Big Island in Pictou County, so on the Northumberland Strait. I'm also a member of the Nova Scotia Aquaculture Regulatory Advisory Committee. I wanted to be here today to voice my support for the changes to Bill 471 as they pertain to the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act. These changes, they relate to shellfish and marine plant farming, which remove the requirement for new leases to be decided by the Aquaculture Review Board to now be decided by an administrator, will help simplify the process for new farmers. This will be accompanied by a change that moves public feedback up sooner in the process, which increases public transparency and public feedback. These amendments are in line with the recommendations that arose out of the 5-year regulatory review last year that found that there was a need to right-size aquaculture regulations in this province. I must note that the Dole-Leahy expert report from 2014, called A New Regulatory Framework for Low-Impact, High-Value Aquaculture in Nova Scotia, also recommended a regulatory system that was able to differentiate between large, so fin fish, operators, and small, shellfish and marine plant operators. These recommendations in 2014 were not taken up by the provincial department at the time, and so these amendments put us more in line with this report that's now 10 years old. As oyster farmers and marine plant farmers, in contrast to finfish operators, are small family farms that not only live in the communities where we farm, but contribute to rural economic development and are an integral part of our local food system. The current complicated process is unattainable to most farmers who do not often have university degrees. Only 2 new oyster farms have gone through the process, this adjudicated review process, in the past 10 years. It's not only long and complicated, but a deterrent. Most simply don't start the process. I want to paint a picture of you for the family farm. Instead of farming our product in the soil and in barns, our product is in the water and in cages. We are lovers of the outdoors, of the marine environment, and are fiercely independent. Miles of red tape do not sound like a worthwhile endeavor to those of us who are driven to farming. Farmers want to be out on the water growing their product and not dealing with a bunch of bureaucrats about what they're going to do on the water. These amendments are an important first step which allow shellfish and marine application decisions to be made by an administrator as opposed to an adjudicated review board because it's faster, less expensive, and doesn't require a lawyer to navigate. But the process is still a long and complicated one. An oyster farm, to be approved, has to go through a network review of 14 government departments. But why is oyster farming important to Nova Scotia? Farming, in contrast to the wild harvest, in economic terms, results in higher productivity, allowing families to operate in safer conditions in water closer to home. We don't go offshore and we can stay home in unsafe weather. We can control our harvest, which helps us stabilize our prices. Farming from seed to market size in one place helps us to scale our business. We don't feed oysters or marine plants. They grow from the nutrients that are in the water, and we don't apply pesticides or herbicides to our crop like terrestrial farmers. So there's no growing of feed to grow our oysters. We don't take up arable land, and we don't need fresh water. It sounds like a crop of the future, doesn't it? In Nova Scotia, this sector has been incredibly difficult to enter and become established. Our industry in Nova Scotia is dwarfed by that of New Brunswick and PEI, even though we have significantly more coastline. The licensing and leasing process is complex and costly. These amendments are a start, but there's still a ways to go. We want to see the independence of our farming sector guaranteed through owner-operator policies like what we have in the lobster fishery, and we want to see the creation of a class of community licenses so the benefits of oyster farming can be shared by communities. Think community gardens in the sea for community groups and institutions. In conclusion, shellfish and marine plant farming can have a big economic impact to rural livelihoods, and the diversification of our seafood sector from wild capture fisheries to aquaculture can help us to overcome some of the unpredictability and volatility associated with fishing. I hope we can continue to make changes that strengthen this sector and see us as emerge as more equal partners alongside New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. Thanks for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll recognize MLA Nickel.
Thank you. And from a planning process, I just wanted to ask, does Nova Scotia have like allocated zones for aquaculture along their coastlines?
I recognize Hannah Nelson.
Thanks for the question. We've started that, and as part of the regulations, there is the possibility to have an aquaculture development area, and there's a current pilot project in Argyll County. It's something that we'd like to see happen more broadly, but it's still, an operator still wants to farm in waters that they know, in areas that are close to them. And having a process that an individual can enter is still important, because then they're part of that community. Their neighbors know them. So it's one piece that can help us advance the industry, but certainly not the only one.
Thank you. I recognize MLA Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Nelson, you mentioned in your comments over the past 10 years, I believe you said 2 oyster farms had been gone through the process and been approved. Do you happen to know like how many started that process? The one thing that's difficult is you said the red tape can be a deterrent, so it's hard to know how many people never even bothered in the first place. But do you know how many applications were commenced?
Anecdotally, I know.
It's all right.
Oh. I recognize Hannah Nelson.
Thank you. Anecdotally, I've heard people that have started the process and abandoned it. The Department of Fisheries would have the numbers on how many have started the process and not continued with it. I must stress the culture of wanting to start a farm is not that of someone who has a university or college degree, who, is spending, their lifetime outside farming, and just simply having to deal with a government bureaucrat through the Department of Fisheries, which is a regulatory body as compared to, for example, say the Department of Agriculture, which is used to or more in line with developing people's businesses, helping farmers, or even understanding that culture. So I would say, not only from a regulatory perspective, but from a cultural perspective, fisheries are a heavy-handed kind of regulatory space. We regulate something that exists so that we don't overfish or overexploit that resource. But in terms of helping somebody who's the right mentality, the right culture to be a farmer, we really struggle with helping people through that process.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Hannah, for taking the time to be here today. We appreciate it. So our next presenter is coming in virtually, so we'll just take a minute to set that up. So, and just for the record, presenter number 3 canceled. So is Shannon Arnold ready to go? There she is.
I'll just put a light on. It's early where I am. There.
Good morning, Shannon.
Good morning.
My name is Barbara Adams. I'm the chair of Law Amendments, and we have a number of MLAs who are here today. You have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions, although you could use the whole time to present if you'd like. After 9 minutes, can you see me?
Yep.
I'll hold up a 1 minute to say that you have 1 minute left of your 10-minute presentation. Can you please introduce yourself and tell us how you'd like to be introduced? I would be recognized as Miss Adams. I recognize Shannon Arnold.
Thanks so much. Yes, my name is Shannon Arnold, and you could call me Miss Arnold. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Great. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on Bill 471. I'm primarily going to speak to the proposed amendments to the Fisheries and Coastal Resource Act, and very briefly to the proposed amendments on the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources and Accord Implementation Act as well. So as I said, my name is Shannon Arnold. I'm the Associate Director of Marine Programs at the Ecology Action Centre, based in Halifax. I'm sure you're familiar with our organization. For over 50 years, the Ecology Action Centre has taken leadership on critical environmental issues, from biodiversity protection to climate change and to environmental justice. Our marine program supports sustainable fisheries and sea farming with the aim of keeping our coastal communities thriving with working waterfronts and our ocean ecosystems healthy for generations to come. We've been engaged in improving aquaculture policy for 20 years in Nova Scotia and advocating for a provincial vision of sea farming that prioritizes food sovereignty, independent farmers, and low-impact, high-value species like shellfish and seaweeds. Myself, I have worked in fisheries and aquaculture and seafood abroad and here in Nova Scotia for more than 15 years. I'm currently a member of the Aquaculture Regulatory Advisory Committee to the Minister, like the previous speakers. And for the last few years, my team and I at the Ecology Action Centre have run the Kelp Curious Support Hub, which is a program aimed at supporting the nascent and promising kelp seaweed aquaculture sector, helping new farmers and those farming shellfish already get started in kelp farming, working on building markets, doing applied research, offering training workshops, and growing seedlings and kelp ourselves. I'm here today to express our support for the amendments to the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act that Bill 471 proposes. For several years now, we've been calling for similar changes to be made to right-size the licensing processes for shellfish and seaweed sea farming. Raising species like oysters, scallops, mussels, and kelp seaweed is low impact and overwhelmingly done on small to medium family farms, perfect for our rural communities. Unfortunately, the current application process through the Aquaculture Review Board is far too onerous for these typically small independent farmers who do not have the resources to meet the complex and lengthy requirements of that adversarial court-like board process. It's unnecessary for such low-risk sea farming and is currently stopping many new young farmers from even starting applications, as Hannah just mentioned. Taking years to get through those is what's happening. And it's far easier right now for corporations with deep pockets and lawyers to navigate the system. This reality has left us falling well behind our Atlantic neighbors like PEI and New Brunswick and Maine when it comes to the production of this local sustainable seafood. The market research that we've undertaken and that of the National Aquaculture Association shows that Nova Scotia shellfish and seaweed farming sector, which is currently producing $12 million about of seafood, could be realizing at least $50 to $80 million in revenue from small family farmers if the right supports are in place and less onerous red tape is there. So Bill 471 takes a critical first step by amending the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, so new shellfish and marine sea plant applications proceed under what is still thorough an administrative review process. This change was fully supported by the Minister's Advisory Committee during our participation in the Aquaculture Regulatory Review. It's the right move, and it will take away a key barrier limiting what could be a thriving sector. And importantly, the administrative process still includes a rigorous assessment of the impacts on marine ecosystems. Once these amendments to the Act are passed, we really urge the government to make the associated policy and regulation changes needed swiftly, as there are lots of folks waiting in the dockets. The new ministerial scoping options and the consultation processes introduced in Bill 471 amendments to the Act also go some way towards improving transparency and responsiveness in aquaculture licensing. We're pleased with the amendment to add a 30-day public comment period at the outset of all new applications. Currently, any comments and concerns are funneled through a proponent's own meetings and reports. Public comment directly to the regulator doesn't happen until late in the application process, and this comment period often feels tacked on at the end of what could be a multi-year process. So it's too difficult to go back and make any meaningful changes at that point. So introducing the 30-day public comment period up front with comments going directly to the regulator should really allow concerns, support, and relevant information to be flagged early on. This addition also helps demonstrate that outside expertise and local knowledge is actually valued in the process and needed when regulators are considering undertakings in our shared public waters. Additionally, the new ministerial options introduced by this bill during the scoping phase of an aquaculture application means our government can set out context-specific requirements. I think this should mean greater opportunity to ensure large industrial farms with high risk profiles are transparently consulting or having enough community meetings, just more than the base that's required in the legislation, and that site-specific concerns can be addressed early on. We just want to caution, though, that this ministerial discretion should not become a political tool. or unnecessarily add hoops for small, low-risk sea farms and small farmers who don't have the means to do a lot of added hoops to jump through. The amendment to the purpose of the Act, recognizing sea farming as part of the food system, is also really welcome. We would love to see the term food sovereignty incorporated, actually. This food sovereignty, we feel, should be a foundational principle for how we envision sea farming contributing as a sector to our province and why we allow the use of public water and treaty waters for this purpose. There's a growing interest in community restoration and food gardens for shellfish and seaweeds, and we hope this amendment could support such an interesting effort. As we welcome the long-awaited right-sizing amendments that we see in this bill, we also would like to urge the government to implement some other supports and changes needed to enable sustainable sea farming to flourish in Nova Scotia. Overhaul the Aquaculture Review Board for industrial aquaculture applications so that there's a more straightforward and rigorous environmental assessment process that also respects community and civil society expertise. Introduce service standards for review times for all applications. Consider guardrails to protect small independent farms from the forces of consolidation in the market. This could be done by setting aside leases for new entrants and by introducing owner-operator protections similar to what we have in our wild fisheries. And really, we need to invest in extension services and local applied R&D hubs and hatcheries, and we could create apprenticeships with small limited lease options for shellfish and seaweed. These kinds of changes will really complement the amendments that we see presented in Bill 471 to support good jobs and healthy communities. Very briefly, with regards to Bill 71's proposed amendments to the Offshore and Accord Implementation Act, I just wanted to note that we're working really closely with East Coast Environmental Law, and we support their proposed amendments and detailed comments presented earlier. We don't take lightly as an environmental organization moving into this type of industry, and we'd like to make sure that there is imperatives to improve on industrial developments of the past. We do think that wind will likely play a critical role in our energy transition. So we want to make sure that it is delivering equity and community benefits and biodiversity protection when it's being done. Thus far, the communication has been a little lacking, and we really urge the government to take a more collaborative approach as we go forward on that. Thanks so much, and I welcome your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Sharon. Do we have any questions? All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next presenter is Jamie Baxter. Jamie, if you'll take your place and introduce yourself and explain to the group how you would like to be addressed during questioning. I recognize Jamie Baxter.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Jamie Baxter. I'm an associate professor in law at the Schulich School of Law at Dalhousie, and I'm a specialist in food and agricultural law, regulation, and policy. I'm here to speak in support of the amendments through Bill 471, particularly to the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act related to shellfish and sea plant aquaculture. Last summer, in response to the 5-year regulatory review, my research group undertook an analysis of what it would mean to right-size regulation for small and medium sea farmers in the province, looking at the Nova Scotian regime from a food systems lens and comparing it to other jurisdictions internationally. I have 3 points I'd like to make and a few suggestions with respect to the amendments. I wanted to commend in particular the addition of what I might call a food lens to the Act, particularly by amending the purposes section of the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act. I want to urge the committee to look at even going further to recognizing and supporting the role of small and medium-scale shellfish and sea plant farmers in the regional food system. People and families who grow shellfish in this province are farmers. And when it comes to land-based agriculture, I think we know intuitively that they are integral to our regional food system, and we have built an array of policies and programs to support them on that basis. And there's no reason we should continue to resist extending the same approach to shellfish and sea plant farmers. Okay, so to my specific points, I think the addition of to the purposes after recognizing that fish harvesting, fish processing, and aquaculture industries are integral to the food system is an excellent starting point for applying this food system lens to the Act. I would urge in addition to supporting Shannon's comments around food sovereignty, to adding provincial or regional food system. I think this is really important because when we're talking about the contributions of sea plant and shellfish farmers to the food system, we really are talking about their impacts in place. Right, with respect to our region, to our province. Certainly, much of what is produced goes for export elsewhere in Canada or internationally, and that's a really important part of the sector. But when we're thinking about what flows from applying a food system lens to the Act and to the regulations, I think it's really important that we situate that in place and think about its implications for the region and for the province. My other comment with respect to the purposes section, and this is, I know, for down the road, when it comes to the regulations, I think it's very important to think about adding specifically a factor to Section 3 of the aquaculture licensing and leasing regulations that includes, on our recommendations in our report, quote, the contribution of the proposed operation to community food security in the province. That is to say, I think purposes sections are all well and good. I think they're an excellent framing for the Act. But as we all know, that when the rubber hits the road, having this as a real factor in the regulations for the administrator to consider when assessing applications is especially important. Two, as Hannah mentioned this morning, the addition of another category of licenses that in our research and our report we called community food licenses, I think would be an excellent step to furthering this food system approach. These licenses would be limited in term, for example, 1 year, limited in size, and geared primarily toward enabling home-based production and self-provisioning of shellfish and sea plants, primarily by riparian owners, community groups, and institutions. So by giving community members the ability to grow shellfish and sea plants themselves, these licenses would not only contribute directly to community food security, much in the way that we talk about backyard and community gardening, but they would also, and importantly, contribute to building social license for the aquaculture sector by improving shared experience and mutual understanding for the processes involved in shellfish and sea plant farming. Number three, a recommendation that our research group put forward that hasn't been taken up, but I would urge the committee to consider, is the adoption of time limits, legislated time limits realized in the regulations for these review processes. I think it will go a long distance toward helping to rebuild trust between government, regulators, and in particular the shellfish industry, in signaling commitments to moving these processes through in a timely manner and enshrining these in legislation. So I think this could be done by a simple amendment to the Act requiring the minister to enact timelines and time limits within the regulations, and then for the minister to implement those in a clear and straightforward fashion. Those are my comments for today. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. I recognize MLA Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Baxter, for coming today. I appreciate your comments. I wanted to ask you about the issue of social license, which is always a big thing when we're dealing with natural resource development of any kind. And I think you're right to suggest that there's an interesting difference, I think, between traditional land-based agriculture and how it's perceived, and water-based aquaculture of any kind. And I would say that the latter tends to generate a lot more controversy, right? If somebody opened up a dairy farm down the road, most people wouldn't blink twice. But if there's a salmon farm down the highway, that could go on for months or years, as you say. So why do you think there is that discrepancy in terms of how those two activities are viewed, and what could the province do to kind of bring them closer together, I guess, so that there's less, not to say that we shouldn't have people disagree, that's fine, but to kind of educate people a bit more about what the industry's like in your view?
I recognize Dr. Baxter.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. And I'll speak in particular, with respect to, what was the focus of our research, which is really shellfish and sea plant farms. And so here, really, we are talking about small and medium farmers. I really think that there is a lot of, I think I will say first that the amendments that are proposed for today go a long way to distinguishing these as different sectors, as we put it. So I do think it's really important in the public's mind to distinguish between, the kinds of operations, the family farms that are predominant in shellfish farming and that we presume will be important in sea plant farming, from some of the larger finfish operations, which I'm, not, I think, as well versed to speak about. So I think with respect to those small and medium scale farmers, I think building public understanding of what these farms are, right, really understanding them as farmers, and giving people both the information that they need to make those connections and the experience of doing it. I went up and visited Hannah's farm for the first time a couple of months ago, and I was struck and said to her when I was there, this feels like a farm to me. I grew up on a hog farm in southwestern Ontario, and it was a very different context up there on Big Island, but it felt very much like a farm. And I think making those connections for people that are going to be both experiencing the impacts and development of these farms and consuming their products, it's really important for folks to get an understanding of what these operations look like. And so I think that we can open these up. It's easy to drive down the road and see a dairy farm or a hog farm or a vegetable farm. It's maybe not as easy to find or locate these shellfish farms, so they exist in the public imagination in a certain way, but having a real experience of what's actually going on there, getting out and talking to folks like Hannah and others that are working in the industry. And I think something like these community licenses that give people an opportunity to get their hands into what it looks like to farm these animals and plants is going to be sort of crucial to helping the public understand what's at stake. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Nickel.
I guess, and further to that point, I want to ask you to clarify. You said to recognize sea farms in Nova Scotia as integral. Were you just referring to the purpose section and have it in wording more clarified, or are you saying to go deeper into what needs to be done to make it integral?
All right, sorry, I recognize Dr. Baxter.
I think it's both of those things, MLA. I think the wording of the Act, I think, could be refined. And I think my point was, integral to our regional and provincial food system, I think is a really important connection to make. Because I think it does matter when drawing on those purposes sections to assess applications or the impact of other aspects of the regulation. And then this was my second point, that I think, really realizing that in the regulation through a specific factor that really talks about and has the administrator, in this case, turning their minds to, what is the implication of this, new lease or lease or license for the regional food system, right? And we have a set of other factors there that speak to economic development and so forth, as you know, but drawing their specific attention to the food system is significant.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Baxter, for coming down. We appreciate your time. We're doing well. We're a half hour ahead, but not going to jinx it. I will. We're going to change course. Is Kevin Russell here? Yes. Okay, so we are moving on to Bill number 467. We will skip over our first presenter there and move to our second presenter, which is Amanda Knight. So Amanda, if you'll have a seat there and introduce yourself to the group, and we will recognize MLA LeBlanc has joined the table as well. So, Amanda, if you'd like to introduce yourself and identify for the group how you would like to be recognized. Thank you. Go ahead, Amanda Knight.
Sure. My name is Amanda Knight. You can refer to me as Amanda.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the members of the Law Amendment Committee, and thank you for the opportunity today to speak on Bill 467. I am a small rental housing provider from Pictou County, owning properties in Pictou and Colchester counties. As a small rental housing provider, I have faced significant challenges over the last number of years. While government policies like rent control are well intended, they've made it increasingly more difficult for small rental housing providers to be able to continue to provide housing. First, the decision to extend rent control through 2027. This may make sense for government-funded housing, but for small rental housing providers offering units well below market rent since the cap began, keeping up with rising costs has been challenging. For those offering rentals below Nova Scotia affordable housing guidelines, this has been an unsustainable burden since 2020. Over the past few years, operating costs have skyrocketed, well beyond the 5% permitted in 2024. Utilities have increased, insurance, property taxes, water have all gone up. Challenges finding skilled labor to stay on top of basic maintenance items have led to delays as well as increased costs. And yet, with rent control in place, we haven't had the ability to raise rents to help offset these rising costs. In rural areas, rental housing is already limited and the situation is getting worse. Small operators are selling their properties. Single-family homes and duplexes, the units that are difficult to track are the most affordable and in the most desirable areas, are being sold to new owners who are occupying these units, creating more housing insecurity for renters. Second, the government's decision to maintain fixed-term leases and not restrict their use benefits both tenants and rental housing providers. Fixed-term leases are essential when it comes to housing medical personnel. When it comes to housing medical personnel and for those who are coming to Nova Scotia on short-term assignments. Fixed-term leases allow rental housing providers to work with local community housing organizations to provide homes for people who would not otherwise qualify for rent. Fixed-term leases provide a layer of protection when renting to people who may not otherwise qualify to rent the property, whether that be people starting a new job or entering the workforce, are new to the area, have limited to no housing experience, have poor credit, or wouldn't pass a criminal record check. Until we have data around fixed-term leases, like we do rent evictions, comments to their use or abuse aren't factual. I know IPONS has tried to fill this void with 2 member surveys on fixed-term leases, both of which I have participated in, one in the spring of 2023 and more recently in January of 2024. Finally, the Residential Tenancies Act should be a tool to resolve issues between tenants and rental housing providers, but in reality, it often works against small rental housing providers. Bad tenants know how to manipulate the RTA, using it to delay evictions and avoid paying rent. Providing housing is the only sector that someone is allowed to use the service, not pay for it, and have little to no consequence for it. You cannot do this with groceries, you can't do it with gas or any other good or service. And if you do take one of these items without paying for it, it's called theft. That is exactly what not paying rent is, theft. I commend the government on shortening timelines relating to landlords seeking eviction for non-payment of rent. And shame on Mark Culligan from Dalhousie Legal Aid for his false comment, and I quote, that the government's response to the housing crisis is to make it easier to evict renters, end quote. I have tenants who are past due, more than 3 days past due, but they always call and they live up to their arrangement. I recently had a call from tenants who asked me to come over to their home and have a chat. I'm thinking I'm going over to be given notice, which is incredibly costly and time-consuming, contrary to popular belief. But they had called to ask for a 1-week extension as they both started new jobs and there was a delay in them getting their paycheck. These are responsible tenants who rental housing providers are happy to work with and who will not be impacted by the latest changes to the RTA. However, there are tenants who damage property, threaten other residents, staff, neighbors, and owners, and who engage in criminal activity. There are signs in most retail stores, hospitals, restaurants that clearly state intimidating and threatening language or behavior will not be tolerated. Yet as a rental housing provider, this is acceptable. Every tenant deserves peaceful enjoyment of their home, but the system as it stands makes it incredibly difficult to remove those who threaten other residents, neighbors, and those providing the housing. That's why I support some of the changes proposed by Bill 467. Contrary to the negative rhetoric, these are modest administrative changes that move disputes into the residential tenancy system at a slightly earlier stage. We face unique challenges, and any policy changes need to reflect the diverse housing landscape, whether it's small rural properties or large multi-unit buildings. Let's not forget, 95% of rental housing providers in Nova Scotia are considered small, according to the Gardner-Pinfold report in 2021. As a small rental housing provider, I understand the need to protect tenants, but we need to recognize that policies like rent control are pushing small operators out of the market. Without the that allows us to maintain our properties and stay financially viable, housing insecurity will get worse. Maintaining fixed-term leases and reforms to the RTA are steps in the right direction, but more needs to be done to support struggling rental housing providers, particularly in rural areas. Otherwise, we risk losing even more housing in the communities where it's already scarce. Your most valuable housing stock is your existing housing stock. It costs less to renovate, refurbish, and maintain. And your most valuable allies are the people within the industry, big and small, rural and urban. When you attack an industry, people with options will leave, and this will leave more Nova Scotians out in the cold. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I recognize MLA Lachance.
Thanks for being here today. I think, some of the things you spoke about actually are really unique to the rent cap, which, is not rent control. So, I have, friends who are small landlords in Ontario, for instance, who operate under rent control. And so for them, there's a negotiation, right? Like if you can raise it 3.5%, I have to replace the roof this year, and you're allocated. And I agree the 5% rent cap doesn't allow for a conversation, and we don't think is even based in a lot of understanding of what's happening in housing. So, I think that's a really important distinction to make between rent control and the rent cap. One of the things that IPONS had agreed with and that we didn't see come forward was the creation of an enforcement unit. I'm wondering if you have comments on that.
Sorry, I recognize Amanda Knight.
Thank you. From my perspective, just speaking as a small operator, not with regards to IPONS, I struggle with adding another layer of red tape, bureaucracy. We have a residential tenancies program that I think that time and energy resources could be put in to ensure that the guidelines and things are followed with regards to that. On one of the opening pages of the RTA, it is to provide, don't quote me, but it is to provide speedy service, basically, to be able to get people, tenants as well as rental housing providers, through the system quickly, and neither one of them are getting through the system quickly. So personally, I struggle with adding another layer with an enforcement unit on that, on top of not understanding what that actually would look like as well. I would like to see more resources put into the RTA and enforce what's in place.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Knight, thank you for being here. I know we've been here a couple times on this, and I appreciate your perspective as it relates to small landlords. I really do, because I know it's been a few years of really unprecedented cost increases and pressure, for sure. And I do recognize that it's the vast majority of operators from a numbers perspective would be considered small, as you say. And we have a stack of submissions here that I've been looking through this morning, and I would say by far the most frequently cited issue is fixed-term leases, which obviously has been very much in the news over the last little while. I just want to, I know you mentioned it in your comments, but if you could just give us kind of your perspective on that and what you think would be the best approach on fixed-term leases. Is it status quo? Is it some kind of change? Just wanted to get your take.
Recognize Amanda Knight.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Personally, my short answer is status quo. Are there people who are abusing it? Yes, we have a residential tenancies system who should go through that system. We should use what we've got currently in place to address those issues, just like we have people who are abusing it on the other end with not paying for rent and the other things that I had cited. I personally would say leave it. I talk with way too many people who are offering housing and who use fixed-term leases, who say that it will be the final decision for them to get rid of their properties, and where they go, we don't know. A lot of them are going back to owner-occupied. A lot of them are being converted back into single-family homes. When you get out, I'm sure HRM has them as well, but when I look at Pictou and Colchester County, they're big Victorian homes that have been converted into 2, 3, and 4 units. It's not that difficult to knock down a couple of walls, have a family move in, and have it as their nice family home, or have them come in and have an aging parent live with them. And now we're displacing more tenants. So I guess my short answer is leave fixed-term leases as as the status quo and target the people who are abusing them.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Nickel.
Thank you. Hello, Amanda. So I guess I was wanting to ask you to elaborate on that, because you said earlier that there are some that know how to work the RTA system. What in particular do you see them working the most? Which aspect of it that they, in your word, abuse?
I recognize Amanda Knight.
Thank you. It would be the timelines. If we look at specifically how non-payment of rent is right now, it works out to 16, 17 days before you put your first application in. A tenant then has the same amount of time to pay that rent. Well, now we're into month number 2, and I haven't even been paid for that first amount of rent. And depending on who you get as a residential tenancy officer and how the situation relates, they may say, well, it's unfortunate, so-and-so lost their job and this happened and that happened. The bank doesn't care. The bank wants their money from me. So that's sort of where I'm looking at it, and I guess that's where it's reinforced with the 3-day turnaround. I just had a phone call. My tenants knew they were going to be late with rent. Great, let's make an arrangement for it. I can juggle things. We can work around that. So it's those timelines. I know timelines have been shortened as far as getting cases through, but there still is, now we need to provide more evidence. Now we're going to come back in 2 weeks' time or 4 weeks' time, and a lot of times people stop paying rent until those issues have been addressed.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Amanda. We appreciate you taking the time to come down. We're going to revert back to Jeff Nickerson, I believe. Is he, or no, Kevin Russell, sorry. So we're still speaking to Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act and the Residential Tenancies Act. Kevin, we'll ask you to introduce yourself and explain to the group how you would like to be addressed during questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kevin Russell. I'm the Executive Director of the Investment Property Owners in Nova Scotia, also known as IPONS, and I can be addressed as Kevin.
Thank you very much. You may go ahead and start your presentation.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak on Bill 467. Bill 467 prolongs the failed policy of rent control. Before rent control was introduced in 2020, Nova Scotia experienced lower rent increases than Canadian jurisdictions like Ontario and BC that had rent control. Since rent control was introduced in Nova Scotia, rents have skyrocketed on newly built units, driving up the overall rental costs. This is why the Independent Affordable Housing Commission recommended in 2021 to end rent control after the COVID-19 state of emergency. But their independent, fact-based recommendation was ignored. 3 years ago, we told this committee that the legislated rent control would result in higher rents and more homelessness. MLAs across all party lines ignored our warnings and passed a law that made the housing and homelessness crisis worse. Rent control causes thousands of rental properties to be sold. In our 2022 member survey, over 3,000 rental units were reported at risk of being sold, a figure reconfirmed again in our 2023 survey. With the rent cap now extended to 2027, we expect an acceleration in the number of small rental properties being sold. Thousands more being sold to avoid the financial losses caused by rent control. To put it in perspective, for every new rental unit that comes on the market, one is being taken off. A positive aspect of Bill 467 is that it maintains the right balance that's in place with fixed-term leases. Those who call for changes on fixed-term leases are presenting a biased, unfair, and completely incomplete account of this vital tool to providing affordable housing in Nova Scotia. Why do I make this statement? Because we follow the data. We look at the facts. First off, in some significant parts of the rental housing sector, fixed-term leases are almost never used. We asked our larger members, including Killam, Cap-Reed, Southwest Properties, Skyline Living, and Hazelview Properties. How many fixed-term leases do they currently use? Of Killam's more than 5,700 units in Nova Scotia, only about 285 units use fixed-term leases. That's 5%. Most of these fixed-term leases are for Killam's work with supportive housing organizations, including ATSM, Shelter Nova Scotia, and YWCA. Cap-Reed, more than 3,400 units in Nova Scotia, none use fixed-term leases. That's 0%. Southwest Properties, 1,900 units in Nova Scotia, none use fixed-term leases. Hazelview Properties, more than 800 units in Nova Scotia, none use fixed-term leases. That's 0%. Skyline Living, more than 700 units in Nova Scotia, none use fixed-term leases. That's 0%. So let's do the math. Of the more than 12,500 rental units offered by several larger companies in Nova Scotia, only 2.3% use fixed-term leases. When private sector rental housing providers are contacted by government or not-for-profit agencies to provide emergency housing, the only way these rental housing providers will agree to provide emergency housing is by using a fixed-term lease. As Michael Cablin, Executive Director of the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia, noted in December 2023 meeting of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, in his quote, "As a not-for-profit provider, for example, we often dealing with individuals who have been housing insecure for a long time. And so we often will start with a fixed-term lease." So to broadly say fixed-term leases are a problem, I think there are lots of good reasons that a fixed-term lease should be used. To say they are all bad is an overstep. When surveyed by our members in January, 62 out of 185 respondents said they use fixed-term leases to provide supportive housing for the following organizations: ADSM for Women and Children, North End Community Health Center, Elizabeth Fry Society, Shelter Nova Scotia, Tewak Housing Association, Welcome Housing, YWCA, Phoenix for Youth, John Howard Society. Ending or restricting fixed-term leases make it harder to house Nova Scotians in need who are forced to seek help from these supportive housing groups. So where are fixed-term leases used? Remember, more than 90% of private sector rental housing providers in Nova Scotia are sole providers. They are not large companies. They carry a great deal of financial risk and pressure. Our organization conducted 2 surveys of our members in the spring of 2023 and the winter of 2024. The spring 2023 survey focused on how fixed-term leases are used by rental housing providers. The winter 2024 survey asked about the impact of ending or restricting fixed-term leases. Here are the highlights of both surveys. The first survey was conducted April 18th to 26th, 2023, with 208 rental housing providers responsible for 43,711 units responding to the survey. The finding of the spring 2023 survey are as follows. 55.6% of fixed-term leases are for first-time renters. 87.24% of fixed-term leases are being used for reasons other than Nova Scotia's rent cap. The top 5 reasons cited for rental housing providers offering fixed-term leases are risk management, allowing time to develop the tenant relationship, first-time renters, limiting property damage, and lack of tenant credit history. Tenants on fixed-term leases are more likely to pay the rent and respect the Residential Tenancies Act. Our second survey was conducted in January 2024 with 185 housing providers representing 37,000 rental units in the province responding. As I mentioned, more than 1/3 of these respondents, 62 rental housing providers, use fixed-term leases to provide emergency and supportive housing. The survey concluded that eliminating or restricting fixed-term leases would also result in rental housing providers representing over 5,700 rental units making the following changes to their operations. 24.31% would leave the rental units empty. 55.8% would sell their property or properties. 29.83% would repurpose their property to another use, and 63.54% would stop future investment in rental properties, switching to other types of investments. These survey results are clear. Ending or restricting fixed-term leases will result in less rental housing, more Nova Scotians becoming homelessness, and a worsening housing crisis. We remind you that we warned this committee in the fall of 2021 that legislating rent control would increase homelessness and actually increase rental costs. Our warnings went unheeded. We have all witnessed the consequences of populist decisions that don't align with data or actual evidence of housing realities. Please listen to the people and businesses that provide overwhelming majority of affordable housing in this province. To conclude, what are some ideas that can actually help in tenants and rental housing providers? First, government should create an emergency rent bank to help Nova Scotians in need. Non-payment of rent is a persistent problem among the 5,000 residential tenancy hearings over the last several years. It hasn't gotten worse, but it hasn't gotten better. IPONs have been asking for years for the government to create an emergency rent bank to provide financial help for those in need. Second, government needs to hire more residential tenancy staff to speed up resolution of residential tenancy issues. As we know, the government has refused to create a compliance and enforcement unit, which would have seen a budget of $1.5 million and 10 full-time staff. In absence of such a unit, the government should invest that $1.5 million towards hiring more staff at residential tenancies. This investment could go to a long way to fixing a broken system, making it better for those that use it, both tenants and rental housing providers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Emily LeBlanc.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Russell, for coming. I just want to clarify that we don't have a system of rent control in this province. It's not a legislated system of rent control. In 2017, I tabled a bill that would have created a legislated system of rent control. That bill has never been passed, and instead, the Liberal government and the PC government after them slapped a rent cap onto a system that was, a situation where we were seeing rents going up for lots of good reasons, for the reasons of inflation, but instead of actually addressing the problem and dealing with the problem, a rent cap went on. And the rent cap does not contemplate anything for the landlord. In the legislation that I tabled in 2017, which has been tabled again and again by our party, there are many parts of it that contemplate the challenges that you and the guests before you have been talking about in terms of, like rising costs of heat. I talked to lots of landlords in my community who are dealing with how to pay the oil. Like the rent literally doesn't pay the oil costs for their units or their buildings anymore. And that's not a thing that I take lightly or think that, oh, well, they can figure it out. If we had an actual well-constructed system of rent control, I think we would see that we would not be in the situation of homelessness that we're in now. I just want to make that point, but my question is, when you were speaking of the fixed-term lease, all the data there on fixed-term leases, do you have any numbers or any data on trends over time? So, like, if you looked, I'm thinking of myself as a renter. I bought my first house like 10 years ago. So I was a renter for a long, long time. I rented at Killam. I rented at many small, small buildings and small landlords. And I never had a fixed-term lease in any of that time. My first time renting when I was just out of university, or even when in university, I never had a fixed-term lease because I forgot that I rented, from an old lady at that time. I never had a fixed-term lease. And somehow it wasn't a thing. No one I knew had a fixed-term lease. And so I'm wondering about the data on the use of fixed-term leases, not across like types of landlords, but over time. When, 10 years ago, what was the percentage use? 5 years ago, yesterday? Do you have any of those numbers?
I recognize Kevin Russell.
Two things. I'm going to address your rent control comment. I think you'll find whether it's the industry, funding agencies, banks, or whoever funding rental housing providers, well, it doesn't differentiate the difference between rent cap and rent control. It's a freeze on rents. and that makes them nervous. It brings risk to the situation, and it would cause a lack of investment going into new rental housing stock. The point about fixed-term leases, you sort of hit on a question that I've been asking for a long time. Where is the data? There is no data on the use of fixed-term leases. The government doesn't track it. There's no organizations that track it. So, you know, our contention is the fact that it opens it up to false claims of misuse because there's no data. And that's a sad part of the situation. So I can't answer your question, but there is no data is the simple answer.
Thank you very much. I recognized Emily Nickel.
And to that point, do other provinces have that data?
No, not to my knowledge.
Oh, sorry, I recognize Kevin Russell.
Sorry, not to my knowledge that any other province has data on fixed-term leases or the use of them. Yeah.
I recognize Emily Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my topics have been somewhat addressed, which is good. But one of the things I agree with Emily LeBlanc on is that we don't have a system of rent regulation in this province. We have things that have been cobbled together over time, and I think a path of least political resistance has been taken by this government over and over on this issue. And I also wanted to touch on data, and I really appreciate the data you have. And I recognize it's a small portion of the overall market and all that, but it's great to have because, to your point, we don't know a lot of this stuff. And the minister, I think, very flippantly rejected the calls for a rental registry and debate, just like it was, why would we do that? I'm going to get ahead of everybody here and say we won't do that. Well, why not? And I know this is a rhetorical question, but I assume, from your perspective at iPonds, it would be incredibly helpful, to Emily LeBlanc's point, if we could look at it and say, well, year over year, as leases renew, 20% of them are fixed term, or 60%, or 45%, or whatever. So at least we could have data. And have you put that forward to government at any point? And if you have, what's been the response?
So we have 10 seconds left, so there won't be an opportunity for a response. But
I can drop the committee an email on that.
thank you very much, and thank you to the presenter for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
You're only 45 minutes ahead.
We're going to take a recess. We're in recess. Order. We're going to resume Law Amendments Committee. My name is Barbara Adams, and I welcome you here to Law Amendments. We are now speaking to Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap. I will have the MLAs in the room introduce themselves, starting with the government MLAs.
Still good morning. My name is Steve Craig. I'm the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Morning, still John A. McDonald, MLA for Hants East.
Morning, Tom Taggart, MLA for Colchester North.
Good morning, Susan LeBlanc, MLA for Dartmouth North.
Good morning, Laura Lee Nickel, MLA, Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you very much. And I'm Barbara Adams, Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Our first presenter of this section is Ursula Eckholt. Ursula, if you could introduce yourself and tell us how you would like to be recognized.
My name is Ursula Eckholt. I own and operate Urchin Property Management. It's located on the Dartmouth side of Halifax Regional Municipality. My portfolio currently covers 1,000 residential units in the metro area.
Sorry, and Ursula, how would you like to be addressed during questioning?
Ursula's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please start.
So, members of the Law Amendments Committee, I'd like to show my appreciation for the opportunity to speak about my experiences and those of my clients with tenancy regulations and with rent control. In November of 2021, I submitted an impact statement to the Law Amendments Committee regarding rent control. Now, 3 years later, I can only repeat the math calculation on the detrimental effect rent control has had on rental property owners using a client portfolio as an example. In this rental property portfolio, there are 2 wood frame buildings with a total of 24 apartments, 2-bedroom apartments. The rent there includes heat and hot water. The average increase in costs over the last 3 years has been 40%. Insurance has gone up by 67%. Heat, 47%. Water, 28%. Property taxes, 18%. Electricity, 12%. Whether the rent cap is 2% or 5%, rent control is causing financial pain and stress to those who own rental properties and has made the housing crisis worse. The average monthly rent in this rental portfolio is $995. The 5% rent cap means we are allowed to increase the monthly rent by $49.75. Insurance costs have increased by 67% in the last 3 years, or on average by $3,874 annually. This equates to an insurance cost increase of $13.45 per apartment per month. Property taxes have increased by an average of $1,415 over the last 3 years. This equates to a tax increase of $4.90 per apartment per month. The increase in both insurance and property taxes eats up 37% of the $49.75 we are permitted to increase the rent by. This leaves us $31.40 per apartment per month to cover all other increases we have been subjected to. Cost increases ranging from utilities, materials, and labor needed to service the properties and the needs of our tenants have averaged $38 per apartment per month. This has resulted in a loss of $6.60 per apartment per month before debt service, meaning the mortgage payment, and capital expenditures such as replacement of windows, roof, or furnace. A rent cap of 2 to 5% is clearly not sustainable for rental housing providers, especially for those with older buildings. Older buildings cost more to operate and maintain. The apartment turnovers. On average, it now costs at a minimum $1,500 to properly prepare an apartment for re-rental. This covers a thorough cleaning and a complete unit painting with very minor repairs. Rarely are we able to re-rent an apartment without doing anything to it. In the case of damage, the costs can range anywhere upwards of $7,000 to $10,000 to replace the flooring, repair drywall, fix plumbing, do the unit painting, and a thorough cleaning. If an apartment needs to be completely gutted and undergoes a full renovation, the cost back in the year 2019 ran as high as $30,000 to $35,000. In today's world, those same types of renovations cost us $50,000 to $60,000. Property damage is a major problem, with rental housing providers having to deal with hundreds and hundreds of cases every year. According to Service Nova Scotia, there were 759 applications on property damage with the Residential Tenancies Board in 2023. Year-to-date, August 2024, this number stands at 486. The costs associated with property damage by tenants are paid out of operating cash flows a building generates. A 5% rent cap does not cover the increase in costs properties are subjected to and limits the amount of rent an apartment can command. Property owners will therefore use cash flow and margins first to pay for taxes, insurance, utilities, and maintenance work mandated by law. Subtracting approximately 60 to 70% for operating costs of older buildings, as above mentioned, from the average $995 a month of rent, a landlord will have anywhere between $298 and $398 per apartment left over to pay for such things as the mortgage, capital expenditures, and apartment turnovers. This does not consider scenarios where tenants do not pay their rent. When that happens, a landlord must find a way to gain access to funds, such as using a credit line that has a much higher borrowing cost attached to it. According to Service Nova Scotia, in 2023, there were 2,506 applications related to non-payment of rent. That's 74% of the overall caseload resulting from landlord applications. Year-to-date, in 2024, that number stands at 1,588, or 71% of landlord applications overall. Nova Scotia's rent cap makes it financially more viable for a property owner to keep an apartment that needs to be repaired for re-rental off the market than to fix it up. This financial consequence of the rent cap thus reduces the number of housing units. There are approximately 5,000 small landlords in Nova Scotia. If every one of those landlords were to keep only one apartment off the market because he or she cannot afford to fix it up for re-rental, this means 5,000 less places for people to call home. But even if it was only 100 less, can Nova Scotia really afford to lose more housing in a housing crisis? Those who support rent control are creating more homelessness because of the immense financial pressure that this places on rental housing providers, and that's the bottom line. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have, recognize Emily LeBlanc?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. The numbers that you were talking about with the damages, like, you know, how much it costs to redo an apartment, that kind of thing. One of the things that we understand that IPONs and different landlord organizations have been asking for is, and tenants have been asking for, is an enforcement branch of the residential tenancies. Now, my understanding of that was that, you know, aside from the residential tenancies, aside from the process of the residential tenancies board and hearing, once there was a decision made, then that would be enforceable. So, for instance, and with like possible fines or whatever. So, you know, somebody wrecks their apartment and it's going to cost $20,000 to redo, to re-rent. They've been evicted for whatever reason, non-payment of rent or just wrecking the apartment. But my understanding of the enforcement branch would be then that the landlord could go after that money through the enforcement branch. As someone else brought up earlier, you know, the idea of not paying rent is like theft. So what is your opinion of the enforcement branch, and would you like to see it in this bill?
I recognize Ursula Eckholt.
We've been calling for a long compliance enforcement unit. I think mainly also in the hopes that it will cut down on the timelines needed to deal with issues, whether it's tenant issues or landlord issues. We hope for a more efficient and streamlined process of such. If that is created through a law and compliance enforcement unit, then yes, absolutely. If that is not the case, there are certainly things that I have called for that could be changed, where the residential tenancy board actually receives more power or authorization to enforce orders, such as non-payment of rent. Non-payment of rent is clear. Those are facts. They don't need to be appealed. So a lot of the damages resulting or the losses resulting in non-payment of rent could actually be mitigated by ending either at the residential tenancy board and going for an order right away instead of having to wait for an appeal process and then going to small claims court. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No? Oh, I recognize MLA Craig.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Nice to have you here, and I hear all your comments, and I certainly feel for the situation you and others are in, as well as tenants. I'd like to turn a little bit to fixed-term leases, if I might. And I'm assuming you use those to help manage your properties. If anything was introduced in the way of fixed-term limits and some operational aspects of it that you might face would be impacted, would you be able to talk about how fixed-term lease parameters or regulations might change the way you do your operations? And if so, would a restriction or change to the terms of leases affect your investment, future investment in your properties and the rental market? And lastly, the end point would be, I guess, would that change your view on your investments and perhaps move to other investments?
Thank you. There are 4 minutes left. I recognize Ursula Eckholt.
So I hope I remember all those questions. I am a little nervous today. So yes, I do use fixed-term leases for the most part exclusively, but I have been using these fixed-term leases years before the rent cap came into effect. We use them to give more people the opportunity to gain housing that may, in a very tight housing market, may not get that as easily. So that would be newcomers to Canada or young people just starting out in life. Could also mean seniors. Doesn't matter. We same for everyone. So, or when the credit check comes back and it's sort of borderline, do I use that? Do I have more confidence in giving that person an opportunity if I'm afforded a fixed term lease? Absolutely, yes. So what was the second question? I'm sorry.
I recognize MLA Craig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was around if restrictions were made, is there anything that you could envision in those changes that would restrict the way or not help you or help you in managing those types of risks you've already alluded to?
I recognize Ursula Eckholt. Okay. So I hope I'm understanding the question correctly. Allow me to take an example that is used in Europe. I lived in Europe for many years, and I had to rent an apartment there. They do fixed term leases, but the fixed terms are actually for longer periods of time, 2 or 3 years. We use fixed term, so for the purpose that we use fixed term leases for, I do need time to get to know a tenant who moves into a building. I'm responsible for multi-unit buildings where there are 100 occupants or more, and the demographics of all sorts, seniors, and we take our responsibility very seriously. So if we move someone in that we think is a good fit and then it doesn't turn out that way, I want to have the security that I can part ways with that tenant so that I can afford the remaining tenants in my building the safety and security that they deserve. And they also have rights according to the standard form lease and the residential tenancies, peaceful enjoyment of their home, as an example. So if there were any restrictions made on fixed term leases, then I would think that maybe offering at least still a term, but maybe a little longer than 3 months, let's say, right?
Okay, thank you very much. We have 30 seconds left. I recognize MLA Lachance.
In a regular lease, is there not the option to let people know you're not extending it at the 4 months before the lease turnover?
I recognize Ursula echoed.
Sorry. Annual leases, yes. You must get, well, it doesn't matter. Whether it's an annual lease or a month-to-month lease, the landlord must give 4 months notice prior to. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Time is up. Thank you very much, Ursula, for coming down. We appreciate your time. We are going to go back to presenter number 3, Katarina Allen. So we'll ask Katarina to come take her seat there. Oops. Katarina, when you're ready, if you could introduce yourself to the group and explain to us how you would like to be addressed. I would be addressed as Miss Adams, for example. So I recognize Katarina Allen.
All right. Hi, my name is Katarina Allen. You can call me Katarina or Ms. Allen.
Thank you.
That would be fine.
You may start your presentation.
Okay. So I'm here because I have a couple of concerns that hopefully I can provide some helpful feedback to you folks on in this bill. A little bit about me. I have lived in the same unit for 10 years. I'm a renter in the south end of Halifax. I'm also a graduate student, a part-time faculty member, and a small business owner. So that just positions me and my perspective here. I have an issue with Clause 10B, shortening the timeline to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent. I provided some notes so you can follow along more easily. I think that the current timeline that we have, where you have 15 days before a landlord can give notice to quit, and then another 15 days in which if you make your rent payment, it's voided, that's a really good thing. And this protects our tenants, our renters, by having multiple pay periods in that 30-day period in which they can catch up on their rent. It ensures that someone who requires time off due to illness doesn't have that lead to an eviction. It provides time for a person to adjust if they need to find new work, if they've been laid off, or have otherwise had a change in their circumstance. And I know that many Nova Scotians live paycheck to paycheck, and so these protections are really quite necessary. The proposed shortened period, if I understand correctly, the notice to quit could be given after 3 days of late rent, and then the notice to quit period would be 10 days. And if I understand correctly, that's a 13-day period that's shorter than a biweekly pay period, and that does not seem appropriate or fair to me. Eviction for non-payment really should never be less than a person's pay period. That could lead to a situation where someone's been evicted from their unit even though the next day they have enough to cover their month's rent. And again, many Nova Scotians are also paying more than 50% of their income on rent, and in a situation like that, it seems reasonable that someone would need 2 paychecks, for example, in a biweekly pay cycle in order to cover that month's rent. My second issue is with Clause 12A, the addition of allowing evictions for repeated late rent payment. I don't think this is a good idea, in part because I think it unfairly penalizes folks with unstable incomes or with lower incomes. Again, because that adjustment in payday relative to the first of the month is going to cause problems for folks. under the current rules, if they can't make their rent by the month's end, they're still can be evicted from the unit, which seems it is what it is right now. But that's better than losing your unit because you haven't been able to pay by the first more than once. Some reasons that could happen is if their biweekly pay cycle comes after the first of the month, they have an illness that leads to lower pay on one particular pay cycle and need an additional pay to make their rent. And also students who are not receiving their student loan funding on time, for example, for September or January's rent, could have an issue there as well. The wording in this bill is also ambiguous about what period a landlord could use when applying to evict someone for late rent payments. For example, in my reading, it was unclear whether or not my landlord, for example, could look back and see that in the 10 years I've lived in that unit, I may have paid my rent late more than once. Does that mean that if this passes, I can then be evicted from my unit for repeated late payment? There doesn't seem to be clarity so far on the time period that a landlord could look in. You know, is it 2 late payments in a 12-month period? Is it more than 2 ever? That seems like the longer someone's in a unit, the more likely it is that your landlord could apply for an eviction, and that seems unclear. And lack of clarity in a law is never a good thing, to me. Also, allowing eviction for late rent payments, I think, is not necessary. But some reasons why you may be considering it would be to cover fees associated with late rent payments. If this is the case, then you could legislate a late fee, for example, which could offset that cost for landlords and make that situation a bit more fair. And another situation where this might be applicable is in a small renter. For example, if someone is renting a space in their own home and they need that rent payment in order to pay their mortgage, and not receiving that rent on time is putting their mortgage and their home ownership in jeopardy, that's a reasonable situation, I think, for an eviction if both people are going to lose the house or one person loses the house. That seems more reasonable, but that's a really narrow case. In the situation we have, in my case, a large company owns my building, and if any of my neighbors or myself needed to pay their rent late, it seems more than fair for there to be a late payment fee, but it does not seem at all fair for us to be evicted, especially when, for example, in my case, being in the unit I'm in for so long, my rent is substantially lower than my neighbors. So if we looked at it just from a financial perspective, my landlord is incentivized to remove me and put someone else in that unit because they're going to make much more money off that unit in that case. So that leaves me feeling a bit more vulnerable in that case, and also thinking of the folks who are not on, fixed term leases or other things, but have also been in their unit long enough that we're not currently paying the extremely high and difficult rent that we would be faced with if we had to find a new unit. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I recognize MLA Lachance.
Thank you for coming in today and sharing your experience, but also really walking us through some very practical implications of what's being proposed. And so you've talked about, legislating a late fee, which I think is a very, a reasonable step. Do you have any suggestion of what would be, how to determine that? Would it be a percentage of rent, or what do you think?
I recognize Katrina Allen.
I think it definitely shouldn't be overly high. I think a reasonable way to look at it would be, what is the true cost of the late rent? So is someone incurring a bank fee? Do they have to pay additional staffing to go and try and get that rent back? I can't see that costing more than, $50 or $100 reasonably. even increasing someone's rent by that amount could be quite difficult. But if the issue is that it's the late rent payment is causing an increased cost, then a real question would be, I'm not an expert in that area. A real question would be, how much is it actually costing?
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thank you. I believe the next presenter is Sean Clark. Sean, if you'd like to take your seat. While Sean gets set up, we are still talking about Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. And Sean, if you'd like to introduce yourself to the group and tell us how you would like to be addressed during questioning.
Hi, I'm Sean Clark. You can call me Sean. Works well. You may have heard, and I do apologize, I use a voice reader because I am visually impaired, so I don't bring notes. So don't look at the screens and things like that, so I do apologize if you guys have funny things up there that makes it good to look at. If it's my face, I know it's funny. Well, on the bright side, I became visually impaired in 2019, and since then, everybody's been so much better looking. So, you guys look great.
Thank you very much, Sean. Please go ahead and do your presentation.
All right. So I heard about this on the radio, and I did call to ask for an accessible copy, but I was told it was going to be a couple weeks. So without an accessible copy, I can't reference the exact points of the bill, but I do remember hearing that a 3-day period of lateness before eviction. With me on my disability pension, I do have to apply for a subsidy from the province, and 3 times over the last couple of years, it stopped. No warning, no notifications, it just stopped. I didn't know until my management company contacted me 13 days after the bill was due to let me know. And I'm not the only one on a subsidy in the province of Nova Scotia. They're used quite frequently, I hear. So one of the other things I'm coming to is to ask if we could change, while we're changing this, if we could change the subsidy rules so that those of us on a subsidy could get them, say, 15 days before the rent is due. And that way, maybe we could mitigate some of that, some of the anxiety. For myself, I have trouble using banking apps. Voice readers don't always work well with them. But we can try to actually help as many people as we can. We hear we're in a housing crisis, but we also hear bankers, economists, and people paying a mortgage that we're looking at a housing crisis, something akin to 2008 when the states lost all theirs. And with that coming on, after all the houses being bought during the pandemic here in Nova Scotia, we could see how this could be affecting us economically in our province, and we have more troubles. We don't want to put more pressure on people. We're going to see enough pressure on the system as is. Some of the other ideas we'd like to bring forward, and I live on right now, I've lived in my apartment for 12 years. I'm not on a fixed-term lease. I have neighbors who are, so I can talk to them about that. My parents have lived as renters in the city my entire life, and so have I. My grandmothers both were renters in the city before they passed away in their apartments. So I can speak to generational renting. I can speak to newcomers in my neighborhood, because my neighborhood, over 400 families. We have people with disabilities, we have seniors, we have people who are newcomers to Canada. I've seen them all come through. We've delivered cookies around the building. I've got 2 kids. They like to bake. Actually, whoever came up with the idea of the community college camp for teenagers over the summer, thank you. Because my eldest now wants to be a plumber and has a goal. So, but we need to keep him in a place to live. And if after 3 days with my rent subsidy being late, my landlord decides to evict me as a person with a disability and 2 children, I'm going to have some troubles finding a new home. I've talked to families with homeless children in our province. I've talked to them from all over. I've got one of my friend's sons from Shelburne, where my in-laws live. They had to move out of Shelburne down to Yarmouth to try to find housing, and we don't know if the kids and the parents found housing down there. It's a province-wide issue. We're facing this tenancy problems. So any ideas that we could bring forward, we'd like to have them looked at. Not all of them will work. We acknowledge the fact that landlords need to make money just as much as everyone else in order to live, but we have to have those places to live at. I remember in 2023, we had a family of 5 in rural Nova Scotia living in a campground whose youngest child was denied public schooling because they didn't have a fixed address for the registration system. And they managed to get a Airbnb for 1 month just so they could have a rental place, but that was all they could do. And so up and down the province, we have these issues. But there are ways we can work on things. I applaud the pallet shelters. I haven't seen one yet because I know there are pictures online, but there are pictures online of me and you guys, and like I said, we all look great. But finding these solutions, working together, that's what I'd like to try to bring forward. Like I said, my eldest wants to be a plumber. My youngest is 7. Right now, he wants to build houses or be the government. He doesn't understand that the government is not just one person saying, we're going to do this, that, and the other thing. He doesn't understand places like this where everybody gets together to talk, to try to work things out, to bring ideas forward. So if there's any ideas you guys might have that you'd like the opinion of somebody who's been a renter for 40 plus years, I'm not going to say how many. It's getting more every day. But if you'd like some feedback from someone who's talked to new immigrants daily on what it's like to rent or live in Nova Scotia, for someone who knows what it is to have a family in Nova Scotia, someone who's disabled in Nova Scotia, I can speak to some of those issues. I can try to give you that feedback. I won't argue the fixed-term lease thing because enough people will do that today. I'm not on one. But I will say one of my neighbors from another building complex than mine, we were at the school bus stop together 2 days ago, and when she found out I was coming here, she wanted me to mention that when she asked for a copy of her lease because her 6-year-old used it as an art project, she was told it would be considered signing a new lease. And she should be moved to a fixed-term lease. If she did that, she'd been there 10 years. But without any way to protect her, she's afraid to go forward. There's fear in our communities around these issues. None of us want to be unhoused. None of us want to be homeless. We all know it's possible, though. My mother tells me daily about some of the problems in her building. We would like to see some security for our seniors, and the pallet shelters are giving that to the people who've already lost their homes. But in Dartmouth, where I live, and occasionally go to things with a young Miss Adams, there was a beach cleanup in her area of town one time my kids enjoyed, and my eldest loved talking to her, so.
Well, thank you very much.
But we need to kind of work on these things together. So my first suggestion, take the rent subsidies people are receiving, make sure they get them early enough that if something does happen and we don't get them on time, most people will be able to come up with the money before it falls through. Make sure it goes directly to the people too, so that in order to know it's received, they know it. Because if a landlord doesn't receive it and they're waiting for all their books to turn over at the beginning of the month and one person's books don't turn over properly, then it's still late. Because even if you sent it early, but nothing arrived, and as a person who works accounts payable, or worked accounts payable, I should say, not works, in the government, I know that sometimes it gets backed up. I was at the Department of Education, not the same thing as paying rent subsidies, but it was a long time ago. Now, make sure they arrive early, make sure they go to the person. And in order to ensure that our provincial rent, like total rate, doesn't go up more, have the rent cap apply to the units, or if you're looking for a different idea, change the the tax assessment cap, the provincial tax assessment cap, to include multi-dwelling units. For instance, in a building like mine from the 1940s, we've had housing issues a whole bunch of times over the years. In a building like mine from the 1940s, we have 11 units. If the assessment cap capped the place at 11%, and it was divided between each unit, everybody would see a raise of 1%. People could handle that easily. And people coming in wouldn't find that they're going from a place that costs approximately $1,000 to a place that costs $2,500. Good news, Klein Heights, over the weekend, I talked to somebody, a unit in her building went from $2,900 down to $2,300, so we are seeing a slight reduction. But that's in a building that's been built in the 1970s or 1960s.
Excuse me,
We're not
Sean.
exactly sure.
Just interrupting to let you know that you have 1 minute left for your presentation. Recognize
very
Sean
much.
Clark.
So finding different ideas, changing that changing the property tax assessment cap so it applies to landlords as it does to everyone else in our province, making it equal because we try to keep things equal based on what people can afford. So if things are a bit more equal, then everybody kind of benefits that way. Right now, it doesn't affect buildings, and we see our landlords complain all the time that when the municipalities put their property tax rates up, the landlords face the burden of it, and it goes to the renters.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Lachance with the first question.
Great, thank you. So first of all, Sean, I just want to apologize on all of our behalfs that you were not able to access an accessible copy of the bill. And I think that came as a surprise to many of us around the table that that would be a barrier. And so I apologize, and I will be following up on that. I appreciate you talking about, some of the really practical implications of what's being proposed. So in terms of, subsidies arriving late, and I guess that could also be other types of people could be paid late. There could be other types of government supplements that would arrive late. Have you had experience with that sort of situation where there's been other things that have come in late and that would have meant a missed rent period, or people that that should also be considered in the consideration of this bill?
Thanks. Sorry, Sean. I recognize Sean Clark.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Personally, no. Though I do have a neighbor downstairs who works for the federal government, and they had a lot of trouble with the Phoenix pay processing system previously. And so we know that it happens that payroll does get missed or something. I personally worked at the IWK staffing office as my last permanent full-time position, and I can tell you there have been times where we are scrambling at the last minute to try to make sure all the numbers get to payroll. And if a nurse misses their pay, they're not happy with the province of Nova Scotia. And if they miss their pay and then they find that they're being evicted because of an issue that we brought up, that's going to hurt our healthcare system.
Okay. Thank you very much. I recognize MLA McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So great to meet you, Sean. So is there any reason why the rent supplement was late? And just to answer your last, my wife's a nurse and she doesn't get paid. It's not the healthcare system. I probably shouldn't come home that day. But is there it's happened a couple times, and that just amazes me. I know my colleague's going to deal with the other question you had, so I'm not going to ask it. But why they couldn't get a copy of the lease? Because no way she should be able to get that. But is there a reason why it was late? I mean, because from the sounds of it, the money goes straight to them. So technically, in my opinion, and I make it trash, it means the government was late. You weren't. So if the money was going straight to them and it doesn't, the government was late. You weren't late with your payment. But I'm just asking because I've never been on it, so I don't know. Is there a reason why it was late, or it was just, oh, sorry, it's a day late?
I recognize Sean Clark.
Apparently, they sent me a letter, which is great when you're visually impaired, letting me know 6 months early that they need an updated set of documents, which is great when you're visually impaired. Since there's been a changeover in the last couple of years, I actually got a phone call a couple months ago from them checking up on me. which is great because as I'm visually impaired, they were able to talk to me. We were able to talk through it. I found out what they needed. They got all the information. So far, I think I'm good. But when the renewal time comes again, I'm going to have to find someone to read my mail for me because I can't ask my children to do that.
Great. Thank you very much. I recognize MLA LeBlanc.
Thanks for being here, Sean. Can you just talk a little bit more about the impact on families when housing feels unsecure? Like what, on a day-to-day, like what does that look like or feel like?
So I recognize Sean Clark with 1 minute left.
I'll get used to this. If you get a ferry across to Dartmouth, when you take a right afterwards, you can come to a little park with a little playground on it. In 2020, at that park, my kids were playing with a little girl. I think she's about 6, my eldest about 8, my youngest about 3, probably. But while they were playing, I sat with the mother and held her while she cried and explained about being homeless with her little girl in Halifax. I've talked about the family who were homeless in the park, not able to get their kid in public school because the system requires a permanent address for registration. The person I spoke of who lives across the street in a separate set of buildings with her son and not having access to their lease. We don't have security, and it creates anxiety in the home for the families. My youngest, I don't talk about housing issues in front of him, but I do turn on the radio in the morning while I'm getting him breakfast and making his lunch for school. And he's decided he wants to build houses for people or be the government. So it comes up a lot, whether we mean it to or not.
Sorry, thank you very much. We appreciate very much that you taking the time to be here today. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Hopefully we'll see you at a beach cleanup again.
Thank you very much. That was.
Thank you very much.
So our next presenter on Bill number 467 is Peter Pauley. If you'd like to take his seat. Peter, if you'd like to introduce yourselves and tell us how you would like to be addressed by the group during questioning. I recognize Peter Pauley.
Thank you. It's great to be here today. Peter Pauley, and you can address me simply as Peter.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to speak about Bill 467 here today. My name is Peter Pauley, owner of Polycorp, which provides rental housing in various communities in Halifax and Wolfville. For the better part of 30 years, we have worked hard to provide a range of housing options for Nova Scotians. 3 years ago, I came to this committee. Like others who provide housing, I told committee members that rent control wouldn't work. I won't revisit the arguments from 3 years ago. You didn't listen then. Bill 467 and the debate around it shows that you won't listen now. Many elected officials, including some members of this committee, like to attack people like me who work in the industry as a rental housing provider. That's the real power imbalance when it comes to rental housing. There are over 300,000 tenants and 6,000 rental housing providers in Nova Scotia. The realities of math and democracy mean that politicians will always target the few to get votes from the many. Unfortunately, this means instead of working with people who provide housing, like ourselves, to solve the housing crisis, politicians instead choose to attack us. People like me, who provide rental housing, do our very best to provide housing to hundreds of thousands of Nova Scotians. We pay our taxes. We spend money on our buildings. The larger amongst us employ thousands of Nova Scotians. At the heart of all of this is having a good relationship with our tenants. It's traditionally been good business to keep tenants in place, paying their rent. Contrary to what some MLAs claim, most rental housing providers prefer to keep tenants in their homes. Evictions are almost always a last resort for rental housing providers. We try to avoid them because it's almost always easier to keep good paying tenants in place. Unfortunately, MLAs make retaining tenants harder through punitive rent control policy and a broken residential tenancy system. I would be remiss if I didn't mention how some municipal governments, in particular HRM, make it so hard to build new housing and build new housing that's affordable and attainable. That's why I have historically supported the changes by the Nova Scotia government to get more housing approved and to take down the roadblocks erected by HRM. My only piece of advice on that front would be that since the province has the power to get housing built in HRM, the Nova Scotia government should become much more aggressive in using that power. When we, our company, can't advance a housing project in over 10 years of effort, and even today, there is little or no effort by either HRM or the province to assist, there continues to remain a sizable problem. Fixing a housing crisis requires bold action and a team effort. I'm going to focus the balance of my remarks on other aspects of Bill 467. It is 100% false for elected officials and some housing activists to claim that Bill 467 makes it easier to evict tenants. All Bill 467 does is bring non-payment of rent issues sooner to residential tenancies for a hearing. Residential tenancies is so slow in resolving issues with tenants that tenants will still be able to go months and months and months without paying their rent. It is shameful that some elected officials and some housing activists are scaring tenants about this part of Bill 467. A number of the proposed administrative changes in Bill 467 are common sense changes that will be good for both tenants and rental housing providers. For example, Clause 9 will make it illegal for a tenant to charge higher rent to another tenant on a sublease. This actually happens. Now that's an actual loophole. Other proposed changes are just common sense. It makes sense to have residential tenancy decisions be made public. The more transparency in the process, the better for everyone. It makes sense to require contact information be exchanged amongst the parties. It makes sense to clarify how to deal with tenants who break the law, threaten a neighbor, or somebody working in an apartment, or to damage or even destroy a rental unit. Right now, if a tenant breaks the law, threatens a neighbor or someone working in a building, or severely damages or even destroys a unit, there's nothing that can be done under the Residential Tenancies Act. I know this happens. We see it in our buildings all too often. If that happens, you get what I call the no accountability runaround. Residential tenancies will tell you call the police because it's a criminal matter. The police will tell you call residential tenancies because it's a tenant matter, and nothing gets done. To conclude, rental housing providers are sick and tired of being blamed for the housing crisis. We didn't create the crisis. We warned politicians not to make the housing crisis worse with rent control. I personally started telling municipal and provincial government representatives more than 10 years ago. This was entirely predictable. Everyone chose to ignore the advice, the advance warnings from the rental industry years ago. We have been presenting solutions to politicians for years to help, like creating an emergency rent bank for tenants in need. The path to solving the housing crisis is to work cooperatively with housing providers and to stop the politically motivated attacks for votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Lachance.
Great, thank you. We're going to have to agree to disagree that we don't have rent control in this province. We have a rent cap, and the system that we advocate for would balance the needs of tenants and landlords. I have two questions for you. So one is around the role of an enforcement unit. So you outlined, situations where landlords were feeling jeopardized by tenants, but certainly I've also been involved in cases where the tenant has done the right thing, so they're waiting for the residential tenancies hearing, and then during that time the landlords actually terrorize the tenant. And like you, I called Service Nova Scotia and senior folks over there who told me that it was not their issue, that the tenant should call the police. Of course, the police are like, we have nothing to do with this. So I agree with you, there's a gap, but it's not just one-sided.
I agree.
And so I'm wondering, you know, could you talk a bit about some of the numbers that you've had since 2020? So, like, what have been your percentage increase in costs? What has been your percentage increase in profit? And what's the average time? I mean, I assume you have multiple units, so you must have a residential tenancies, you know, you must go sometimes. What's your average wait time for being heard in front of residential tenancies?
I recognize Peter Pauley.
I might need to get you to ask a couple of the questions again, but the residential tenancy process is simply broken in the province. It takes 4 to 6 weeks to get a hearing. They are often rescheduled because of the intentional manipulations of the parties. I agree, cuts both ways. I would call on the government to increase the expenditure to the province for increased residential tenancy staff so that we can go from wait times of 4 to 6 weeks to 7 days. That would clear the backlog, and it would create a forum for people to actually be able to get in front of an adjudicator fast so that whichever party is in the wrong, landlord or tenant, has their day in court and it gets heard to make the system more efficient.
Thank you very much. Do you have a follow-up question? I recognize Emily Lachance.
One of your...
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'll recognize Emily Lachance first.
So just to clarify, you know, one of the things we're hearing is, you know, that's becoming unsustainable for landlords in the current environment. So I'm just wondering if you could give us a sense in percentage-wise in terms of cost increase versus profit increase over the past number of years since the rent cap was put in place.
I recognize Peter Pauley.
Thank you. I've actually done a very detailed analysis of some buildings that we built 20 years ago that we have owned and operated. Over a 17-year history, and unfortunately I don't have it here today, but it would blow your mind. It would show, and what I did was I took our total operating costs, and we run a pretty lean operation. I'm very hands-on. We've gone from, and I do metrics of days rent, the number of days of rent that it takes to pay for the operating costs in the building. We have gone over the last 20 years from about 170 days rent to 280 days rent. That's ignoring the fact that interest rates have gone up. Operating costs have gone through the roof. Property taxes, water, insurance, everything. It's gone crazy. To answer your point, one of your questions, ignoring interest expense, and as everybody knows, interest rates have basically doubled in the last 5 years. On some of our buildings, our net operating margin has actually decreased significantly over the last 10 years because of the run-up in operating costs. So yes, rents have gone up. Operating costs have actually gone up a lot more than the increase in the rents. So this is why you see a lot of people simply exiting the industry, particularly with the small units. They're being sold, and you know, it's actually decreasing the supply.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Nickel.
Thank you, Peter. Could you drill down a little bit more into the operating as to what is the most expensive thing on the list?
I recognize Peter Pauley.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. Property taxes. They're huge. The rental housing industry is not covered by the rental assessment cap. Effectively, and this has been studied very significantly with multiple submissions to the province. The different governments, the NDP government, the Liberal government, the PC government, it's been completely ignored over the years, but effectively our rental portfolio, which includes a significant number of affordable units, we are actually subsidizing large single-family capped houses. It's not fair, and it's not right. And the worst thing is nobody's talking about it.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm thinking about this. I've been thinking, listening to you and, people from both sides of the sort of landlord-tenant coin today, and, totally acknowledge that the cost of everything has gone up. But the thing that hasn't gone up is incomes, right? And that, if incomes were matching everything else, then we wouldn't have an issue because, it's just your income matches your. So I guess my question is, what's the solution? Because the government is providing rent subsidies, although I would suggest that they're not providing enough or an effective enough system of rent subsidy. But the fact is that if rents go up, if there's no, and I'm not a lover of a rent cap, I will tell you that. We've already gone through the fact that we don't have a rent control. I'm a lover of an actual system of rent control where there's checks and balances on either side. But my point is that if we don't have any control or cap or so rents can go as high as they need to pay for the things that landlords need to pay for, people won't be able to pay those rents and then will be evicted. So what do we do? What would you suggest? I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm truly asking if you have an idea of what direction this province should go when it comes to housing people.
I recognize Peter Pauly for 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. And unfortunately, this is so complicated. Myself and our colleagues I'm an active member of IPONS, would be more than happy to engage, but it can't get boiled down into a 1 minute soundbite. It's taxes, operating costs, legislation. The line I've been using is affordable housing has died a death of 1,000 cuts. I started saying that 10 years ago. It's even worse today. I'd be happy to engage with you later because it's so complicated.
Thank you very much. Any final words from anyone? All right. Well, thank you, Peter, very much for attending today. We appreciate your participation.
You're welcome.
And we're just going to take a 2-minute recess while we swap out chairs. We're in recess.
Order. I call the meeting on law amendments back to order. So, my name's Dave Ritzie, and I'll be the chair here for the next few minutes anyways. And if I could ask the guests to introduce themselves and how they would like to be addressed during questions. You'll have 10 minutes to present, and we'll have 5 minutes of questions afterwards. So,
thank you. My name is Mark Culligan, and I'm a community legal worker at
oh,
the
just one sec here. So I pass it to our guest. There we go. Okay, please go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. My name is Mark Culligan, and I'm a community legal worker at the Dalhousie Legal Aid Service. I've been working in that role since 2019, and in that capacity, I provide legal information and assistance to tenants, low-income tenants who are having problems with their landlords. I've spoken to about almost 2,000 people since I began working in 2019, and that would be tenants. So I have a little bit of experience with this act and how to resolve disputes. And today, I would like to speak about Bill number 467, and in particular the amendments to the Residential Tenancies Act.
Mark, could you introduce your colleague as well?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Cruz, and I'm a senior law student with the Dalhousie Legal Aid Service. I'm here working with Mark.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, Mark, go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, my apologies. In particular, I'm going to speak to the framing of these amendments by the minister who paired the announcement of these amendments with the announcement that he was not going to go forward with the creation of a compliance and enforcement unit. The minister explained that the proposed changes were unnecessary red tape, and that the issues could be better addressed through these and other amendments to the RTA. I would like to submit that the minister's characterization of Bill 467 is misleading and inaccurate, as the amendments do nothing to address the compliance and enforcement gap for tenants. Simply put, tenant problems are different than landlord problems. The kinds of legal problems that landlords and tenants face are different. Landlord problems tend to be individualistic in the sense that an individual specific tenant is either not paying their rent, they damage the unit, or maybe they're harassing people during the tenancy. There are clear resolutions to landlords available under the Residential Tenancies Act. Tenants can be evicted if they're not paying their rent. And if they damage the unit, the landlord can either retain the security deposit or apply for additional damages. These are remedies that are already available, and the amendments to the Act do speed up the process for eviction in certain circumstances, although and helps to speed up that process. But the landlords indeed would still benefit from a compliance and enforcement unit that could hold additional accountability for bad tenants by creating escalating punishments. Tenants, however, tend to face more systemic problems. For example, systemic abuses of unlawful leasing practices, or systemic issues in a building where repairs aren't being conducted, or patterns of unlawful evictions. These are different types of problems in the sense that they aren't as easily reducible to monetary damages. It's not like unpaid rent or the damage to a door by a tenant. It doesn't result in an easily quantifiable compensation claim by the tenant. And moreover, tenants can't evict their landlords. This is something that tenants face that landlords don't. It's a stake. The stakes are much different for landlords than tenants. And this is an issue that's recognized in the Davis Peer Report and in other jurisdictions where there's a clear implicit or explicit recognition that the Residential Tenancies Act is protective legislation. So the Davis Peer Report on a compliance and enforcement unit, for example, contains a 5-page breakdown of different types of offenses that would be covered by a compliance and enforcement unit, And the vast majority of these offenses are offenses that are committed by landlords on tenants. These are breaches of the Act for which there aren't clear remedies currently under the Residential Tenancies Act. Because here in Nova Scotia, we don't have the power to issue general damages when there's a breach of the Act. There is no power to issue administrative fines. What we have is power to lay informations for a summary offense conviction, but in our efforts to try to see whether or not that's ever been done, we have found a sole case from over 20 years ago where this was tried and unsuccessful, and so it doesn't happen. So when a landlord breaches the Act, unless it's something that results in a clear claim for compensation, there's no punishment. There's no disincentive for a landlord to continue doing the breach. And I know that I've made this claim publicly before, and it apparently has fallen on deaf ears. And so I'd like to take the remainder of my time to give some examples. So we'd like you to turn to page 3 of the submissions which we have tabled. And here is an excerpt from the case Musgrave v. Templeton Properties from 2016. This deals with a landlord who required a tenant on their application form to pay their security deposit in advance before the lease was signed, which is clearly unlawful. Then the landlord told the tenant that the unit that the tenant thought was being offered was no longer an offer. It was just a show unit, and that they would have to take a different unit if they wanted to continue with the tenancy. The tenant declined, and then the landlord refused to return the rent. And here below, I have some excerpts from that decision from adjudicator Augustus Richardson. Quote, he assured the court that the collection, and in this case, Matthew Metledge was the representative for the landlord. He assured the court that the collection and retention of such payments from applicants who failed for whatever reason to become tenants was a common practice among other large landlords with multiple unit buildings. He said it was routine and long-standing practice of Templeton. And the adjudicator wrote in response, quote, if Mr. Metledge is correct about the practice of Templeton and other large landlords in the city, then is a sad comment on their knowledge and conduct. And at the end of the decision, the adjudicator simply ordered that the landlord return the security deposit, which was unlawfully collected in the first place, even though the landlord admitted in its own submissions to the court that this was their general practice and their understanding of the practice. There was no further consequence. Number 2, example 2. Here's another tenancy application checklist. I won't name the landlord in this particular case. This is not a part of a court decision. But we see here a checklist that's divided between Canadian applicants and international applicants. They have different eligibility criteria on their application. And this is not a small landlord. This is a major landlord catering mostly to students, and they require under point 5 of the international student's application checklist that if the international student is unable to get a Canadian guarantor, you must provide 3 full months of prepaid rent to be applied to your final 3 months of tenancy. That's 3 months of rent in advance, which is clearly in excess of the security deposit maximum and is unlawful under the Residential Tenancies Act. This is the kind of abuse for which we need a compliance and enforcement unit. If a landlord is caught doing this, putting in paper, sending it to students en masse, there should be consequences. Right now, we have no consequences. Is that if an international student, if a vulnerable international student were to take this landlord to court, the remedy that they would get is the return of their 3-month security deposit or their 3 months rent in advance. This is insufficient. This is a mass abuse, and it requires a serious response. Example 3. Here's I took a screenshot just this morning from another landlord in the city. This is a landlord who also caters to international students and other students from out of province. This landlord requires minimum bookings from students, which is a strange habit. But you'll notice that the periods of these minimum bookings correspond to the academic semesters from September to April and from January to April. This landlord requires these students to pay a deposit as soon as they fill out the booking portal, or within 48 hours of filling out the booking portal, and then they have to sign a lease within 5 business days. So that's deposit before a lease is signed. Again, illegal. This is the same conduct that Augustus Richardson called out. And moreover, this landlord requires that the tenant pay the entire rent in advance. Again, unlawful. Again, doing this openly on a website. This is egregious behavior. It is a sad comment on the knowledge and conduct of landlords in this city. And I think it is a sad comment on the knowledge and conduct of the minister for him to contend that Bill 467 addresses the compliance and enforcement gap in the Residential Tenancies Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to go to the committee for questions, starting with MLA Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for being here today. Mark, you touched on something that hasn't come up very often that I think is really important on page 2 of your submission, which basically says a compliance and enforcement unit would create a system of escalating punishments for tenants. I believe that should say landlords probably, who repeatedly or who repeatedly or egregiously break the rules. And that's an important point because the minister, I agree with you, I don't think has explained this correctly. If you read the Davis Peer Report, the creation of a CEU is not a duplication of what it currently exists. It's a parallel process designed specifically and explicitly for egregious repeat offenders, the kinds of things that you point out in your submission here. So I assume, in your view, the current system as it exists does not provide for real remedies, especially in situations where you have mass abuse of the system, and the CEU, as proposed in the Davis Peer Report, would fill some of that gap. Is that your position, essentially?
Yes.
Mark.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, welcome.
I've been doing this job for 5 years. Every year, at this time of year, I sit down in September and I wait for the students to come in with the illegal leases. It's the same landlords every year. I can tell now the names of the landlords by the formatting of the leases, and can anticipate the other abuses which aren't necessarily being presented by the tenants. It's the same stuff over and over because the landlords know that they can get away with it, and they know that students are vulnerable. They know that low-income tenants are vulnerable, and there's nothing serious that happens to them if they get caught. And so they do it again and again. That's why we need a compliance and enforcement unit.
Thank you. MLA LeBlanc.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you for bringing this up in these very understandable and palatable examples. I mean, not really palatable, but, very tangible, I guess, examples. Now, there is a landlord in my community, for instance, who has, every time it purchases a building, it goes through or at least, I shouldn't say every time, but at least 3 times that I know of, it's gone through and presented people in the existing tenants with new leases. And they say, oh, well, we're a new landlord, so you need to sign a new lease, which is 100% not true. And of course, it seems to me that landlords who are trying to do this kind of thing, I mean, it can't be that they don't understand the rules. I would refute that. What it seems to me is that they are banking on the fact that people don't know their rights and what's right and what's wrong. And it happens over and over, as you say, and it's extremely frustrating. And it's like it feels like in my writing, we're playing a game of whack-a-mole where we stamp this down, the tenants fight the thing, we help them organize, and then it happens over here, and then it happens over here, and it happens over here. So your point about tenants enforcement, what is it called? CEU? Compliance and Enforcement Unit seems to be that would address that kind of thing too, because if it would give tell me if I'm right about this. It would give the people who run the unit an ability to say, okay, well, this landlord just got caught doing this. We'll lay a fine on them. Oh, look, they're doing it again. Oh, and but is that your sense of this unit?
So one of the...
You have to be sort of acknowledged.
Oh,
Yep, Mark. Mark, you have 1 minute to answer that. Thank you.
So one of the elements of the Davis Peer report is that it called on the province to create 4 information officers who would each handle around 16,000, together they would handle around 16,000 calls per year. That's early dispute resolution. So it's not just about penalties for landlords who keep doing it, but it's about preventing these in the first place. And the purported purpose of the Act is efficient dispute resolution, but one of the most efficient ways to resolve disputes is to nip them in the bud. And when the landlord is doing it over and over again, to get a call from someone who says, hey, you can't do this. And we don't have the resources to do that at Dal Legal Aid. We've had to scale back because we have got too many calls, and we need more investment in this in order to be able to manage the continued growth of the rental industry. Thank you.
Thank you, and time has elapsed for questions. I'd like to thank Mark and David for joining us here today. We'll take a 30-second recess with people moving in and out. So, thank you.
Order. Thank you, everyone. We are resuming the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. My name is Barbara Adams. I'm Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I am going to start this session with a round of introductions because we have some new MLAs in attendance. So I'll start with the government side of the House.
Pat Dunn, MLA, Pictou Centre.
Good afternoon, Marco McLeod, Pictou West.
Good afternoon, John M. McDonald, MLA for Hants East.
Afternoon, Brad Johns, Afternoon, Brad Johns, MLA Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Claudia Chender, MLA for Dartmouth South.
Hello, Susan LeBlanc, MLA for Dartmouth North.
Good day, Kelly Regan, MLA for Bedford Basin.
Good afternoon. I'm Braden Clark, MLA for Bedford South.
Thank you very much. And this is our presenter number 7, Ernie Porter, but his legal name, I understand, is Stanley Ernest Porter. Am I correct? That's correct. Thank you. And we are now speaking at this time on Bill number 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act. If you could introduce yourself and introduce to the group how you would like to be addressed during questioning.
I'm Ernie Porter, and that's how you can address me.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to address your committee. I want to speak briefly about the aquaculture portion of Bill 471. So my name is Ernie Porter. I'm here representing Town Point Oyster Farm. And some of you may be already aware of our journey through the marine lease application process, but we felt it may be helpful to your deliberations related to Bill 471 if I provide a brief recap of our experience. My wife and I live on a 10-acre property in Antigonish, on Antigonish Harbor, with a shoreline strewn with abundant oysters. The genesis of our oyster farm originated with our son Ted's desire to earn some summer cash by collecting these oysters. In 2018, Ted and his partner Rachel were living in the United States, but they were having concerns about their future in that country. They wanted to return home, but there was no apparent jobs available in Antigonish County. Ted's idea of harvesting oysters sparked an interest in the aquaculture industry that led to a year of research, due diligence, and ultimately a decision to apply for marine leases in Antigonish Harbor. So began a 5-year-long application process that was fraught with many challenges, but also provided our family with a wealth of related knowledge and valuable relationships within the aquaculture industry, government, and the marine biology scientific community. We spent all of 2019 crafting our application. We went through the option to lease phase that included extensive site scoping, collection of biophysical parameters, observation and consideration of other users, and business modeling. Then we began public engagement to collect feedback from area residents and other stakeholders. We participated in 3 public meetings addressing about 400 attendees. We met in person with hundreds of interested residents and adjusted our initial farm concept plan repeatedly in response to their feedback. In January 2020, we submitted applications for 3 marine lease sites in Antigonish Harbor, all within view of our kitchen table. In total, these lease areas amount to 89 acres, which represents 2% of the harbor area. Prior to submitting these applications, we sought feedback from experts outside of government and were told the applications were exemplary. We felt that the quality and comprehensiveness of our application demonstrated that each of the 8 factors considered by the department and the NSARB were satisfied. Each of our 3 applications contains about 1,600 pages of pertinent information. They are thorough, well-crafted, and closely follow the application guide provided by NSDFA. From the outset, our next-door neighbor, who is an American seasonal resident, was determined to scuttle our application and began a no-holds-barred campaign against us. He formed FOAH, called FOA, Friends of Antigonish Harbor, as an opposition group and recruited a few dozen like-minded locals. They proceeded to mount a campaign of misinformation, fear-mongering, character assassination, harassment, and intimidation. Much of this was propagated through social media. We countered their campaign by being open and honest, never taking their bait, and sticking to the high road. After we completed our land-based oyster seed nursery in the summer of 2020, we began offering nursery tours to further engage with the public. 220 people took this tour and wrote comments in the tour notebook. Every comment was positive and supportive. This metric, along with countless other contacts, bolstered our confidence that we were on the right track. However, powerless to change the trajectory, we were forced to endure this unending barrage of negative personal attacks for 4 years as our application languished in bureaucratic paralysis. After a lengthy assessment by NSDFA staff and their government network partners, our application was referred to the ARB in late December 2022. At this point, our expectation was that the final stage would follow the prescribed 90-day timeline, but once again, disappointment followed. The ARB did not schedule hearings until June 2023. 4 days were set aside to hear our case. Our neighbor, the de facto CEO of FOA, hired a legal team from McGinnis Cooper. From the outset, long before the hearings began, this legal team was treating the ARB hearings as if it was a criminal trial, and they were playing the delay game to run out the clock on the 4-day schedule. They succeeded on both counts. Then FOA promptly took a victory lap to celebrate their win. FOA's key evidence during the hearing was a report they commissioned known as the Cranford Report. This flagrantly flawed so-called scientific report was quite unanimously panned by every PhD-level scientist with expertise in aquaculture and marine biology around the maritime region. It was obvious to us that FOA had paid for a specific opinion. FOA offered no credible evidence to support their case beyond, "I don't like it." Community leaders and area residents wrote 82 letters in support. Many also made presentations during the hearing. Perhaps the most significant was the local First Nations band, who wrote a letter in support, for which we are very grateful. So then another 3-day hearing was scheduled for September. This hearing concluded without the ARB providing a decision. The ARB decision was ultimately released January 5th, 2024. While we're very pleased with the approval of our applications and the vindication contained in the ARB decision, we remain very disappointed with the process. To recap, our interest in oyster aquaculture arose in 2018. We did a year of due diligence and began the application process in 2019. The application process consumed 5 years. I spent over 10,000 hours to get the marine lease sites approved. We endured 4 years of disgusting behavior by our opponents and spent a lot of money on expert witnesses, scientific studies, and lawyers. This level of endurance was only possible because I'm retired, so I had the available time, and my wife and I both had successful careers, so we had the financial resources to cover the significant cost. And I was doing this for and with my family, so I wasn't about to give up without doing my best. The cost of this long drawn-out application review process is very significant to all the parties. For Town Point Oysters, the opportunity cost is the greatest. Had our application been approved within the 18 months originally indicated, we would have begun operation in the fall of 2022 instead of the spring of 2024. With a conservative annual farm production rate of 3 million oysters, the opportunity cost alone is several million dollars. For NSDFA, the cost of staff time over 5 years of review, plus the hearings, lawyers, travel, meals, printing, technical support, etc., must have been much more than necessary. And the opposition group likely spent well into 6 figures for their hearing costs alone. All this outlay, in our view, is wasted and unnecessary. No party was pleased with the process, and in the end it served no purpose beyond what could have been achieved by an administrative review. While it is possible other potential applicants may also possess the determination, patience, financial resources, and executive skills necessary to replicate our effort, I'm 100% convinced that none will. simply because the current process sets the bar way too high and provides a venue that once again can be hijacked by well-financed opposition who are unconcerned about the truth. It is true that in Nova Scotia, our greatest opportunities for economic development are marine-related. Shellfish aquaculture is the bullseye for growing our coastal rural economy. Many young people want to do aquaculture, but very few will be willing or able to repeat our experience. They cannot wait years for a decision, and they do not have the financial resources to fight well-financed opposers. Bill 471 is a step in the right direction. We hope this legislation is adopted, but also needed is more NSDFA staff, more accountability for network partners to understand their role and reply in a reasonable time frame.
Sorry, the 10-minute time is up. You can continue on into the time for your questions if you'd like to continue. Go right ahead.
Furthermore, there needs to be concerted effort to generate foundational work on both the social acceptance component and industry management. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our feedback as you work to improve the entry point for a very important industry in our province. I provided copies of this along with business cards, and if you look at the business card, it'll contain the address of our farm, and anyone interested is welcome to come tour our farm and get a better idea of the potential just our farm alone offers. And you can extrapolate that to the whole industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I recognize MLA Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for being here and for your determination, dogged determination. It's not reassuring to hear your story. I said this earlier today, but people just want answers. They want a process that works and an outcome more than anything. I know obviously you want the outcome you want, but you also want it to not take 5 years and have such a personal impact on you as well. You know, so close to home with neighbors and people I'm sure you've known for a long time. So you said at the end there, I take it that your farm is up and running and operational. So could you just give us a quick summary of kind of the scale of it? You know, how many people are you employing? What's kind of the plans over the next little while for what you've done after such a long time coming?
I recognize Stanley Porter.
Thank you for that question and your comments. So we applied for 3 marine lease sites. They total 89 acres. And presently we have 1.5 million oysters on that site, which is only a good start. There's another 1 million coming this fall. That'll put us this season at 2.5 million oysters. And we plan to add roughly 3 million a year each year for the next several years. And that gets us to an annual output of about 3 million oysters a year, which is very significant when you compare it to the output in the province. There are 4 people working on our farm. They are my 2 sons, one of my son's partners, and her brother. They're all in their late 20s and early 30s, which is exactly the demographic we want to see moving to and living in and working in our coastal and rural communities. The potential on 89 acres is many times that 3 million. We don't know if we'll get there. We're determined to do a great job, and we'll see what the number is out 5 years or so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognized MLA Reagan.
Thank you. Thank you for telling us your story, coming here and telling us your story today. I was as you were telling your story, I was thinking, I was kind of confused why people would object to an oyster farm, because oysters are known to actually clean the habitat. And so while I don't want you to make their case for them or anything, what were the objections to this? Because I have to admit I'm a little confused by the whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, I recognize Ernie Porter with 30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. We used to be neighbors. I lived on Perth Street. That was my other life. Okay, why object? In one word, it's NIMBY. Okay? My neighbor, who I mentioned here, not by name, is an American seasonal resident. He's there for a couple months a year, and initially he was
I'm
the first
sorry,
person.
Ernie, your presentation time is up.
Oh, okay, good.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you. We'll take you up on the offer.
We have your contact information. Thank you. Our next presenter is Jenna Ross. We'll ask Jenna to come take her seat.
You say we're back on Bill 467.
Yeah. So we are now back to Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. And our presenter is Jenna Ross, and I'll ask Jenna to introduce herself and to advise the group how she would like to be referred to during questioning. Go ahead, Jenna.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I am Jenna Ross, and I'd like to be addressed as Jenna Ross, please. I am a real estate investor and owner of Happy Place Property Management. Today I'll be talking about Bill number 467. I'm proud to say that my property management team, manager, leasing agents, and maintenance coordinators are 100% female. The constant attacks on our business and our industry by politicians, activists, and media have been extremely stressful and harmful, and they support bad policies like the rent cap. Keeping the rent cap at 5% again until 2027 is detrimental to the rental housing market in Nova Scotia. I've seen many property owners choose to sell their homes or portfolios of homes because it has been the only way for them to cope with the rising costs and not lose money monthly. Many of the investors in Nova Scotia real estate are hardworking Nova Scotians, like myself and my husband Greg, who are providing long-term quality housing to Nova Scotian families. Rent is what we need to invest in our properties and pay our bills. Insurance, property tax, mortgages, all of these costs have gone up and up and up, far beyond what can be raised under the current rent cap. Many, including myself and husband, are having to supplement the difference in rent for rental properties that we own due to these rising costs. Others have sold their homes with tenants in them after the rent cap was introduced. This has also meant that the overall rental inventory, the rental properties in Nova Scotia, have diminished. That means less affordable housing and more homelessness, all caused by the rent cap. I manage properties for very fair owners, very fair property owners. And some of my landlord colleagues charge rents in their apartment buildings at $800 a unit. An annual rent increase of 5%, that would be $40 a month for these owners, and that does not keep up with their rising costs. Also, many investors with older buildings who bought with tenants in them in their units in 2018 and 2019 are stuck with tenants who are paying well under the market value for their rents. It's a huge burden for them, and they're left losing money year over year and not able to properly improve their buildings because of the rent cap. Fixed-term leases must stay in place. Our company, Happy Place Property Management, we start tenants with a 12-month fixed-term lease. And this is very important because it gives us a way to keep our tenants at the end of the tenancy, and that is our goal, is always to keep our tenants at the end of the tenancy. It's best for owners and the tenants. Tenants want to have a long-term home. It also gives us the opportunity to provide and start some tenants who might not check all the boxes, to start them and give them a chance with a 3-month fixed-term lease and with hopes to renew on both sides. Please keep in mind that all of the small landlords are small business owners. Like myself, we're micro business owners, and we're trying to provide places for people to live in Nova Scotia. We can't do that if our businesses are losing money. My property management company has seen many, many, many homes sell from our portfolio. Most recently, an investor in our portfolio of rental homes that we manage has started to sell off 10, he has 10 plus homes, and he started to sell them off one by one. We can't afford to lose more rental homes from the market with our ever-increasing population. It's going to continue to happen if the rent cap is not lifted. When single-family homes leave our portfolio, it's leaving small families to have to go outside of their school districts and uproot children from schools to find a suitable rental home in another community. The rent cap is hurting everyone, and it needs to be ended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Emily LeBlanc.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to, I have 2 questions. I'm wondering if you have actual statistics on numbers of, like over time, say like the last 10 years and then the last 5 years, of how many rental units have been on the market, or not on the market, but like been in the supply. So like where can we see how many are coming off the supply of rental units each year because of the rent cap, as you assert? I'd love to see those numbers. But also, you know, I was thinking about this with a previous speaker and about the fixed-term lease thing. Now, most people I know in Dartmouth North, which is where I represent, who have fixed-term leases have year-long fixed-term leases. And it occurs to me that if you're a new tenant, your lease can be canceled at the 4 month before it renews. If it's not a good fit. Is that, or am I misinterpreting the RTA? Like if I'm a new tenant and I sign a year-long turnover lease, what do you call them? Periodic lease. At 4 months before the lease, the landlord says, "Do you want to renew your lease, or we're not going to renew your lease?" And that's like a fixed, I mean, that is the same, that gives the landlord the same option as a fixed-term lease does. So, but what we're seeing is people with year-long fixed-term leases, so not the 3-month lease that you're talking about with the test and try kind of thing, but a year-long lease, and then just like ending it for no reason. Like there's no like problems with the tenant. They've paid their rent on time, but because it ends on September 1st, or October 31st, whatever, it's over. And so then that person leaves, and then the next person comes in, and the rent can substantially increase. So are you saying, I just want to be really clear about this, are you saying that the fixed-term lease is important because of the 3-month idea, like making sure tenants are good? Or are you also saying because there's a rent cap, and thank you, by the way, for calling it a rent cap, because every other presenter today has called it rent control, which it is not, is it useful also to get around the rent cap?
I recognize Jenna Ross.
Thank you very much. So fixed-term leases have a start and an end date. So they can be start tomorrow and in 12 months from tomorrow. So the periodic yearly lease can be problematic because people think that you have 4 months to give notice that you're not going to renew, but a landlord cannot. They have to go to a tenancy hearing, and that system is overloaded. So we like to use the fixed term leases because it gives us a start and an end date. And landlords don't have to give a reason, but most landlords are anxiously trying to get another fixed term lease signed on the back of that. But the rent cap is the thing that's the big issue for everybody. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I recognize Emily Chender.
Thank you. With a fixed-term lease, if the tenancy changes, the tenant changes, the rent cap doesn't apply. And you say in your submission that you use fixed-term leases. So how does the rent cap influence your business?
I recognize Jenna Ross.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So the rent cap influences our business because if a business owner, a landlord like myself, if our costs are not, if the rent is, if we're having to subsidize for the rent not covering our expenses, then we're left in a situation where our only option is to sell the property. Does that make sense?
So, excuse me. Sorry. I'll let you finish your statement. I'll let you, I recognize Jenna Ross to finish.
Yes, and so the rent cap, so we are able to set the rental amount with a new fixed term lease that's beginning. So it does apply in the sense that you can do it once per calendar year. Or once per fixed term lease. So if it was 2 years long, then you wouldn't be able to increase the rent during that period. So if it's 2 years long, the rent is the rent that's on that fixed term lease.
Thank you. I recognize MLA Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for being here today. I just wanted to clarify one thing. You said that your company starts tenants with a 12-month fixed-term lease, so I assume that's all of the new leases you're signing right now. Has that been standard practice for many years, or again, I'm sorry, I don't know how long you've been operating, but if you went back 5-6 years, was that the same standard practice then, or were you doing more periodic leases as well in the past?
I recognize Jenna Ross.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question. It's been it's something that we've really started implementing because of the rent cap. So since the rent cap, and we almost do it exclusively unless our landlords request a periodic lease.
Thank you very much. I recognize Emily LeBlanc.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to get back to this thing that my colleague was talking about. So I think you've just answered it. So it is clear that you use a fixed term lease as a way to be able to raise the rents at the end, like terminate a lease at the end, on its end date, and then rent to a new person at a higher rent, so that you can bring in more income than the rent cap would allow you to bring in if you were using a periodic lease. You agree with that statement?
I recognize Jenna Ross.
Yes, it's something that landlords that are on a periodic lease, they don't have the opportunity to raise the rent beyond the cap. New landlords, it just gives them a little bit more control over the dates of their lease and their lease type. Yes.
Thank you. I recognize MLA Reagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure, so when you bring tenants in on a fixed-term lease, at the end of that, do you move them into another fixed-term lease, or do you put them on a periodic lease?
Oh, I recognize Jenna Ross.
Thank you for your question. Yes, so we aim to follow it up with another fixed-term lease. So if our tenants are paying on time and taking great care, then we will check with the landlords and make sure, but generally speaking, that is the best thing for everyone. And then we're looking to follow it up with another 12-month fixed-term lease.
Thank you very much. I recognize Emily LeBlanc.
But in that case, if you rent to the same person with a new fixed-term lease, the rent cap does apply. You can't raise the rent past 5% in that case, correct?
Well, I recognize Jenna Ross.
Oh, yes, that is correct.
So then,
Oops, I recognize MLA LeBlanc.
then I guess my question is, if everything's working out great, and you might as well do a periodic lease, because you're going to be able to. It's the same amount of money for the landlord. They can't benefit. Why wouldn't you just turn it into a periodic lease in that case?
I recognize Jenna Ross.
Thank you for your question. The reason why is because sometimes our landlords, if they're an accidental landlord, they lived in a house, they decide to turn it into a rental because they move out of the province. The fixed term lease gives dates with an end date of the lease if they want to come back, so it gives them more control over their own property. If they were on a periodic lease, sometimes they might have to go to residential tenancies to take back their home, because a landlord cannot give notice. We'd have to work it that way. So a landlord can't give a month's notice without going to a tenancy hearing. So that's why the periodic leases are difficult.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Clark.
Thank you. Very quick, I just wanted to make sure. I believe there are provisions in the RTA, though, that apply in a situation where a landlord is trying to return to a property that they own. Is that right? I couldn't tell you which ones, but I believe there are some.
If a family member's
I recognize Jenna Ross.
It's a very specific question, and so I can't answer that right now. I don't have the Residential Tenancy Act in front of me, but yeah.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Jenna, for your presentation. We appreciate your time. We're going to continue with our next presenter. We have Yariv Gidish on virtual, and I'm just going to remind members now that we are on our 9th presenter and further. The presenter has 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes of questioning, or you could use all 10 minutes to do your presentation. Yariv, could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry for the location. I'm running between errands, so I'm sitting in my car. So you don't have the best visual of me. I apologize for that. I am a landlord. I have 3 different properties that I'm managing myself. I'm doing everything within these properties, both in terms of upholding them to standards and making the leases as well. I wanted to start first by sharing a little bit of my experience as a landlord. When I first started, one of my tenants, we started fair, but our relationships very fast turned sour. He was starting to demand more and more things that were not there in the original lease, and I did try to comply, but nevertheless, his demeanor went more and more demanding and more threatening. At one point, I told him if he could please throw the garbage not in the recyclables, onto which he went ballistic on me, and he stopped paying rent, and he started sending me threatening messages to my phone. I also began to hear from the neighbors living close by that they could hear banging sounds coming from the apartment. I tried to come into the apartment. I tried to talk to him. He wouldn't let me. I had to call the police. Two constables came by. They were armed to their teeth, looking very authoritative. They went there, they knocked on the door. He refused to let them in. They went back, they came back to me and to my property manager at the time. At the time I had a property manager, and they told me, well, we can't do anything. We can't come inside. He knows the tenancy rules. He hasn't done anything that is of danger, so we just can't come in. So to which I was completely in awe and in shock. And I said, what could I do? And one of the constables told me straight, just pay him so he can leave and you can start again. So after that, we applied for an eviction. We got that. It took a month for him to live by his own decisions and his own devices. He left stealing some of the light furniture in the apartment, the TV, the refrigerator. And a month after he left, there was a horrible smell coming from the apartment, to which I realized that he had put fruit in the hanging ceiling to rot. And even to today, as a landlord, I can be as vigilant as I possibly can, but still, if in the case where I fall upon a tenant who decides to stop paying, or I fall upon a tenant that does not exactly play by the rules, I have very little options. I can go to the tenancy. Everything there is mostly in favor of the tenants and not for me. In the best case scenario, if I can get him evicted, I will just lose rent, because it's very hard to charge tenants that don't want to pay. And if there is damage made to the apartments, that is almost impossible to recover from. I just want to let you know that I actually encouraged many landlords to try and come forth and speak of their experiences as much as possible, so you would get the impression of who we really are as landlords. There is if you would ask the general public who landlords are, you would get this vilified version of a person who is just grubby and unconscious and tries to do whatever he can just to get more money out of this. And in fact, this is hardly ever the case. I know there are exceptions, but most of us are retired people. We're people who use this as their only income.
Mr. Gadish, sorry,
yes.
Just to remind you, there's 1 minute left in this first part of the presentation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for letting me know that. My point, I would say the most crucial part of what I'm trying to make a point is that the fixed-term lease are an absolute essential in this business. This is an opportunity for me as a landlord to keep the apartment up to date, to renovate it, to make changes up to code, and also to get a yield for my investment. If I was on a mortgage and I would have to be stuck with the rolling lease, I would just not be able to make it. It's as simple as that. Property taxes have more than doubled in some cases, and heating is on me as well.
Excuse me, Mr. Gadish. Sorry.
Yeah.
You can continue on speaking, or we could move to questions. It's your choice what you'd like to do. I recognize Mr. Gadish.
Okay, you can move on to questions.
Okay, thank you. I recognize MLA Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Gadish. So in terms of a fixed-term lease, do you always start your tenants off with those, and then after a year, do you move them on to a periodic lease, or do you always have a fixed-term lease? And something you said made me think that maybe you just rent for a year and then you turn over and you have new tenants. So I was just wondering if you could clarify those things. Thank you.
Sure.
I recognize.
Thank you for the.
Sorry, I recognize Yarav Gadish.
Sure, thank you for the question. My best interest is to keep my tenants. When I have a good tenant, for me, it's a nightmare of a job to try and get in new tenants. Every time I do that, it's a whole process which takes a lot of time, a lot of energy. and also a lot of concerns. I don't know who the new people will be. I am willing to go a long way for my tenants. If they're good tenants, I keep them on exactly the same lease. With my recent tenants, I didn't even raise the rent. I did not need to. I kept it the same. I was so pleased with them. Every time that I have a good tenant, it's like a blessing for me. I have no need to push aside a good tenant. A good tenant is a good business. So, but I still have the fixed term lease because it gives me some good, I would say, measurable control over, this agreement. Having someone in your place, which you treasure so much and which is all your life savings, and you're just tied to them, I'm sorry to say it so plain, but it's just like another form of slavery.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Thank you. Mr. Gadish, would you like to continue on for a few minutes, or do you have 3 minutes left?
Yeah, thank you so much for allowing me. I will just try to keep it short. So my point is that, most of us, I believe, and most of the people I know are good landlords. They love their houses and they are pro-tenant. If you will cancel away this option for a fixed term, it will just leave, those that will stay in the business will have to check even harder than today what is a good tenant. So, even if that option will make it so much harder for people who, let's say, don't have any steady income to find a rent. I would be very, very conscious of that. I would be very weary of that if I don't have any option that allows me, to have some control over the lease. And I will personally really consider moving out of the market, as many small-time people like me will do. And this will just leave it up for the big sharks.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No? Thank you, Mr. Gadish. Your presentation was appreciated, and we thank you for taking the time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the next presenter, Joanne Hussey. We're speaking to Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. Joanne, if you could introduce yourself to the committee and how you would like to be addressed during questioning.
My name is Joanne Hussey. Pronouns are she, her, and you can address me as Ms. Hussey.
Thank you very much. Please start your presentation.
So today I'm presenting as an individual, not as part of any organization. I have presented in the past on issues related to housing, and I have worked in the area for quite a while, so I believe I have a certain amount of expertise on the subject. I would really like to believe that the laws of Nova Scotia are written based on the best evidence and based on expert advice. But sadly, I know that this is not often the case, and I certainly know it's not true of the amendments contained in Bill 467. The rent cap in Nova Scotia only applies as long as the tenant remains in a unit. We've talked a lot about that. I've heard you talking about it with other presenters. That's the way it was specifically designed by the Liberal government, and it's the way that it's been maintained by the Conservatives, which severely limits its effectiveness in actually capping rent increases. So despite all of the conversation about fixed-term leases, this bill doesn't do anything to fix that loophole. And in fact, it adds to the reasons and speed with which a landlord can evict a tenant. I'm kind of surprised the Investment Property Owners Association of Nova Scotia didn't just introduce it themselves. This bill sadly confirms what I think a lot of people already think about government and politics, which is that people in power just do things to help their rich friends. And I'm not just making a rhetorical point. I haven't brought copies because these are the things I'm talking about are all public record. But if you look at the political donations to Tim Houston's Conservatives since 2021, we know that Scott McCrea, president of Armour Group, one of Nova Scotia's major commercial and residential developers, is on the list and was in fact one of the lead people on the transition team to bring the government to power. We know that the list includes most of the individuals financially benefiting from the demolition and redevelopment of Ocean Breeze in North Dartmouth. We know that the donation list includes Waddy Ferris, who said in an interview with All Nova Scotia in 2021 that he was almost offended when the province brought in the rent cap. It also includes the owners of Bank Group, who have left the Bloomfield site to sit empty for years and years. Also on the list of conservative donors, Adam Barrett, who has repeatedly, and I would say rather infamously, attempted to evict whole buildings by questionable means in order to double or triple the rent. And unsurprisingly, it also includes Mr. Musavi, a director of Cresco Holdings, the firm that sold an unfinished hotel in Hogan Court in Bedford to the provincial government. So the contents of this bill, to me, make it really clear that the government's claims of trying to balance the needs of landlords and tenants are entirely disingenuous. The purpose of the bill is to protect the investments of their rich friends, to make sure they can continue to count on those donations for their upcoming elections. Most Nova Scotians can't afford to make donations of thousands of dollars and shouldn't have to pay for the protection of the law or the support of the government. As MLAs, I would argue that you're elected to serve the people in your community, and I think it's kind of shameful to ignore that responsibility and misuse your positions to serve only the interests of donors with deep pockets.
Thank you. I recognize MLA Burrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard just before you spoke from a couple of landlords who spoke about how, for them, the fixed-term lease was important, not from the point of view primarily of raising rent, but primarily from the point of view of screening tenants and avoiding for them the problem of having undesirable tenants and all the things that meant. The more familiar argument about fixed-term leases is how it is an evasion of the rent cap itself. But as my colleague from Dartmouth North said in a question just a few minutes ago, there's no real financial advantage to the landlord, provided the same tenant remains the same. It remains. So can you comment then on these two sides of fixed-term leases, what it does to security of tenor and what it does to the rent cap, and how it is a kind of a two-pronged strategy in that way?
Thank you. I recognize Ms. Hussey.
So I think we've seen a lot of reports in the media about the way that fixed-term leases are actually used as a way to discriminate against certain kinds of tenants. So newcomers often have issues getting long-term tenancies. Single mothers sometimes have issues. Large families sometimes have issues. And so I do think that it allows the landlord to avoid a large number of the things that are supposed to be protected by the Residential Tenancies Act. And I think that it does provide an even greater power imbalance between landlord and tenant. Because while I recognize that landlords want to have control over their property, it is very difficult, I think, for low-income people especially to live in a situation where you have no control over your housing. And I think in all of these situations, one of the challenges that I have with the existing rent cap is that the number itself is based on nothing. In other provinces, it's linked to inflation or it's linked to other fixed costs. I don't think minimum wage is going up 5% next year. I don't think income assistance rates are going up 5% next year, but rent is. So I think the issue is that if you are going to have policies, I think they have to be rooted in evidence of what we actually see happening with them.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Thank you very much for your presentation. The next presenter is Margaret Ann McHugh. Did I say that right? Thank you very much. Margaret, if you would mind introducing yourself to the group and identifying how you'd like to be referred to during questioning.
My name's Margaret Ann McHugh. Happy to be called Margaret Ann.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name's Margaret Ann McHugh. I'm co-chair of the Dartmouth Acorn chapter, and I'm appearing here today on behalf of Acorn Nova Scotia. Acorn is a member-based tenants union and social justice organization representing low and moderate income people, and I'm here today to talk about 467. At Acorn, we pay attention to what's going on in housing and what policies make our members and all tenants more precarious in their housing. experiencing higher rents, more evictions, rent evictions, and non-renewal of fixed-term leases every year. I wish I could say thank you for extending the rent cap for 2 years. Anything else would be cruel at this point, but why can't it be made effective? Tim Houston's government has decided to make evictions easier and faster at a time when we have record numbers of people sleeping on the streets. And after Acorn published a damning report earlier this month showing fixed-term leases are making Nova Scotia the eviction capital of Canada. One of my colleagues who's appearing later today is bringing a copy of that survey and report. I'm not submitting one now. The temporary 5% rent cap, which is the highest in the country, falls short of real rent control by far. It's meaningless as long as landlords can continue to get around any security of tenure with a fixed-term lease and can raise the rent to whatever they feel the market will bear when a suite is vacated. So this bill would seem to satisfy landlords, but there is not a single thing in it for tenants. I just want to talk a bit about my own situation. We're seniors on a fixed-term lease. My husband and I have seen our rent increase by only about 12% since 2018. That's manageable. But we're paying just about 50% of our fixed income in rent. And every year, the current landlord, and I'm in a large building owned by a landlord that owns multi-units, hundreds of units in Halifax, but every year they raise the rent by the amount of the cap. So 2 years from now, my rent will have increased by the same amount it did over the last 6 years, and I'm already paying 50%. It's not tenable when on a fixed income to pay 10% more every 2 years, and actually it's compounded, into the future. That 5% is the highest in the country, and we, my husband and I, we're better off than many because at least one of us has an actual defined benefit pension plan. What are seniors supposed to do when almost half of us are on GIS in Nova Scotia? It's 46-point-something%. Too many people who've paid their dues, paid their taxes, and are now losing their housing without any fault of their own, just not having enough income to pay the rent. So incomes are too low, and people are ending up in tents and shelters. 41 pallet shelters opening right now for seniors in Dartmouth, because otherwise they'd be in tents or dormitory-style accommodation. And there are 139 seniors on the by-name list of being without shelter right now. The rent cap does not include vacancy control, and Halifax has some of the fastest rising rents in the country. Why? Landlords have an incentive to evict tenants, even long-term good tenants, in order to just raise the rent. In my building, people moving in today pay $700 for the same unit I have, more than I pay. At what point does the landlord just sort of go, well, they're good tenants, but really, 700, 800, 900? Like, I don't know where it is, but I'm precarious in my housing, although I have never missed a rent payment or had any complaint, of any sort. 84.4% of tenants who moved in the last 5 years are paying more in rent than they were in their previous apartment. So the policies that are in place now allow massive increases in rent and for people to be put out of their housing. No one on a fixed-term lease has any possibility of feeling safe. It's totally 100% up to the landlord whether that lease is renewed or not. It can't be considered rent control when new tenants have no option for tenure, when housing is precarious, and must continue to move into apartments that only become more and more expensive as each year passes. Of those on fixed-term leases that responded to our survey this year, 95.9% of respondents, basically 2 out of 243, reported that everybody else but 2 wanted a standard lease, and they're not protected by rent control. And now this bill, in addition, makes it easier to evict people. The change in eviction guidelines...
Margaret Ann, so that's the end of your 5 minutes. You can carry on with your speech, or you can move on to questions.
Okay, I'll just finish.
Recognize Margaret Ann.
This bill makes it easier to evict people. The change in eviction guidelines for rental arrears is nothing short of cruel. It's 3 days in a hospital stay, or the time that you need to wait for a paycheck. In a province where the average cost of a one-bedroom is $2,215 a month, and wages remain the lowest in the country with the median income at $36,400, that's not enough to rent an apartment. That's the median income. Half of Nova Scotians are making less than that. How are they supposed to pay for a $2,000 a month apartment? What is the plan when more people, at this point potentially masses of them, become homeless as a direct result of these changes? Who are landlords going to rent to when people are living paycheck to paycheck and must struggle to make rent on time? What good can possibly come from this change? Nothing but plenty of problems and many more homeless people. The government talks a lot about balance, but everything they keep doing is to make life easier for landlords and harder for tenants, including seniors like us who paid our dues and are never late with our rent but are precarious now in our housing.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Chender.
Thank you, Ms. McHugh, and I'm glad that you raised the issue of seniors. I wonder if you talked about the disparity between the new leases and the existing periodic leases in your building. What we hear anecdotally a lot from seniors is that if a building changes ownership, or even just for no reason at all, they're often asked to sign a new fixed-term lease, and they often do, just because they're told by the landlord they have to, and so they do it. I'm wondering if you in your personal capacity or as a member of ACORN have seen this trend or are tracking it in any way in terms of that precarity for seniors in particular.
Thank you. I recognize Margaret Ann.
I have spoken directly to my landlord about it, and not to my building manager, to the actual people in management. And I mean, they use all fixed-term leases forever. I've been in that building over 6 years, coming up on 7, and I'm still on a fixed-term lease. Every year it's a fixed-term lease, and so it is for everyone in the building. That building is what's referred to as a NORC, a naturally occurring retirement community. So most of the people in the building are seniors, although it's not a seniors building. So yeah, we talk about it a lot because we have activities in the building mostly for seniors, and people are very worried about it. They're worried because of these huge increases. Like, you know, I pay around $1,900 a month, but if you move into the building now, the unit is $2,700, $2,699. Right? So people are just like feeling precarious, not because the landlord is throwing people out right now today, but because when those differences become high enough, they do. And we know it from Dartmouth North, which is where I live. Tons of people, they've tried to, and have successfully in one case, evicted whole groups of people from buildings.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Burrell.
Thank you. And thank you for this very strong explanation. I'm thinking about how ACORN has really shone a detailed light on the question of evictions and how the expediting of evictions. I think you talked about faster and easier evictions. Can you speak to how faster, easier evictions, as you've referred to it in the bill, how that affects the balance or imbalance of power between landlords and tenants?
Thank you. I recognize Margaret Ann with 1 minute left.
Already landlords have most of the power. In fixed-term leases, they have all the power. And now I can't remember the question. The faster or easier evictions are in the new bill, because instead of having 14 days to make your rent, you only have 3. I mean, what if it's a Friday? I mean, probably it's business days, but it's just terrifying. In 3 days, if people have an issue that means they can't pay their rent on the 1st, it is unlikely that they're going to be able to do anything in the next 3 days. And then they're able to be out very quickly. So I just can't see that it'd do anything but make more people on the street.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time to be here today for your presentation. We will move on to the next presenter, if she's here, Elissa Oberman. Sorry. Yes. So we are now speaking to Bill number 471, the Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act. This is Elissa Oberman. I'll ask you to introduce yourself and describe to the group how you'd like to be addressed.
Sure. My name is Elissa Oberman. I can be addressed as Elissa. I am the Executive Director at Marine Renewables Canada. I just want to thank you for having me here today and providing me with the opportunity. My aim is really to provide some insight on the important amendments included in Bill 471 for the offshore wind industry and the members I represent. So Marine Renewables Canada, or MRC, is the National Industry Association for offshore wind, tidal, wave, and river current energy. We represent 180 members, and many of them are focused on realizing offshore wind development opportunities in Nova Scotia. This includes companies already developing offshore wind projects internationally, as well as numerous suppliers with decades of experience working in Canada's ocean industries. While we are a national organization, about 80% of our members and activities are in Nova Scotia. MRC is fully supportive of the amendments to the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, or the Accord Act, and the Marine Renewable Energy Act contained in Bill 471, and we urge the committee to ensure its swift passage. Developing Nova Scotia's offshore wind resources is an opportunity that we cannot let pass us by. It is an opportunity to produce clean electricity that can help decarbonize our grid and play a major role in producing green hydrogen for local and export use. It also holds tremendous potential to create local jobs, grow the economy, and establish an industry that will yield benefits for generations to come. Just to give you an idea of what that looks like from a global perspective, the offshore wind market is experiencing rapid growth with over 380 gigawatts of new offshore wind capacity forecasted to be added over the next decade. Estimates show that this growth represents a $1 trillion market by 2040. Jurisdictions that have been active in offshore wind are a prime example of why it is important to advance this sector. Just for some examples, studies of the United Kingdom's offshore wind industry show that 1,500 jobs are created per gigawatt during the construction phase alone. And closer to home, a recent study led by the Atlantic Economic Council estimated that during the early stages of offshore wind development in Atlantic Canada, so saying we started now to 2030-ish, the total construction value could be about $7 billion, with much of that work supported by local suppliers. Since the governments of Canada and Nova Scotia announced the intention to amend the Accord Acts to establish a joint management regime for offshore renewables in 2022, we have seen immense interest from industry and investors. In fact, MRC's membership more than doubled in less than a year after that announcement. International businesses are establishing offices in Nova Scotia to ready themselves for the offshore wind opportunity. And local suppliers are growing their capacity and teams to support early planning activities and future development. Even at these early stages, even before any project development has started, Nova Scotia is realizing economic benefits from this sector. However, and this is why I'm here to talk about this bill today, despite this interest and enthusiasm, industry and investors will not wait long for Nova Scotia to develop a pathway for offshore wind development. As time goes on, and we've heard this firsthand from our members and from industry, they need more certainty. A regulatory framework and path are critical to give certainty and confidence to investors. They will go to the countries that have a clear regulatory path. Nova Scotia is already competing against many other jurisdictions that have mature frameworks for offshore wind in place. The 18 countries that are currently producing offshore wind power are set to be joined by another 17 in 2030. We need to ensure that Nova Scotia and Canada is one of them. Bill 471 proposes amendments to the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act that will expand the mandate of the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board and establish a joint management regime to regulate offshore renewable energy like offshore wind. This builds upon an existing and proven framework that will allow Canada to develop its offshore wind efficiently and effectively. Leveraging the regulatory experience of the Offshore Board and working with a framework that the province, industry, and stakeholders are familiar with creates a strong foundation for this emerging sector. And this approach is not unique. Other jurisdictions seeking to diversify their energy mix and enable a transition to cleaner energy resources have already leveraged offshore oil and gas regimes and regulatory experience to support offshore wind. Bill 471 also creates an interim solution for a call for bids in offshore areas in the event that the Federal Accord Act legislation contained in Bill C-49 is delayed by amending Nova Scotia's Marine Renewable Energy Act. This allows Nova Scotia to stay on track to advance its goal of 5 gigawatts of offshore wind leases by 2030. It also sends a strong and necessary signal to industry and investors that Nova Scotia is committed to meeting its timelines for offshore wind development and is serious about growing a new clean energy sector. It also helps ensure offshore wind development can contribute to achieving Nova Scotia's clean electricity and net zero goals that are critical to fighting climate change. From the planning stage to the time an offshore wind project is commissioned can take about 7 to 10 years. And that is why the passage of Bill 471 and the proposed amendments are so important. The industry will take time to be established. This is one step, and there are many more ahead of us before offshore wind development can occur. For this industry to be successful, I want to stress that it must be developed responsibly with the scientific rigor required to maintain the integrity of marine ecosystems.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Sorry, just have 30 seconds left.
Okay. And with respect for inherent legal and treaty rights of our Indigenous communities. That's why MRC and its members have been deeply committed to these principles and believe in early and proactive.
My apologies, you still have 5 more minutes.
Okay, I'm almost done with this. I'll wrap it up.
That's okay.
That is also why, even before federal and provincial governments publicly announced the intention to amend the Accord Acts in 2022, we have been working to foster a two-way dialogue between fisheries, communities, suppliers, environmental organizations, and Indigenous groups to understand concerns, share information, and find areas of cooperation and collaboration. Bill 471 allows for further planning and responsible development of offshore wind, and MRC looks forward to building on our work to date to help contribute to the growth of a sustainable industry. So in closing, I'd like to emphasize that given the critical importance of establishing a regulatory framework for offshore wind in a timely manner, MRC fully supports Bill 471. The proposed amendments continue to support an approach that focuses on future development in offshore joint management areas. It also allows for ongoing coordination and between federal and provincial governments to ensure regulatory certainty, as well as careful consideration of ocean user coexistence. We're confident that the amendments, along with parallel processes and initiatives underway at local, provincial, and federal levels, establish the regulatory certainty that is needed by industry at this time to make critical investment decisions and ultimately establish a new clean energy industry in Nova Scotia. Thanks very much for the opportunity to have me here today, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? No? Thank you very much for being here. Oh, I'm sorry. I recognize MLA Richard.
No, me.
Oh, sorry. I recognize MLA Boudreau.
Thank you, Chair. And just a quick kind of follow up to kind of your preamble and your discussion, but certainly the province has a role to play in this, and I know the feds have their role as well, and certainly there's a bill, I believe, at the Senate right now, and you know, the goal is to have that moving forward. How is MRC's relationship both with the province and with the feds in terms of, you know, trying to move these things forward to support that green energy that you're talking about?
Thank you. I recognize Elisa Oberman.
So to answer your question, we have been heavily involved and engaged with the federal government, as well as they've moved Bill C-49 both through the House and through the Senate, and we're working very closely with our colleagues in the province as well. In order for offshore wind to happen, you know, if the federal and provincial governments have to work closely together with industry, there's a lot of things that have to happen beyond just this legislation, but also regulations need to be developed. There will be environmental assessments, further engagement, consultation, and whatnot. And so we have been working to try to be a party that can provide information on behalf of industry in terms of what's needed for the industry to move forward.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to move on to Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. And the next scheduled presenter is Aaron Austin. And we are now back to 5 minutes of presentation and 5 minutes of questions. So at the 4-minute mark, I'll hold up one finger. Sometimes people aren't looking at me, so I need to remind people to keep an eye out for that. So Aaron, if you'd like to introduce yourself to the committee and explain how you would like to be addressed during questions.
Aaron Austin, I'm here on behalf of ADSM, and Aaron is fine.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to take some time to speak today. My name is Aaron Austin, as I said, and I am the diversion manager for ADSM for Women and Children. The diversion program supports community members facing housing insecurity. We help with navigating community resources as well as one-time emergency funding. This funding goes towards housing acquisitions or to support families to remain housed when they are facing eviction. I'm here today to speak specifically about the shortened timelines for landlords issuing notices to quit for rental arrears. In my role at ADSM, a large part of my work is supporting families at risk of eviction as well as those struggling to secure housing, in part mostly to the increased cost of living. This includes inflated rental rates, utilities, and food, which I think we can all acknowledge are basic needs. This is not even about quality of life. These are basic necessities, plain and simple. Between April of 23 and March of 2024, our program supported 530 individuals to remain housed, 313 of those being children. While running this program, I have spoken with so many families. I've had the opportunity to hear about their experiences navigating day-to-day living amongst record high costs. The stress and concern in the voices of these folks is heartbreaking. The data that we are collecting shows who we're supporting, how much we're spending, where it goes, et cetera. But what is really difficult to capture in this is as how these financial stressors are impacting families and the toll it takes on everyone in the household. So this brings me back to my concern with the shortened timeline for evictions. When I receive an application or request for service from a community member, the timeline of support from our program relies on several factors. So has the application been completed fully? If documents are missing, how long will it take for the individual to collect these? If a third party is involved, for example, a letter of employment for someone who's starting a new job or proof of income from IA, how long will it take to receive those? Perhaps this request for emergency funds is on the higher side, which is not necessarily a problem, but if multiple organizations are working together, that may take additional time. In this program, we work as efficiently as possible, ensuring more time-sensitive applications are processed first, working with community partners who may be assisting people to apply and ensuring that they send in all the necessary information. The reality is that this is not always the case with how the application process goes. Like I mentioned, gathering those documents can take time. A reduced timeline for evictions makes it difficult for a program like ours to support the families in need. The main purpose of this program is to keep families housed. And I'm not certain how an organization like ours or one similar are supposed to manage these emergency requests with such a restrictive timeline. Community members and families are already facing a series of unavoidable financial stressors. And the only thing I see this proposed change doing is adding yet another barrier to housing security. We are in a housing crisis, and I am unable to wrap my head around how this is a viable solution. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Chender.
Thank you for being here today, Ms. Austin. Thank you for the work that you do. I think your presentation speaks for itself, but just to the point of this particular provision, which shortens the timeline for evictions, we heard from Dalhousie Legal Aid earlier, and what we've heard from them consistently is this will mean that they don't actually have the capacity to help lots of people who approach them. Now, you gave us the number of 500 individuals, I think 300 plus children who you have supported over the last year. Do you know roughly how many or what percentage of those folks would have come to you when they had already received that notice?
I recognize Aaron Austin.
Thank you. I could provide that number specifically, I think, if I had my data in front of me. Data collection is sort of a big piece of the program. I can't reference it exactly. I would say there's a decent percentage of folks, and really what it comes down to, and what I mentioned, is access points in community. So a lot of folks go to MLA's offices and successfully complete applications because of that. That is a huge aid in supporting folks. Sometimes it is just that we don't get it in time. We're working at the end of a weekend, limitations with families, obviously people with children. So I don't know if that's answered your question.
I recognize MLA Chender.
I guess what I'm getting at is with this tightened timeline, do you think that will directly lead to more people unable to successfully put in these applications with yours and other organizations such that they end up homeless because they can't. What we're hearing, and I just want to kind of test this against your organization, is that 10 days that exists now already isn't enough often, but is generally enough time that you could get in the workflow of ADSIM or Delegalate or somewhere else such that they could intervene successfully. I'm wondering if you agree with the idea that 3 days will mean that in many cases people just can't, and they may find themselves homeless before they can get the help they need.
So I recognize Aaron Austin.
Thank you. Yes, I do. I agree 110%. If I can agree officially over 100%, I do. I think, again, it just comes down to, like, in a perfect world, and in some cases it does happen that through support of a community agency or organization, access point, an application is filled out because someone knows, like, oh, I can go to my MLA, or I can go to this church or something, and they get it in time. But the reality is it just doesn't really work like that in most cases. And so 10 days, the original time is still tricky, but we put pieces in place. This program, talking to community organizations, trying to, again, work as efficiently as possible, looking at timelines where, okay, this request might be important but is not time sensitive to, say, 4 or 5, 6 days. And putting those systems in place, but again, the time restriction, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to work in that. I don't see how it's possible to have this program work effectively within those new time restraints.
Thank you. I recognize MLA Reagan.
So it did strike me that the old number, might give a client the chance to get another paycheck in and pay the rent and get caught up that way. Although once you're behind the 8 ball, it's hard to get caught up. But with 3 days, there's no possibility of that, of somebody being able to, have another pay period in there. Would you care to comment on that?
I recognize Aaron Austin.
Yes, I definitely can. So the reasons why folks come to request support from this program are so varied, and so it could be because they've received eviction notice. It could be that they know it's sort of in the works, and oftentimes it's like a transition in income, and so the individual might even have a new job set up, but they don't have pay stubs. I think I pride myself in our organization on the fact that this program and the application, when you kind of take a look through, is fairly low barrier, and we try to work with folks, meet them where they're at, providing they are in a sustainable situation and we can prove that, we will work with them. And so when I say sustainable, it kind of goes back to, say, for example, a person gets a new job and they don't have a pay stub. If I can get a letter from an employer stating that they have verified income, it's guaranteed, we have an idea of what the minimum income is going to be, we'll use that. That's not the case in every kind of, this is not a financial loan program, this is just a financial support, but those kinds of documents are often needed. So that's kind of a barrier that we're removing.
There's 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. But 3 days, again, it's the time limitation, right? So it's trying to reach out to someone on a Friday or sending someone an email, but not being able to maybe express the severity because they don't want to talk about their personal circumstances. That's something I hear all the time. So as fast as we can move, we are still relying on other people, and every system is backlogged. So it's just the same old story. Yes, has that? Okay, great.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much for being here today. We'll move on to our next presenter for Bill 467, Céline Porcheron. Céline, if you could introduce yourself and let us know how you'd like to be addressed during questions.
Hello. My name is Céline Porcheron, and I'm the president of OBRA, the Ocean Breeze Residents Association.
And how would you like to be addressed?
Céline is fine.
Thank you.
I'm here today to state our deep concerns with Bill 467. Ocean Breeze Village, previously known as Wallace Heights, has a long and proud history of welcoming families and fostering strong community bonds. Our vibrant, diverse, and inclusive neighborhood is surrounded by lush forests and teeming with wildlife and mature trees, where children build forts and embark on adventures at the nearby pond. For decades, this community has been the backdrop for countless joyful gatherings, from pride marches to festive barbecues and visits from Santa Claus. Most of the children here attend the beloved Shannon Park School, which has been a cherished institution since 1952. Ocean Breeze has grown into an affordable urban village with a very unique and cherished character. But life in Ocean Breeze changed dramatically in 2022 when the property was purchased by a consortium of local developers. Driven by greed and disregard for our community, they have embarked on a ruthless campaign to evict the 1,200 residents, demolish the existing affordable homes, and replace them with high-end condos. Over the past 2 years, as our province spiraled into a housing crisis, these unscrupulous developers have forged ahead, sending eviction notices to residents in about a dozen buildings. The first 2 buildings were demolished this summer, and many more of our neighbors have received notice of their imminent eviction. Despite early assurances, all hopes have been shattered as the consortium retreats behind closed doors, communicating mainly through legal letters that move up eviction dates and offered no assurances. My neighbor, Deborah, is being forced to leave earlier than originally stated by the owners, and she has not been able to find anything affordable. She'll now have to move in with her sister. A retired gentleman in his 90s, whose wife is in the hospital, has also received the same devastating letter. He told me he doesn't know what he is going to do. Will they end up in a tent on University Street, hoping for a good Samaritan to help them out? Those of us that are fortunate enough to be a little further down the queue for eviction and demolition still feel deep stress and despair. My neighbor, in tears with her eyes, asked me to make this point. Remind them to think of the children. These bulldozers are not just demolishing buildings. They are destroying our community. Pardon me. Our children are being separated from their friends, losing the green spaces where they used to play, and being forced to relocate to new schools. Every day they walk past the ruins of their homes where their friends used to live, wondering about their own homes, their own futures. This is our reality, and this is why we must come today and speak up against Bill 467. Housing is a human right, yet the current legislation in this bill has failed to effectively cap rents. Rent control must be attached to the units, not the tenants, and that cap must be tied into inflation rates. Fixed-term leases, they have to be abolished. They're subject to abuse from landlords who use them and abuse renters to increase profits on the backs of communities like mine. And the clause that enables evictions of tenants if they are just 3 days late in paying their rent, as we've just heard, it could only have been written by someone who has never lived a day on the financial edge. It's very difficult to live there, to know at any moment this could happen. We're not a low-income community. We are a working-class, even middle-class community with many households, having 2 income workers. We are the people who cook your meals in restaurants, provide security in public buildings, and collect your garbage. But many of us are scrambling at month's end to pay our bills, needing that mid-month paycheck just to pay the rent. We can only hope that our premier and his government will have the empathy and courage to do the right thing. Our community, our family, and our children are counting on you. Please, please hear our cries. Take action to help Ocean Breeze residents as well as all Nova Scotian renters. And I've left you with my words today so you can take them home with you and get a glimpse of what's on that paper. Because I would like you to see what your plans are doing. You have to witness this, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Reagan.
Thank you, Selene, for your passionate words here. I think when I asked the question of the previous presenter, I probably wasn't clear enough in what I was asking, but to remove people from premises because they're 3 days late does not give people the opportunity to have another pay period to make that up. And I was quite surprised to see it in the legislation. Could you speak to that? I mean, we're not talking these days, a lot of people just simply don't have that pad, a savings account with money sitting in it. And so for somebody who has to suddenly repair a car or some kind of medication that's not covered, this clause, I think, is going to actually produce a lot of hardship and homelessness.
I recognize Celine.
Thank you. It absolutely already has. I've informed a lot of my neighbors about this, and I mean, they don't know where to go. And anywhere where it might be affordable, first of all, is not downtown Dartmouth, is not Dartmouth North. They want us to move far away. They want people who perhaps can afford the higher-end condos to move into there. So we do live paycheck to paycheck, as many of us do, whether you're low income or middle income, and that's what's changed, in my opinion, is now it's not just a low income person's problem. This is affecting middle class, and it's affecting upper middle class. So we need to, I think Nova Scotia set precedent and show that we can't let this happen to renters anymore.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Celine, thank you for the presentation. And I think we're all human. I think we all want to ensure that people have a safe place to live, one that they can afford as well. I also look at development, and I don't look at all developers as being necessarily cruel and greedy. But when I do look at aging buildings and infrastructure, and you think about people that they do need to make money in order to have developments and apartment buildings and whatnot. But I do see people, when they do demolish a building, they do lose their neighborhood, their friends, because they do have to move. But I also question the 3-day period, because my MLA office, we deal with people that have difficulty making rent. We deal with it every month. But it's not from the very date that the rent was due. Very often, people go through a period of time, so they know in advance. So they may know a month before or 2 weeks before. So for those people that are kind of ongoing, that we know they're going to have issues, we start trying to find resources for them earlier on, which does help with that 3-day period, because you don't have to wait till the first of the month in order to do that. So I'm just kind of wondering what your thought process is, or of how many people that you may know of that, it may be ongoing for several months, that you could help people earlier rather than waiting for that first of the month deadline.
So I recognize Celine.
You. My apologies. I encourage that, of course. But most of us, as I stated, middle income, your services aren't helping us. And we're still behind on our rent. So we manage, and the landlords that do accommodate and allow you to pay on the second paycheck, this has been a way that we've been able to do this for a long time, to just come out with a bill and no grace period either. So we can't catch up on our rent. Right? We can't make provisions. When the bill passes, we're going to have to apply it. And a lot of my neighbors are concerned they're going to get evicted. Dartmouth North has a 0.1% vacancy rate. Where are we going? What they are building is much more expensive, sometimes double or triple what we're paying now. We know we're not going to be living in Dartmouth North very long.
Thank you. We have 1 minute left. I recognize MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to point out, because a few things stuck out to me in your presentation. You said it changed dramatically in 2022. And I think, here was an opportunity where the government could have stepped in and they could have purchased the land before it went to a point of sale to developers, which is something that we had talked about in legislature. Then the other point I also want to point out, because I know we're short on time, but you mentioned those of us fortunate enough to be a little further down the queue for eviction and demolition still feel the deep stress and despair. Now, every single person that has lived there, I've spoke to numerous tenants, feel extreme stress enough that they just can't deal with it and they leave, right? And I'm grateful to be able to have conversations with those folks, because we know how hard it is and how hard it will be. And especially with the 3 days grace, the 3 days, eviction change, that is very troubling, because we get calls from folks.
The time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next presenter, which is Shauna Boyle. We are speaking on Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. Thank you very much. Shauna, if you could introduce yourself to the group and advise us as to how you would like to be recognized during questioning.
Sure, just let me get my glasses out here. My name's Shauna Boyle. I have been a housing provider for over 30 years around the Halifax, regional Halifax area. And today I'm speaking for myself.
And how would you like to be addressed?
Shauna.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Throughout the past decades, I have helped many clients buy derelict properties to repair and offer as modest rental housing. I've seen single parents and young people into home ownership by investing into a home with income, and others who are self-employed or non-pensioned make these investments towards their retirement. I have friends who have had work terms abroad and rented their homes while away. These are not corporate landlords. They are people with space to share if they can do so under reasonable terms. This inventory is generally modest and generally very affordable. I'm here today because I have grave concerns about the current climate in our housing industry. We are in a crisis, and it is our most marginalized communities that bear the brunt of these challenges. In the past, automatic tenure was not granted to tenants until after a 5-year mark. This policy allowed housing providers and tenants to get to know one another, ensuring that both parties could assess whether a rental arrangement was suitable long-term. It offered valuable opportunity for both sides to test the waters before committing to a longer-term relationship. In 2012, our Residential Tenancies Act was amended to introduce immediate tenure on all periodic leases. While this did not impact the business model of corporate landlords, this had a major impact on the autonomy of small housing providers. In 2012, since that significant change, many small housing providers, including myself, have increasingly explored alternative rental models such as fixed-term leases or Airbnb to maintain some autonomy over our properties. Amid rising pressures from organizations like CBC and Acorn, which are supported by substantial government funding to advocate for tenants' legal disputes against landlords, many housing providers now feel under siege with limited tools left to ensure our own protection and sustainability. I urge this committee to consider the realities that small housing providers face and the impact that policies have on our ability to serve our communities effectively. We need to work together to find a fairness and balance in housing. The polarization needs to stop. We need to work towards solutions that protect both tenants and housing providers while ensuring equitable access to safe and affordable housing. I am requesting that you consider exemptions to Residential Tenancies Act for small housing providers. Here's one recent example why. A concerning court case came to my attention involving a housing provider who had saved a rental property for his daughter. He was always transparent with his tenants about intended future occupancy. Despite the openness, a family of 3 who originally occupied the home expanded to a family of 6. Due to lack of affordable housing in our market, the adjudicator concluded that the tenants had more right to remain in that property than the owner's daughter. How can we justify a system where tenants whose arrangement by definition is temporary are given more authority over private property than its owner? I find this ruling to be alarming, and I struggle to understand how this makes sense. Shifting focus on the bigger picture, we must consider the kinds of housing available in our community. We see high rises, but what about modest housing? We used to have a variety of options, such as basement apartments and room rentals. These didn't always represent the best units, but provided essential, affordable housing. Unfortunately, over the last several years, codes have escalated, increasing our standards and consequently raising the costs of new construction. The old standards that once made housing possible are now deemed unacceptable, yet these older, more affordable options are certainly better than homelessness. We understand tenants have rights, and we understand tenants need protection. So do we. When tenants decide they want to end the tenancy, they have the right to do so without Yes?
1 minute left.
1 minute, okay. They have the right to do so with proper notice. When the property owner decides they want to end the tenancy, they should have comparable rights to do so. If the government sees a need to provide tenants with tenure, you should do so, but not by hijacking people like me. We are not marrying our tenants. We are not adopting our tenants. Why would anyone expect a lease to last forever? Fixed-term leases have become the only viable tool for housing providers to safeguard our interests in this challenging environment. This is not a loophole. These small housing providers do not have the tools or the means to operate under the same constraints as corporations with staff. Adding more regulation to these small timers simply puts them out of business and leaves many more tenants without access to affordable housing. In conclusion, I urge this committee to consider the realities that small housing providers face and that the impact that policies have on our ability to serve our communities effectively. We can all work towards solutions that protect both tenants and housing providers while ensuring equitable access to safe and affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have 4 minutes left. I recognize MLA Burrell.
Thank you. I was just looking at this allegation you have at the bottom of your first page that ACORN is an organization supported by substantial government funding. Do you have any proof or evidence of this?
I recognize Shauna Boyle.
I don't have hands-on proof, but it was announced a week or two ago that there was a $15 million grant to them for legal funding. Was it federal?
I recognize MLA Burrell.
I'm not familiar with other parts of the country, how it might work, but I think the allegation that Nova Scotia's ACORN receives government funding that is substantial is something you might want to check.
Okay. I recognize Shauna Boyle.
I did not mean to infer that it was Nova Scotia's ACORN. I said ACORN generally.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Our next presenter is Gabrielle, I believe it's Dragon. Thank you very much, Gabrielle. If you'd like to introduce yourself and then tell us how you'd like to be referred to during questioning.
Alrighty. My name is Gabrielle Dragon, and you can address me as Gabrielle.
Thank you very much. Please begin.
All right. So, I welcome the opportunity to address our elected legislators. I am here as a thoughtful and very concerned citizen to voice my opposition to the introduced bill number 467. I categorically reject it. Our government has failed its citizens of HRM by providing priority to greed, not green, greed-fed corporations, and thereby endangering equal, affordable, and sufficient housing for all. A basic human right, I think we can all agree. The only way to fix things properly is to first acknowledge it's broken. In this regard, we have a long way to go. You note that the current eviction timeline in Nova Scotia, when I say you, by the way, I'm saying Mr. Colton LeBlanc. Note that the current eviction timeline in Nova Scotia is one of the longest eviction timelines in the country. So you change it to 3 days. So we've got landlords 1, tenants 0. Yet, on the other hand, I note your proposed rent cap of 5% is the highest in the country, and that's far above the 3.5 inflation rate. Landlords 2, tenants 0. Colton LeBlanc claims, quote, introducing a residential tenancy enforcement unit would just be bringing more bureaucracy and more red tape. Well, I roll. I don't even know what that means. But since when has any government official not embraced red tape or to be intimidated by bureaucracy? So perhaps Mr. LeBlanc means that you have to work harder. Landlords 3, tenants 0. This proposed law change in no way, shape, or form benefits tenants. It is shameful in its entirety. I am discouraged, deflated, and absolutely filled with despair, worried, literally sick, wondering if I will have a roof over my head during this final chapter of my life. I can't tell you. It's taken its toll. And it is in this spirit I would ask you to rethink this bill and do better. Much, much better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Burrell.
Well, we really appreciate the clarity that you've spoken with, especially this last part that you said about being filled with despair during the final chapter. So as one senior to another, I want to ask you, do you think that housing-related despair, do you see this as something becoming more and more widespread amongst people of our age group?
I recognize Gabrielle.
Oh, it's endemic. It's to give you a bit of a history. I worked as a psychometrist at the IWK for 30 years, so I know a wee bit about behavior, and it doesn't change from when you go from childhood to adulthood. The behaviors are still the same, and I cannot emphasize how utterly filled with despair I am. That. It affects me 24/7, the worry, the stress, the uncertainty, and that's only worrying about myself. Never mind my children, my friends. It's unsustainable. I mean, yeah, that's all I have to say, I guess. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Wong.
Thank you, Gabrielle, for the presentation. It is difficult, and I know Minister LeBlanc has said many times it's really trying to find a balance between between tenants and landlords. And we just had a presentation just before you came up to the microphone that spoke about small landlords, like small housing providers, and the difficulty that they have in keeping a roof over people's heads in order to be able for them to afford to rent the apartment, pay the expenses and whatnot. So as part of that balance, if we shorten the timelines for landlords to be able to receive their rent so that they can pay their bills as well, I think my fear on the other side of what you're presenting, and I don't diminish what you said whatsoever, but on the other side of that, we need housing. And if landlords, especially small landlords, can't afford to keep the buildings or roofs over people's heads, then how can we keep those houses on the market? Because those rental units, if it's a small place with 2 or 3 units, it may be very difficult for that person to be able to pay the bills. Therefore, they're going to sell the property and take those 3 units off. So that's the balance, and I guess it's more of a comment. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts on that side of it might be.
So I recognize Gabrielle Dragon.
Yep. No, I absolutely agree with you, 100%, 1,000%. The problem is when you use the word balance. Semantically, that's an interesting question when you use it selectively, as you do. There is no balance between small landlords and large landlords. I think it needs to be recognized somewhere that when you're dealing with universal developments, it has nothing to do with the person that just spoke before me. We're talking, the number of units in even one of their buildings. So the balance cannot be discussed in light of you've got a small business owner and then you've got these huge corporations. That's when I talk about corporate greed. I'm hoping that sort of distinguishes the population I'm addressing. Perhaps I should always put in a yes, but I'm not referring to the small business owner. I mean, balance-wise, they're like this and corporations are like this. I think you would agree. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question from the 10 days to the 3 days. You did say that's just, it's stressful, just thinking about the timeline in which 10 days was already a hard time to manage and the stress that comes along with that. But now it will be 3 days. What do you think that might look like for people now where that change may be so drastic that that level of stress could be, at what point? What are your thoughts on that?
I recognize Gabrielle Dragon with 3 minutes left.
The rules. Okay, thank you. Yeah, actually, when I was saying how stressed and deflated I am, I'm just talking more about thinking about my future. But speaking to your point, do you know anything about suicidal ideation? You're going to have a lot more cases of that. I look at my balcony on the 11th floor. I'm going to stress, I am not verbally saying that I have suicidal ideation, but let me tell you, I have a different definition of that term. And if I feel this desperate, I mean, I had a really good job that I adored, that I got paid well for, that I'm enjoying the pension thereof. But in relation to the person that spoke before me, middle class, I'm having difficulty. I literally deal paycheck to paycheck. And I thought I had a good job. I went to university. I mean, it makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. There you go.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions before I go back? Go to MLA Reagan and then back.
Thank you. So I've been asking some of the folks who've been appearing before us about the change from the eviction down to 3 days from the previous number. And I was saying that it struck me that it doesn't even give you a chance, to get another paycheck and be able to pay your rent if you've had something come up, like you had a car repair that wasn't anticipated, or medication or something like that. And I was wondering if you could speak to the effect of that, of having, you could literally be turfed out after you haven't paid your rent for 3 days.
Thank you. I recognize Gabrielle with 1 minute.
Sure, absolutely. You know how I see that is that payday loans are probably increasing. I think they can do it in 3 days. They probably do it over the counter in most cases now because they're also the greed-fed corporation. But yeah, I just see this as untenable for our future. I have no hope. I have no nice thoughts about the future. I could weep right now. I mean, it's just, what the government has failed to do in assisting their citizens, it just gagged me with a spoon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your presentation. We have our next presenter attending virtually. It's Judy Bell. There she is. Hello, Judy. I'm Barbara Adams, the chair of the Law Amendments Committee. We'll ask you to introduce yourself to the committee. You will have 5 minutes to do your presentation and another 5 minutes for questions, or you can use the whole time for your presentation, whatever you would choose. So I'll let you introduce yourself and advise the committee how you'd like to be addressed. Oh, we can't hear you. Nope, still can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I was on mute.
There we go.
Okay, I apologize. My name is Judy Bell, and excuse me, I have a cold, so I'm a little bit hoarse today. I'm a small housing provider in HRM, and please feel free to call me Judy.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I understand that rent caps were introduced with good intentions to address the housing crisis and provide affordable housing. However, the unintended consequences for small housing providers like myself and renters shouldn't be overlooked. Before the rent cap and inflation, I was able to manage my operating expenses with rent income. However, the rent cap and inflation have created significant financial challenges for small landlords. Before the rent cap, I didn't increase my rents regularly, and the increases were small. When inflation hit, I was not in a financial position of flexibility. My operating expenses have grown steadily since the rent cap was increased, and at a rate greater than 5% of rents allowed. The cost of my oil heat, and hot water, for example, alone more than doubled. And in just 1 year, this year, my property insurance has gone up by 20%. I pay for utilities for my units, as many housing providers do, and consequently have to cover the cost of these increases. In contrast, when a tenant pays for utilities for their rental, the tenant pays for these increased costs, not the housing provider. The rent cap ignores the difference between these two situations and ignores extraordinary expenses that can occur during a rental year. 2024 has been particularly challenging for my rental business. I have higher mortgage costs due to my mortgage renewal. I had to replace the roof, and I had unexpected and expensive plumbing repair to my property. It's almost a perfect storm. The roof work was planned well in advance, but the actual cost was more than 25% higher than anticipated because of inflation. Funds I'd saved and set aside for the roof were largely eroded by escalating operating costs since the rent cap was introduced. And for those of you that are homeowners, I'm sure you can relate to the increase in costs of managing your home. When the rent cap increase doesn't cover operating costs, essentially homeowners are being forced to subsidize tenants' housing costs. The rent cap is creating an imbalance within the rental market. Tenants with below market rents are benefiting at the expense of tenants paying higher market rates. Vacant units have to be filled at higher rents to offset operating deficits arising from those units at below market rates. For example, I have 2 identical units. One is occupied by an excellent tenant, long-term tenant, whose monthly rent is hundreds of dollars below market. The newer tenant is paying a significantly higher rent. This disparity in rent is an unfortunate negative consequence of the rent cap that affects newer tenants. I'd also like to talk about the fixed-term leases. These leases are essential tools for both tenants and landlords. They provide flexibility and certainty for both parties. Fixed-term leases give tenants a clear timeline for tenancy and allow them to make future living arrangements without uncertainty. They allow for a trial period for a tenant who perhaps otherwise wouldn't qualify for a rental. They allow housing providers to plan ahead, especially when they have personal or financial reasons for needing to reclaim their properties at a certain time. For example, an owner may want to move into a property, or they may want an adult child to move into the property while attending school. In fact, that might be the reason why the property was initially purchased. The tenant will be aware of the temporary nature of the lease and can plan accordingly. Most small housing providers will want to retire and will need a reliable exit strategy to divest themselves of their property. At the end of the day, as the property owner, I should have some certainty and control over what happens to my property. If fixed-term leases are banned, housing providers will lose the ability to regain control of their property for personal use or sale. Many small housing providers rely on the fixed-term leases to manage their properties efficiently, and without this tool, many small housing providers will be motivated to sell. Many small housing providers are making the decision to sell because the investment no longer makes financial sense. This reduces the supply of rental housing, and larger corporations will have to fill the gap, which ultimately limits the choices for tenants. Small housing providers like myself play a vital role in providing affordable housing. But if we're not given the tools that we need to manage our properties effectively, we will continue to leave the market, exasperating the very problem that we're trying to solve. I urge the committee to carefully consider the negative long-term effects of extending rent caps and negative impacts of limiting or eliminating fixed-term leases, not just on tenants, but on the housing market as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? I recognize MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Judy, for your presentation. I was just sitting here thinking about a number of things, and I agree. The rent cap is not a solution. It's actually the Band-Aid over top of a number of things, and which in turn now the fixed-term leases are starting to rise up above that Band-Aid. It's like the blood bubbling, right? So I say it in the nature of we need a system in place, a system that essentially, the landlord can actually, go to the residential tenancy or an enforcement to say, I need my roof replaced. This is how much it's going to cost. This, just having an agreement in a situation to be able to put forward that's reasonable for everyone in order for landlords to be able to do that work. And that's something that we would consider rent control, not a rent cap. And so I agree. I think fixed term leases wouldn't be used the way that they're used if there was a system in place that would benefit all parties. And then that way, people would have, a bit more safety and security and insurance when there's a system in place. So I just wanted to say that because I do understand where you're coming from as, a small property owner and someone who is just trying to figure out how do we pay these additional expenses when nothing else is rising, like the cost of food isn't we're not getting any additional discounts or cuts on those and wages aren't raising. So I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. It was quite eye-opening, and I appreciated the words that you were giving and putting forward today. And I hope that we, as a government, are able to kind of realize that there are other options in place. It doesn't always have to be, a Band-Aid over a Band-Aid every single time. So I wanted to say I appreciate it, Judy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Reagan.
Thank you so much for coming in virtually, I guess, to present to us today. And I have to say, sitting here over the last couple of hours has been eye-opening. You think you've got it all, you know how everything works, and then you start, talking to people who show you another side. So that's always important for us to hear at law amendments. Recently, I had a constituent who reached out to me, and they had a series of fixed term leases, always paid on time, no complaints ever, but their rent was increased by $1,000. And so, for her, she felt that the problem was the fixed term lease, and that, suddenly out of the blue, she has this huge increase. It struck me that it must be fixed term leases, they're the problem. But then we hear reasons why people might want a fixed term lease, like an incident where, a family had reserved a unit for their child, had always said that's what was going to happen, and then they lost at law when they went to the Landlord Tenant Board and weren't allowed to actually move their child into their own unit. So there's a lot of learning here. I was just wondering, were you consulted about any of these changes? Are you part of an organization that represents small landlords at all? Was there any discussion from the government about what they were thinking of doing?
Thanks. I recognize Judy Bell with 30 seconds.
Thank you. To the best of my knowledge, no, there was no organized consultation with small landlords. Certainly there was no consultation with me on how I felt about the changes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judy, for being here. We appreciate your attendance. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Mitchell Archibald, if he's here. No, I guess not. We'll move on to Heather Clark. All right, Heather, please take your seat. Thank you, Heather. As you get settled, if you could introduce yourself to the committee and if you would advise us as to how you would like to be addressed.
My name is Heather Clark, and you can call me Heather. I apologize I don't have any handouts with me today. The libraries were closed, and I just wrote this yesterday.
That's all right. Please feel free to start.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and committee members of the Law Amendments Committee. My name is Heather Clark. I am a retired residential lender of 27 years in the city of Halifax. I am a mother and a grandmother, and I currently rent on my own, and I'm on a fixed-term lease. My current living situation, due to the fixed-term lease, leaves me in a very precarious situation of being evicted without fault. The 5% rent cap for me is $100 a month or a week's groceries. The cap is higher than inflation, It's the highest in the country. Rent increases annualized in Nova Scotia over 5 years equates to 27.6%. Mortgage rates are the same as they were 12 years ago. They are. And lumber prices peaked in 2021 and are on the decline. Nova Scotia has the highest provincial tax rate in the country and the only province that doesn't reduce it for seniors at age 65. Even with the reduction to 40% for housing subsidies, only a small percentage will receive it as the government has a limit on how many they can provide. The financialization of housing has left people relying on REITs and corporate landlords. The public deserves to know more. They need to know that income generated by rents by these REITs determine property values and shareholders' profits. The government relies heavily on increased property taxes due over inflated values by the REITs. The REITs build nothing but luxury suites to increase the values. This increases the neighbor's value, pushing homeowners out of their homes due to high taxes, allowing REITs to buy more. The REITs then pass the higher tax cost to the tenants in high rent. But believe it or not, that's not why I'm here today. I'm here as a very proud mother of daughters. Both are exceptional people. My youngest daughter, by the age of 4, had her first speaking role on stage. By age 8, she was writing music and lyrics for her school play. By age 12, she was performing on stage with Gordon Pinson. By age 14, she hit her grade 12 in piano. Her whole academic life, she was always in the advanced classes and always the top percentile. Her teachers marveled at the abilities not just in her academics, but in theater, dance, piano, and voice. She was a member of the Halifax Honor Choir, was invited to join private schools through the city, and by age 16, she was teaching and performing at Neptune Theatre. She attended King's University on a scholarship and did the foundation year right out of high school. After that, she studied at Concordia University. A few years after university, she was invited to the University of Massachusetts to work with them on a 5-year visiting scholar visa. While at UMass, she wrote a grant to the Doris Duke Foundation and won a $225,000 grant for a theater company in Western Massachusetts. She lived a very healthy lifestyle and lived on a farm where they grew everything they ate, developed many community groups to help and support those with disabilities and those living in low-income neighborhoods. She did the same in Toronto at Dufferin Grove Park. She and her friends formed a nonprofit group and worked with the city that took a park from an unsafe park where there was a lot of crime and drugs and brought in a weekly farmers market, had family events for children from low-income families. They hosted free meals, grew food, and had many theater performances. Then the calls started while she was in Massachusetts. Mom, I don't know what's happening. Something's wrong, and I don't know what it is. We would talk for hours, and it seemed to help. She sought out medical help and also therapy, both mental and physical. She discovered she was taking panic attacks and was diagnosed with autism at the age of 35. The panic attacks were from decades of masking her neurodivergence disability and trying to fit into a world her brain could not function in. By the time she came back to Canada, she was suffering from complex PTSD and ended up in the hospital. Her PTSD has pushed her into a fight-or-flight mode, and I haven't seen her since August 7th, 2018. 1 in 5 Nova Scotians suffer from neurodivergence. And you see, 60% of all evictions are people with disabilities, and 30% cannot find housing once evicted. Those are the people that are in our encampments today. As a concerned mother for all those living with an ambiguous loss like I am, I'm asking before you decide to evict people within 3 days, to attend an encampment and ask those people how they got there. really look them in the eye and ask them how they got there. They are people like you and I. The only difference between my daughter and people living with a disability and people living in tent encampments and your neighbor who has a disability is 4 walls. And a 3-day eviction is going to double our homeless encampments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I recognize MLA Burrell.
Well, thank you so much for speaking in such a direct and personal way. I wanted to go back to the things you said just at the beginning about how the fixed-term lease in your own home makes for uncertainty and I don't, maybe you said anxiety, I'm not sure, but something along those lines. I think a lot of times people don't quite understand what's being said and why this happens this way. Could you explain a little bit about why this has this effect on you in your own home, how it works?
Thank you very much. I recognize Heather Clark with 1.5 minutes.
I'm really glad you asked that question. After 6 years, I've been living in my unit for 10 years on a fixed-term lease. I didn't even know I was on a fixed-term lease. It wasn't explained to me. And then I started hearing all the stories on the news. And after, not having seen my daughter for so many years, April of this year, I was sent to the emergency room and then I had emergency surgery. I was hospitalized twice for emergency surgery. And the whole time, I'm thinking, I've always been a very healthy person, always taken care of myself. But my health and my mental health has deteriorated substantially, just knowing that I'm on a fixed-term lease and I can be gone within 30 days. There's no security anymore. I'm a retired banker. I did my financial planning. I did what I was supposed to do. I've paid taxes in this province for decades, and all of that has gone out the window. It doesn't mean anything anymore. I've been giving parking violations on a parking spot that I've been using for 10 years. I've been issued a bill for a carpet stain in a common area that I didn't make, and it just goes on and on and on.
Thank you very much. There's a minute left. Is there any questions or comments? Thank you very much for taking the time to be here. We appreciate your time. Thank you. We'll move on to the next presenter. Is there a Mitchell Archibald here? No? Okay. Is there Duncan Robertson? So we're going to move back to Bill number 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities. Duncan, if you'd like to come and take your chair. Duncan, if you could introduce yourself to the committee and advise us as to how you'd like to be addressed.
Yeah, Duncan Robertson. You can call me Duncan, Mr. Robertson. I use he, him pronouns.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Thank you. So you have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, thank you. Chair Adams, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to join you today to speak on Bill 471, the Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act. My name is Duncan Robertson. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, or CFIB, and I'm based here in Halifax, Nova Scotia. As you may know, we are Canada's largest non-for-profit organization focused solely on the needs of small businesses. We represent 97,000 members across Canada, 4,000 of which are here in Nova Scotia. My comments today will be focused on the section of the bill that proposes amendments to the Procurement Act to implement the procurement advantage provided to local businesses through Nova Scotia Loyal. CFIB is encouraged by this proposal, and through a recent survey sent to our members, we have found that while only 2 in 10 small businesses believe they will see an immediate benefit from the overall policy of Nova Scotia Loyal, our members see the procurement plank of the program as a potential benefit for our members. The procurement process at all orders of government are often seen as out of reach or inaccessible to small businesses. By providing the local businesses with an advantage on bids on procurement projects within 10% of a leading bid from an out-of-province business, there is now the potential to create a procurement process that is more accessible to small businesses in our province. Before the proposed changes, only 15% of our members said that they have bid on a provincial procurement contract over the past 5 years. After informing our members of the proposed Nova Scotia Loyal Advantage, 1 in 3 of our businesses or of our members now say that they would consider bidding on provincial procurement contracts. At first blush, 1 in 3 may not seem significant. However, it's important to consider that only a limited subsection of small businesses are in sectors that can provide the services requested by the government. Therefore, we see the procurement advantage as a positive step in improving the overall procurement process for small businesses. These changes have the potential to put more local businesses within reach of procurement bids, benefiting our communities. A local cleaning service, laundromat, carpenter, or contractor may have a better chance now to provide their services to the government and, in turn, their local community. By making a portion of government contracts more accessible to local small businesses, the government is tapping into potential economic benefits that come from supporting local small businesses who are the cornerstone of our communities. In fact, our research shows that 66 cents out of every dollar spent at a small business stays in the local community, compared to only 11 cents at a large enterprise. CFIB also appreciates the proposed procurement advantage will only apply to bids below the Canadian Free Trade Agreement thresholds. This policy shows that it's possible to provide an appropriate advantage to local small businesses while not placing barriers on interprovincial trade. CFIB's 2024 internal trade report card showed that the province of Nova Scotia had room for improvement, only scoring a C and placing behind 8 other jurisdictions. Therefore, we appreciate the Nova Scotia government being mindful of CFTA thresholds and not putting up barriers to internal trade. We recommend that the Nova Scotia Loyal Procurement Advantage not be extended beyond the CFTA thresholds. Finally, small businesses, and we believe all local businesses, want to know if this procurement advantage, when implemented, is or is not achieving its intended goal and providing good value for money. That is why we believe it is critical that there is regular reporting on the performance of the procurement advantage to determine whether this policy has made government procurement more accessible to local businesses. This could be done either through amendments to this bill, regulations, or through the inclusion in the department's annual reports. In closing, we hope our members' views and recommendations will provide your committee with the necessary insights as you consider amendments proposed by the public, and I'm happy to take any questions should you have them.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I recognize Emily Richard.
Hi there. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. And Nova Scotia Loyal is pretty a passion of mine as well. I guess my question, when you talk about looking at changing government's buying habits to the 10% threshold, in your expert opinion in this role that you have, do you see that that may be a trickle-down effect for other businesses and other levels of government to want to do some similar changes as well?
Thank you. I recognize Duncan Robertson.
We would definitely encourage other levels of, or other orders of government to follow suit. I think that would be really great to see municipal governments follow that as well. We have advocated to some, there's municipal elections going on. We've been advocating for that, so I think you raise a great point on that. And any way we can make the procurement process more accessible again to these small businesses really benefits our community and local economy as a whole. And we really see this plank of Nova Scotia Loyal as one that could provide some benefit, and we will be tracking as the program goes along, understanding this is kind of the genesis or starting off point of Nova Scotia Loyal, and really, look forward to hopefully seeing some benefits in this aspect for sure.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Well, that was great. Thank you very much. I believe Mitchell Archibald is here now. We'll ask you to come and take your seat. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. I'll ask you, Mitchell, to introduce yourself to the group and explain how you would like to be referred to during questions.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Mitchell Archibald. My pronouns are he, him. I'm the Executive Director of Student Housing Nova Scotia. You can address me by Mitchell, is fine.
Great. Please
Certainly.
begin.
Thank you so much for having me here today and for your flexibility with scheduling. I'm here representing the Student Housing Association of Nova Scotia, commonly known as Student Housing Nova Scotia. We are a nonprofit housing organization focused on developing, operating, and advocating for housing that meets the needs of students in our province. We're a housing provider, a landlord, and an advocate for students and renters. I'm here today to discuss the impact of Bill 467 on the students of this province. While I'm here specifically to speak to the impact of these changes on students, I'm also confident that our concerns reflect the realities of many vulnerable renters across Nova Scotia who are struggling to make ends meet during a time of increased unaffordability. Students are a uniquely vulnerable population in our province, especially when it comes to housing. There are over 50,000 students in this province, the vast majority of which are renters, and they make up a large proportion of the 133,000 rental households in this province. Many students are first-time renters and experience higher levels of discrimination by landlords compared to the general public. More than a third of students in Nova Scotia reported being discriminated against by their landlord, a rate 7% higher than the rest of the population. Similarly, a national survey found that students in Canada were paying 25% higher rents than the rest of the Canadian renters surveyed. Our written submission details more thorough commentary on things such as fixed-term leases, rent control, and the decision not to enhance enforcement of the RTA. These are not things directly contemplated in Bill 467, and while we strongly feel greater steps should be taken to protect renters, for today we'd like to highlight some critical elements of Bill 467 that we feel will have the potential to cause significant harm to vulnerable people across our province. Bill 467 shortens the window for landlords to evict tenants when they do not pay their rent or are late on rent. More specifically, it cuts this timeline in half, reducing it from a total of 30 days, 15 and 15, to just 13, 3 and 10, as you've heard earlier today and throughout this process. Moreover, Bill 467 allows landlords to potentially evict their tenants who are repeatedly late on rent, regardless of whether or not they're up to date on their rent today. Almost no one plans to not pay their rent or be late, but ultimately unexpected situations do happen, and this leaves people in an even tougher situation than before. At a time of incredibly low vacancy, where homelessness and housing insecurity are at record highs in this province, Bill 467 has the potential to push even more Nova Scotians into homelessness. 95% of students in the provincial housing needs assessment said they would not be able to find a place to live on short notice, and I would expect this number to be similar for most Nova Scotians that are renting, given the extremely low vacancy rate across the province. This shortened window for eviction leaves very little room for unexpected situations, and while indeed some landlords may be willing to make accommodations, this creates a very real possibility for eviction for many. I will use my sister as an example, who's currently a St. Mary's student. This year, she received her student loan on September the 11th. If she was relying on this to pay rent, she would have been 2 days short of the window for eviction if this payment came later, or say if she received it late again in January, the changes in this bill would conceivably allow her to be evicted. As someone who was a student for a very long time in this province, I can say it's very normal to receive your payment after the 13th. The Provincial Housing Needs Assessment notes the existing system of power imbalances between landlords and tenants, and these specific changes respecting eviction for late rent will exacerbate this power imbalance, and it sends a strong message to renters across Nova Scotia about the possibilities and priorities of their government and elected representatives. There are many aspects of Bill 467 that are positive, including some of the other changes under Clause 12 relating to other protections for landlords relating to eviction for damage, things like that. But the specific changes outlined in Clause 10 and 12 have potential to further increase the housing challenges faced by renters in this province. We are proposing 2 small amendments to Bill 467. These are not new, and they do not require further exploration or study. This is an opportunity for this government to, as it has done in the past, show it's willing to listen to the concerns of Nova Scotians and make common sense changes that reflect their best interests. In closing, we're simply asking the government to amend Bill 467 and keep the existing rules respecting late rent as they are today, and send a message to the more than 133,000 households across this province that their existing rights and protections not be diminished. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Burrell.
Well, this is very, very direct and clear. Thank you very much. And I wanted to go to this point. You're speaking about how the expedited provisions around eviction, I think your words were exacerbate the power imbalance between landlords and tenants. So could you take a few minutes and unpack that for us? I mean, why it is that you think that facilitated eviction measures throw off the balance, and you're in a pretty good position to speak about the balance sitting on both sides of the landlord-tenant equation.
Thank you very much. I recognize Mitchell Archibald.
Thank you very much. I think as a housing provider, we are in a bit of a unique position to advocate for both sides. And obviously, on our end, we choose to be flexible with tenants and renters. And honestly, a lot of landlords do. I know we hear that lots, like there's the few bad apples spoil the bunch. But I think ultimately, when it comes to the law we're creating, it needs to be not assuming folks are going to have the goodwill that we have and we choose to have. And 13 days is a really short amount of time. I think about losing your job and going on EI. If anyone's gone through that process, God, EI won't pay you in 3 weeks, right? Like, I mean, like it's as simple as even if you get a new job and your payroll schedule is slightly off, and then it's a 3 or 4 week period before you get your first paycheck. And so there are lots of other rent control measures in this province that would help tenants, but these specific changes are moving in the wrong direction, we feel, both as a landlord and as an advocate for tenants. And so really what we're hoping to see here is just leaving the law as it is on this specific matter. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I recognize Emily Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your perspective. We've heard from a number of perspectives today, and it's really good to have a robust group of people to be able to hear from their own experience and as well from, you know, the knowledge that they have either being a landlord or as well being a tenant. From the student perspective, you know, we always hear that fixed-term leases are very important because students are only there for a short amount of time, but you coming in with the perspective of the timeline from 3 to 10, I mean from 10 to 3, excuse me, that as well is something that is going to be harmful for folks, especially when you think of the stress levels. You know, you're already a student, you're worrying about where your money's coming from, whether it's a loan or who knows how it's coming. But, you know, you gave a really good insight on what that might look like from your view and your perspective. And so I appreciate you coming in today and speaking to that because it was really clear. And I hope that we as a government can come together and actually push this in a way that helps all folks in Nova Scotia. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe.
Sheila Jameson. Yeah. Should be virtual.
Okay, I believe our next presenter is coming in virtually. Sheila. We're going to take a 5-minute break, so we're in recess. order. The Committee on Law Amendments is back in session. I'm going to ask all members to introduce themselves. I am MLA Barbara Adams, and I'll start with the government side of the House.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Dunn, MLA for Picture Center.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco McLeod, and I'm MLA for Pictou West.
Good afternoon. Johnny McDonald, MLA for Hants East.
Good afternoon. Melissa Sheehy-Richard, MLA for Hants West.
Good afternoon. I'm Susie Hanson, MLA for Halifax Needham.
I'm Gary Burrell. I'm the NDP MLA for Halifax Chebucto.
Rafa Di Costanzo, MLA for Clayton Park West.
Tony Ince, MLA for Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much. Scott, if you'd like to introduce yourself and explain to the committee how you'd like to be referred to during questioning.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Berkeley. You can just go by Jonathan. I'm basically just a regular tenant of Nova Scotia. I live in the Dartmouth North area. I actually run my own little platform called Talks for Nerds, basically just a discussion platform for people to talk about things in Nova Scotia like this. Today, of course, like everyone else, I am here to talk about the changes or the lackluster changes that are being made to the Tenancy Act. And especially hearing today about everything that was discussed, I'm actually really happy to hear some of the back and forth discussions from you guys to the various people that have been talking, especially property owners. I like looking at the numbers. It's legit my thing. For example, one of the things I've actually been showing people month to month is the rental report that happens in Canada, and that you can look on a website called rentals.ca that talks about the rental costs in Nova Scotia, or Halifax specifically, versus everywhere else. And this really shines a light of just how unaffordable this is, not only for people who are on fixed-term income, but those from all forces of income, from part-time, full-time, to career jobs like even military, struggle to keep up with these. We are right now, as of this month, ranked 14th at the most expensive one-bedroom apartments, which is $2,014 according to the website, and 6th most expensive two-bedroom apartment rental units, going for the average of $2,535. And if you look on websites like HappyPad, which is a partnered website with Nova Scotia government, those focus on selling, allowing people to rent out the bedrooms, not the whole unit, a bedroom. And those, depending where it is in the city, range anywhere between, from what I can find, $600 to $1,800, if not more. And that's set by whoever is in that unit, and debatable if they actually spoke to the landlord. Now, this really shines a light on just how unstable rental costs are in Nova Scotia. While minimum wage is slowly on the rise, and the debate between minimum wage and living wage is a whole different discussion, it just shows just how unstable, unenforceable it has been for anyone to capture what exactly the average rent should be in Nova Scotia. All we're seeing now is that we all have been bouncing back and forth between the top 11th and top 15th place in the most expensive city to live in. In May of this year alone, we had two property owners, Caprit and Killam, celebrating that they're making $9.26 million and $15.24 million in revenue just in the first quarter of this year. With their and their average rents that they were celebrating was over the 5% rent cap, and they were openly admitting this with no repercussions. It's even the vice president of the real estate consultant for Turner Drake stating it is a good time to be a landlord, dedicating that the higher rent costs and lower utility costs was the reason why they're making so much money. Turning around to see encampments growing, people being unaffordable to rent, being unable to keep up with rent costs, it's actually sad to see that while, yes, we have a 5% rent cap, it's not supported at all. And then looking at the 100-page booklet that our premier was given to how to build an enforcement unit that he paid for a firm to consult for, look at Ontario's one for, and try to implement it here. And he said no, because it would bring bureaucracy to our enforcement, into our tenancy board and stuff like that. It's just sad. I looked over that 100-page booklet, and a person grade 5 could read it. It was how easy it was to build from the ground up. Yet, he said no to that. If he says no to something like this really shows the lack of faith that we have in our premier to actually give us a platform so both landlords, good landlords and good tenants can live in Nova Scotia. Because we are aware there are bad people on both sides of the argument. But this shows how little faith Nova Scotians have, where he was hand gifted a solution on a golden platter and said no to it because of, as he said, bureaucracy. As my time is limited, that's pretty much all.
I recognize MLA Burrell.
Well, thanks for raising all of these points, particularly out of all of the discussions that you're around through the site. I wanted to ask you about, we hear about people on fixed-term leases feeling anxious about what's going to happen when the lease comes up, and as a result, not raising legitimate maintenance concerns because they don't want to be seen as troublesome. They want the landlord to feel positively about them and to renew the lease when it comes up. Is this a thing? Is this something that you're encountering and that you're hearing about?
I recognize Jonathan Brigley.
Yes, actually, I've been hearing countless stories throughout the years of tenants who even freshly move into a unit and during the walkthrough even point out maintenance issues, between broken glass to heaters to whatever you can think of. And they will hear maybe from the property owner, yeah, we'll fix that. And it's a 50-50 chance if it actually gets addressed. I've had many people talking to me about how they wish an inspector would come in to the unit. But they also fear asking an inspector to come in because repercussions. We have seen in the news that tenants have been evicted for less. And so to have no structure in place where a tenant can bring these issues up, even being a brand new tenant with no history with the landlord, tenants are scared. And it's definitely well known, even if you're a veteran in a building, that if you bring an issue up, you can only hope that that property owner will actually listen to you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Emily Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to mention in the last paragraph of your statement, which you didn't really get to say yet, but it said, you'd like to say the issue is not about landlords versus tenants, rather it's about establishing a robust structure to support existing bylaws, addressing significant loopholes, and implementing an enforcement mechanism to stabilize the rental market effectively. Can you speak to that? Maybe talk about what you think that might look like?
Thank you. I recognize Jonathan Brigley.
So yes, the robust structure that we're talking about is having things that can help protect both good landlords and good tenants and help sort out those who are bad tenants and bad landlords. Because I know if you move into a unit nowadays, you don't get a booklet what your rights are. When I first moved back to Nova Scotia like 15 years ago, I had no idea what my rights are. I moved in with my landlord and that was it. They gave me my lease. There was no structure in place. Having groups like Dow Legal Aid, who's been building the education system to teach people what their rights were, that was just a stepping stone. But it's a greatly needed one. They always stated today how they're flooded with people. Having a robust system where we actually can have units inspected before a tenant moves in. Landlords like property owners, and I'm really emphasizing that I don't want to bash them, want to treat their units like a business. And like any business, they should be inspected on a yearly basis, 2-year basis, whatever needs to be done to make sure they're up to code. We know we have a lot of old stock. So having them inspected, having them kept up to code well to protect those landlords and protect their tenants, knowing that when they move in, they will know that behind those walls, behind the cosmetics that they see, their unit's going to last for as long as they want to live there. And having a robust structure that can support that, stabilizing rent, being either rent control or some way to be able to make sure we find a happy medium where a business can make that basic profit, but you're not pushing anyone making any wages out the door, and be able to protect tenants and landlords from those who want to abuse the system is something we need. And I feel that we have already had paperwork brought forward talking about that, but yeah, it was dismissed because that's whole predetermined argument of landlords and tenants, which has been driving, I know, me and multiple other people up the wall because it keeps being pushed in front of your face.
Thank you very much. I recognize MLA Ince with 30 seconds.
So am I to understand, basically, you're just saying you be in agreement for a residential tenancy enforcement unit. Is that what you're saying?
I recognize Jonathan Brigley with 10 seconds.
Yes, with that whole booklet that came out, I am for an enforcement unit idea.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. All right. Our next presenter is Sheila Jameson, who's attending virtually. She is speaking on Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rent Increase Cap Act. There we go. Hi, Sheila. My name is Barbara Adams. I'm the chair of Law Amendments Committee. You're here with the committee members. You have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions. Can you introduce yourself and advise us how you'd like to be referred to during questioning?
Hi, I'm Sheila Jameson, and you can refer to me as Sheila. I'm sorry that my picture is so close. I'm low vision, and this is the best setup I can get.
That's just fine. Go ahead, Sheila.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am a small rental provider, and I have witnessed firsthand the value of fixed-term leases, both for the tenant and the landlord, the damages caused by pets, and how rent caps can be an imbalance for tenants. I rent rooms in my primary residence, and I pay for all the utilities, so the 5% rent cap doesn't come close to covering the costs of all the expenses that I am incurring. For 9 years now, I've rented as tenants. I've been a landlord, and my tenants and I have both enjoyed the benefits of a fixed-term lease. Year after year, I have the same university students come back, and I offer them a fixed-term lease from September through May, thus saving them money. And I have never turned away a tenant who's been a good tenant. I don't see why I would even bother taking the risk. I only apply the legislated rent cap to my rental units, and a fixed-term lease has allowed me in the past to give an opportunity to students or to other tenants who may be deemed as a risk. But because I'm able to offer the fixed-term lease, I can do that. 2 years ago, when one of my students went home for the summer, I offered his room to a tenant for short-term. My nightmare began. The tenant was filthy and disruptive to myself and the other tenants living in the home. When I approached him I discovered within 2 months of him living there that he was selling drugs in my driveway and backyard. When I approached him about this, he became hostile and informed me he would not be paying his rent. He was disruptive to myself and the others in the home. The police's hands were tied. They weren't able to do anything because it was a tenancy issue. I applied to the tenancy board for an emergency hearing, and within 2 months, I got what they called an emergency hearing. They did, in the end, a rule in my favor because 15 calls or more had been made to the police over the course of the time by myself and also neighbors who were threatened by their safety and my safety because they could hear him screaming, threatening, etc. to me. So if in the end the tenancy board did rule in my favor and told him he had to leave at the end of the fixed term lease, if I hadn't had a fixed term lease, I could have endured his behavior much longer. He informed me right off the get-go that he wasn't going to be paying rent when I approached him. So the 3-day, to pay the rent within 3 days before you can file for an eviction, in my mind, is reasonable. I have tenants who are sometimes late with their rent, and I just send out a friendly reminder, and I'm acceptable with that. But when you have a tenant who is a repeat offender, there has to be a course of actions that landlords can take. My partner passed away 4 years ago, and in an industrial accident, and I received a small payout from the insurance company. I decided to put in a basement apartment in one of my rentals. This year, I rented out that unit to a young lady with 2 cats. I was very hesitant to do this, but because I could offer a fixed term lease, I decided to take the risk. Within 8 months of her living there, she wanted to end the fixed term lease, and I was willing to do this, so I began to show the apartment to other potential tenants. The ammonia odor from the cat urine was so strong that I was not able to find any tenants to move in. After I approached her about this, and she said, "Oh, the smell will be gone in a couple of days after I leave." Well, a week later, my maintenance man showed up, and the smell of the urine was so strong that within 15 minutes he got a headache, and he could only work in the apartment for short periods of time. Over the course of that time, I lost 3 months' rent because she ended her lease early. I had to replace flooring, underlay, sills, drywall, because the cat urine was so strong and she didn't change her litter, so the apartment then became the litter box. I incurred $9,622 plus tax plus gas for those renovations. If I am forced to rent out to tenants with pets, or I cannot offer fixed term leases, I will have no choice but to sell my rental properties, and 5 families will be without a place to live. Questions?
Are you finished?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in today to present. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
order. We will call this meeting to order. We'll return to Law Amendments Committee. My name is Trevor Boudreau. I'm taking over as chair for the remainder of the meeting. And up next, we have Bill 476, the French Language Services Act. And we have two speakers. Jules Chasson is with us here. And Denise Comeau, and I'm going to say your last name wrong, is present virtually as well. Right. So for this one, we have a 15-minute time period, so you have 10 minutes to speak along with 5 minutes of questioning. I'll kind of try to give you a heads up when we're getting close on that 10 minutes, and then we'll move to questioning. But you can introduce yourself, state your name and how you would both like to be addressed, and then we will proceed.
Monsieur le Président, merci. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mesdames et messieurs les députés, you can call me Jules. My name is Jules Chasson, or Jules, if you prefer. Nous vous remercions de nous permettre de vous adresser la parole en appui au projet de loi 476, soit l'amendement de la loi sur les services en français. Ladies and gentlemen of the Standing Committee on Laws and Amendments, we really appreciate having this opportunity to be able to support Bill 476, the amendment of the French Language Act. The president of the Fédération Acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, Denise Comeau des Hôtels, is here with me through the magic of Zoom, and she will be the first to speak to you.
Denise, are you with us? I'm just waiting to see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, there
So Denise, maybe introduce yourself and how you'd like to be addressed, and then you can proceed as you're beginning first.
My name is Denise Comeau des Hôtels, and I'm president of the Acadian Federation of Nova Scotia, and you can call me Denise, no problem. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs les députés membres du comité permanent des lois et amendements. La Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, qui compte 29 organismes membres, soit 12 organismes régionaux, 12 organismes provinciaux ou sectoriels et 2 institutionnels, sont très fiers d'avoir travaillé de près avec le personnel de l'Office des affaires acadiennes et de la francophonie sur la modification de la loi sur les services en français. Nous pouvons dire que ce fut un travail d'équipe et nous voulons remercier tout le personnel de l'Office des affaires acadiennes et de la francophonie pour leur dévouement et leurs excellentes collaborations. The Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, which includes 29 organization members, 12 regional, 15 provincial or sectorial, and 2 institutional, is proud of the work it did with the Office of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie to modify the French Language Act. We feel that this was a teamwork project, and we want to acknowledge the staff of the Office of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie for their devotion and their collaboration. L'établissement des Européens au Canada a commencé en 1604, en Nouvelle-Écosse, avec l'arrivée des Acadiens. Malgré la tragédie de la déportation de 1755, les Acadiens sont revenus en Acadie de la Nouvelle-Écosse et ont persévéré pour bien s'implanter dans notre belle province. Le peuple acadien contribue positivement au tissu social de la Nouvelle-Écosse, tout en conservant sa culture, sa langue et son patrimoine. En 2024 et cette année en 2004 et cette année en 2024, nous avons tenu le Congrès mondial acadien en Nouvelle-Écosse sous les projecteurs internationaux, attirant plusieurs milliers de personnes dans notre province pour célébrer la culture acadienne. C'est en 2004 que la loi sur les services en français a été adoptée, puis 20 ans plus tard, en 2024, on révise la loi pour mieux servir la communauté acadienne et francophone de la Nouvelle-Écosse. European settlement in Canada began in 1604 in Nova Scotia with the arrival of the Acadians. Despite the tragedy of the deportation of 1755, the Acadians returned to l'Acadie in Nova Scotia and persevered to establish themselves in our beautiful province. The Acadian people contribute positively to the social fabric of Nova Scotia while preserving their culture, language, and heritage. In 2004 and this year, in 2024, we held the World Acadian Congress in Nova Scotia underneath the international spotlight, attracting thousands and thousands of people to our province to celebrate the Acadian culture. In 2004, the French Language Service Act was adopted, and now 20 years later, in 2024, the Act is revised to better serve the Acadian and French-speaking community in Nova Scotia. Aujourd'hui, 35 000 personnes ont la langue française comme langue maternelle et 100 000 personnes parlent le français en Nouvelle-Écosse. La loi sur les services en français est importante pour que la langue française puisse non seulement continuer à survivre, mais se développer et s'épanouir. On compte de plus en plus d'anglophones qui apprennent le français, ce qui rend la Nouvelle-Écosse plus compétitive sur le plan économique sur la scène internationale. Puis, 20 ans plus tard, il est grandement temps de réviser la loi sur les services en français. Today, 35,000 people speak French as their mother tongue, and 100,000 people speak French in Nova Scotia. The French Language Services Act is important so that the French language will not only survive, but will continue to be spoken by more people and flourish. More and more Anglophones are learning French, which makes the economy of Nova Scotia more competitive on the international scene. And after 20 years, it is time to revise the French Language Services Act.
Jules?
Yes.
I recognize Jules. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. La nouvelle loi sur les services en français est une amélioration à celle de 2004. Elle reconnaît que les francophones contribuent à la diversité et au dynamisme de la province. Elle met en évidence le rôle important de la langue française dans le développement de la communauté acadienne et francophone. Elle réclame la révision de la loi tous les 10 ans. Elle énonce que le ministre responsable de la loi, c'est le ministre des Affaires acadiennes et de la francophonie, plutôt que le ministre de la communauté, de la culture, du tourisme et du patrimoine. Elle exige que les règlements de la loi soient traduits en français. The new French Language Services Act is an improvement over the 2004 Act. It recognizes that the Francophones contribute to the diversity and dynamism of the province. It highlights the significant role of the French language in the development of the Acadian and Francophone community. It calls for a review of the Act every 10 years. It states that the minister responsible for the Act is the Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie rather than the Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage. It requires that the regulations of the Act be translated in French. La loi sur les services en français ne garantit pas que les Néo-Écossais pourront se faire servir en français tous les jours par l'ensemble des ministères, des agences et des services gouvernementaux, mais elle crée des balises qui permettent de mesurer les progrès des services en français dans la province et elle émet un signe de respect envers la communauté acadienne et francophone. The French Language Services Act does not guarantee that the Nova Scotians will be served in French every day by the provincial government departments, agencies, or services. But it does create benchmarks that make it possible to measure the progress of French of French services in the province, and it emits a sign of respect towards the Acadian and the Francophone community. Denise, maintenant.
So Denise, I will recognize you. You have about a minute, but we can go into your extra 5 minutes if you want to finish off. I think you're fairly close. So, and then we can have questions. Yeah.
Thank you. OK. La nouvelle entente fédérale provinciale entre Ottawa et la Nouvelle-Écosse pour les services en français avec une bonification d'environ 75% va permettre à la province de développer des outils pour ses ministères qui permettront à ses employés d'apprendre le français, d'offrir de meilleurs services en ligne en français et de traduire davantage de documents pour mieux servir la province, la population néo-écossaise. The new federal-provincial agreement between Ottawa and Nova Scotia for French language services, with an increased funding of approximately 75%, will grant the province new tools and possibilities that may encourage its employees to learn French, offer more services in French online, and translate more documents in French so that the Nova Scotian population may have better services in French. Ainsi, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés, nous vous prions de bien vouloir recommander l'adoption de la loi 476, soit la loi sur les services en français, telle qu'amendée. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to kindly recommend the adoption of Bill 476, the French Language Services Act, as amended. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. And are there any questions? I see MLA Di Costanza.
Merci. Et merci, Jules, pour l'explication. Est-ce que tu peux me dire, c'est combien d'argent vous avez reçu? Et maintenant, c'est 65% en plus pour l'année prochaine. If I may say it in English, that may be easier. The amount of money, federally and provincially, how much are you receiving now, and what is this increase, and what will it be spent on?
Jules?
Yeah. The money goes to the province, okay? To the province to be able to translate documents, to be able to provide the province can have more civil servants learn French, for the coordinators, pay the coordinators that work in the different department to make sure that French service can be provided to the population. So it goes to the province to be able to apply the new law as amended. And the amount, that would be more, I think, my friend Mark Bannerman who could answer that. But I know that the amount has been increased so that the the new bill can be applied.
MLA Ince.
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations. It's been a long time coming. It's been fantastic work. And as was mentioned, I think it goes a long way into respecting and seeing that the long history of Francophone and Acadian are being really respected on a level that should have been a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Oh, MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I think this is wonderful. I think it also puts in place the fact that you can call for a review every 10 years to figure out what needs to be done, or if there's things that are more necessary, as we adapt. And I want to say a lot of hard work, a lot of effort, but as well recognizing that the Acadian folks in this province have done amazing things and continuing that on. I say this because I have 7 children that speak French, and I want to continue that on. And I think it's something that folks need to embrace and learn and do and see more often. So I appreciate it, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, MLA Hanson. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup for your attendance here today, and we appreciate your time and your commitment to the Francophone community and the Acadian community as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bruno.
Merci. So we're at for Bill 476, we'll be looking for a motion. Oh, I see MLA McLeod.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move that presentations on Bill 476, French Language Services Act, Loi sur les services en français, now be concluded.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Would all those in favor of the motion please signify by saying aye? Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. MLA McLeod.
I move that Bill 476, French Language Services Act, Loi sur les services en français, be reported back to the House without amendment.
So we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. We will now move on to Bill 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act. Is Ian McIsaac present? You can come up, Ian. 10 minutes. So Ian, we have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question. You can introduce yourself and how you'd like to be addressed by the members of the committee. And your time will start once you finish your introduction and you go into your speech.
Sure, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ian McIsaac. I'm the president of the Seafood Producers Association of Nova Scotia, and you can address me as Ian. Is fine, thank you. I'm here today to speak with you regarding Bill 471 and the amendments to the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Accord Implementation Act. These amendments expand the powers of the CNSOPB to act not only as the regulator for offshore oil and gas development, but also as the regulator for offshore renewable development. SPAN supports measures that quickly address climate change and does not oppose the development of renewable energy in Nova Scotia's offshore sector, provided there is necessary protections for fisheries in the legislation. The fisheries through the Nova Scotia Fisheries Alliance for Energy Engagement have highlighted several issues regarding the federal bill and other forms, and I hope you consider them as you study this bill. But for now, I'd like to take this opportunity to draw your attention to what appears to be a technical error in the bill that's very important to SPAN's members. This technical error is that Bill 471 seems to authorize development on Georges Bank by failing to extend the Georges Bank moratorium to renewable energy. The moratorium is currently found at Section 134AA of the Base Act and protects Georges Bank by prohibiting any oil and gas activities on the bank. But Bill 471 does not update this provision, and by doing so, the regulator will now be empowered to develop or to authorize development on Georges Bank. This does not seem like an intended consequence of the legislation, and I don't think it's an intended policy decision by the government, and we feel that it is a technical error. Georges Bank is an important fishing bank that has been protected from development since the CNSOPB was first established in the late 1980s. In the past, whenever the moratorium has come up for consideration, it has been subject to intense study of the environmental and socioeconomic impacts of change to determine if such changes are, in fact, appropriate. We feel that this situation should continue as the new energy industry is enabled in the offshore. We understand with this bill that time is of the essence, but we nonetheless call on this committee to study this issue and to consider any amendments, if amendments are possible on this bill, and to ensure that the moratorium is respected as the new renewable energy sector emerges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian, and I'll open the floor to comments or questions from members. MLA Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, so you're thinking it's just a technical error in the wording. What would that amendment look like? Like, how would that wording need to be in order for it to not look to be appropriate?
Sure. It would broadly.
Oh, sorry, Ian McIsaac.
Sorry, thank you. It would. We have draft legislation which we have submitted at the federal level, which I'd be happy to provide. It's relatively straightforward. I think it basically mirrors the prohibition on oil and gas development, but for renewable energy with the same attributes, because there's a 10-year timeline on it. there's a requirement for a study of the environment and socioeconomic impacts, and there's a list of prohibited activities. So we think that that can be recreated relatively easily in legislation. And like I said, it's just a very complex provision. It doesn't actually, the provision in question doesn't actually reference George's Bank itself. It just says, it describes George's Bank in a schedule, but it doesn't actually mention it. So we suspect that it probably slipped through the cracks on this one.
MLA Burrell.
This is a new issue to me as well, so I want to make sure I understand it as clearly as I can. Is it your view that the government indeed intends to prohibit renewables activity on George's Bank and has, for technical reasons, not got that in the legislation?
I can't say that.
Sorry, Ian McIsaac.
I don't know the answer to that. I know that Minister Rushton at the federal level expressed support for the George's Bank moratorium, so we expect that this government is acting in good faith. So it's nice to hear that from Minister Rushton, certainly.
MLA McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to be clear, that you're raising that it's missing, and you're concerned that that could open a loophole, not that there is one, and just ensuring it's closed, if I'm reading you correctly.
Ian McIsaac. Indeed. Yeah,
Okay.
The George's Bank moratorium has been in place for 40 years since the inception of the Accord Act. It was updated in 2015 in legislation. And yes, we think that this is just a matter of getting the wording right here.
Any further comments or questions from members? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and sharing the information with us, and we appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
As that is the last presenter on Bill 471, I'll be looking for a couple of motions. MLA McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the presentations on Bill 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act, now be concluded.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. I recognize MLA Sheehy-Richard.
I move that Bill 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act, be reported back to the House without amendment.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion from members? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And the motion is carried. We will now return to Bill 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. I'm looking to see if Lisa Hayhurst and Marjorie Pemberton are here. You can come forward. So Lisa and Marjorie, I'll give you the opportunity to introduce yourself and how you'd like to be addressed by the members during the question period. You'll have 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for question, and that'll start after your introductions and after you've said how you'd like to be addressed. But I'll let you begin, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, I'm Lisa Hayhurst. Just Lisa is fine. So I will begin.
And sorry, would Marjorie, did you?
Marjorie Pemberton. Marjorie's fine.
Perfect. So we have two mics, so I'll just try to remember Lisa and Marjorie.
Okay, thank you. So the proposed legislation put forth by Premier Houston should not be passed. It infringes on the rights of renters in Nova Scotia. Most tenants now are on fixed-term leases, which allows way too many loopholes and easy way out for landlords. Fixed-term leases give a landlord the ability to evict a tenant after only 1 year without due cause, and they are able to charge even more rent. With the next tenant that moves in, it can charge even more rent, which is unacceptable. A 5% rent cap only works well for those on a yearly lease, and even that is a lot. But fixed term causes the rent to keep changing as the landlord sees fit. This is why we need permanent rent control tied to units by the consumer price cost. We also need a much stronger residential enforcement agency, which will allow tenants and landlords to work better together to have affordable rent increases. New laws like an eviction after 3 days of unpaid rent is unrealistic, unacceptable, and cruel. In creating this new legislation, Premier Houston is only adding to the problem of homelessness and the housing insecurity. As a renter myself, it is hard enough to manage financially, let alone having to worry about the possible housing insecurity or homelessness in the near future.
Thank you, Lisa. And Marjorie?
Hello. I was reading the changes to rent cap Residential Tenancies Act, a news release from Service Nova Scotia. And the province is making changes to the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. I was unaware they had made an act for rent increase. And change in Residential Tenancies Act to help tenants and landlords address the challenges in today's housing market. And then they get into their changes. Well, I think the changes are more loopholes for landlords to get rid of people. And the rent cap will be extended to December 31st, 2027. But I also read in a subsection that the governor was allowed to step in and change the rent cap. I don't know what that's all about. It's beyond me in politics. But it doesn't seem to be secure as 5% to the end of 2027. Okay, just one second. Like they talk about helping renters who are facing raising costs due to inflation. I don't think the rent cap is working properly because of fixed-term leases. I mean, it doesn't even help those people. And the demographics of Nova Scotia, we have seniors, we have the handicapped, we have recent immigrants, we have the working class poor, we have people on social assistance, and we have people living in tents. It doesn't address most of those people. We're all just people, and I heard the rumor that the Premier was going to get rid of the tent cities, but I haven't heard anything about how he's going to do that. And in another month, people will be cold, and I know they won't be prepared. I know they won't be, because they don't have the extra money to spend on a winter coat, or they don't know where to go to get a winter coat or a sleeping bag. And it just tears my heart out to see those people living under such conditions. There's seniors there, there's families there, there's people with mental health difficulties, and nothing is being done for these tent cities. And how is the Premier planning on getting rid of them? I haven't heard any help coming for these people. And the other changes we're having. New clear conditions for when landlord can end a tenancy, such as criminal behavior. I understand that, you know. Those people should not be operating out of apartments. I mean, if they want to be criminals, you know, go someplace else, right? Don't be with everybody else. But this one, disturbing another tenant or the landlord. I've lived in apartments for a while, and there's always one person that complains all the time. And I'm not doing anything that could be complained about, but you never know, right? There's 30 seconds. Okay. And please explain how we disturb a landlord. Repeated late rent payments. 3 days is not enough for anybody, and we're all human beings, and most people that are living in affordable housing are waiting for money to come in. If they're paid on the 14th and the 15th and 30th, it may not come in on the 30th. Or if they're paid 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, it may not correspond with the first of the month. So 3 days is not enough time.
Order. Marjorie, we've allotted the 5 minutes, but if you wanted to speak a little bit more, or if you'd like some questions from the floor, we can open that up right now as well. So if there's a bit more you'd like to say, we can do that and then have questions.
I just think it's more for the landlords, all these changes. And it makes tenants more vulnerable to be evicted. And a landlord can advertise whatever rent he wants in his building, and then when someone comes who wants to rent a unit, all he has to do is pick up his fixed term lease booklet and find out whose lease is coming up and evict them and put the new person in. It's simple. But it's inhuman is what it is. I met someone who has had 6 fixed term leases in the past 6 years, and they've been evicted every time. They had to set up a new home every year for 6 years. And there's all kinds of us out there that have.
So we do have some questions. I know
Okay.
MLA Burrell has asked me to ask you a question. So MLA Burrell.
Thank you, and thanks for both of these explanations. I wanted to ask you just about the 5% rent cap part itself. Think back to 4 years ago when the 2% rent cap was brought in. Tenants across the province rejoiced. There was no criticism. Everyone was happy. Then the second rent cap, I think, was the same. Maybe not quite the same for the third, but the situation is not the same now with the people. There's not this kind of enthusiasm that the cap is being extended that there was previously. And I want to ask you: is it just the case that 5% is just plain too high? Is that the
I can. One of you, yeah, Lisa or Marjorie. Lisa.
I'll go. The 5%, it's not that it's so high. It's more so the fact that with the fixed term leases, it doesn't benefit that because they can set the rent at whatever they want. Like if you're on a regular year-to-year lease, the 5%, it is a bit high. It would be nice if it was permanent, like rent control, but it does work. But we don't want to see that go up. Like it should stay where it's at or be permanent. Yep.
And I think there are.
Marjorie.
I think in these changes, I mean, you have to be a lawyer to understand it. I think there's a gray area coming into it in 27 and 26 where they can change the legislation. The province can change the legislation. I read it, but it was kind of confusing. Yeah. I think it's inhuman, and when they say that Nova Scotia has the longest number of days for evictions, I think that is just extending it all across Canada, but I don't think it is actually the truth, because I can't imagine.
We have about 30 seconds for questions. Seeing none, yeah, thank you very much, Lisa and Marjorie, for coming today. We appreciate you coming and taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I felt I had to.
Is Sydney Bloom here? So Sydney, you have 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes for questions. Your time will start after your introduction, but you can introduce yourself and how you'd like to be addressed by members, and then we'll proceed from there.
Sounds good.
So Sydney, go ahead.
Hi there. And can you hear me through? Yeah, sounds good. Okay. Hi, I'm Sydney Bloom. You can refer to me as Sydney, Miss Bloom, anything but that horrible woman. I'm presenting today as the acting chair of the Halifax Peninsula chapter of ACORN.
You can proceed.
Okay, perfect. So I've been working as a community organizer and a policy advocate for housing and residential tenancies for the greater part of a decade in both Nova Scotia and BC. During my time as a head organizer for Acorn, I knocked on thousands of doors across Nova Scotia speaking to tenants about the issues that they are seeing in their community, and the rest of my presentation is informed by that experience. I do have, yes, a report for you.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No. And I've, sorry, poorly dog-eared it. I don't have a stapler. So throughout my presentation, I'd like to address my submission, which is a survey done by our organization on fixed-term lease use in Nova Scotia. The survey, which had 243 respondents from 14 municipalities across Nova Scotia, is one of the first looks at the experiences of tenants who are renting on fixed-term leases. I myself am one of them. Previous speakers have summarized statistics from this report, so I will refrain from addressing those again. But I would like to address the intersection between the need to eliminate the fixed-term lease loophole, the weakness in our current rent cap, and the need for a compliance and enforcement unit by pointing out a common misconception that was actually thankfully addressed earlier today by MLA LeBlanc. And that's the misconception that the rent cap does not apply to successive fixed-term leases. This has been repeated to me in my work by many tenants and many landlords. It's supported by our survey, which shows that 17% of tenants on fixed-term leases have been forced to accept a rent increase above the cap to avoid being evicted. And it's supported by testimonials from the report from tenants who say that their landlord chose to not renew their lease in order to get around the rent cap or regulations in the RTA, such as the guidelines around eviction. With a functioning RTA, raising the rent above the cap or evicting a tenant for the sole purpose of raising the rent higher on the next one would be illegal and actionable at the Residential Tenancy Board. However, when a tenant is on a fixed-term lease, we're often too afraid to assert our legal rights because we fear that the landlord will choose to not renew our lease at the end of the year. It's not an unfounded fear. I would like to say that at Acorn, we have many members who come to us in exactly the situation. They have been evicted on fixed-term leases simply for asking for repairs or asserting their rights under the Residential Tenancy Act. And when tenants do assert their rights under the law in the case of an illegal rent increase, the RTA is only empowered to order the return of the overpaid rent. For repairs or the instance of neglected maintenance, they can only order the landlord to do the repairs and then sometimes a meager rent abatement of 10 to 15%. For these violations and others, there are no real consequences to the offending landlord, and there's no measures to prevent this from happening to other tenants. Our meetings are constantly overwhelmed by tenants who are experiencing these issues and others. We have spent years throwing ourselves at the same landlords over and over for issues like illegal rent increases, unaddressed repairs, and landlords signing tenants on periodic leases onto fixed-term leases under false pretenses. And time again, when this is happening, it is to tenants who are the most vulnerable. It is to people who are renting below market, low-income people, seniors, people with disabilities, new Canadians, and students. We desperately need compliance and enforcement to crack down on these illegal practices. We need to eliminate the fixed-term lease loophole, and we need real rent control tied to the unit and not the tenant to eliminate the incentive to evict tenants and raise rents. To think that in the face of these needs, our government's priority is to evict struggling tenants faster and to expand and elaborate on the reasons why a tenant could be evicted is more than out of touch. We believe it's downright cruel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bloom. I see we'll open it up for questions from members. I see MLA Burrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for this clear and forceful brief and presentation. I wanted to refer back to a presentation we had earlier this afternoon. You may be aware that a landlord presented here earlier today and said that, that amid rising, this is a quote, pressure from organizations like CBC and Acorn, which are supported by substantial government funding to advocate for tenants in legal disputes against landlords, landlords are feeling aggrieved and victimized. Those last two words were mine, not from the quote. The rest is a direct quotation. So this is a pretty serious allegation that that the government of Canada is financing the efforts of Acorn to create victimization and suffering amongst landlords. And I wonder if you would like to clarify or speak to this allegation.
Ms. Bloom.
Thank you. So Acorn is financially structured as a tenant union, or we operate similar to a union in which members chip in dues. This makes up the majority of our funding. I believe we get funding from the government through the Canada Summer Jobs Program to hire part-time staff. But otherwise, no. The allegation that we're getting considerable money, or really any money at all, from the provincial or the federal government is laughable, respectfully.
I'll look around to see if there's any questions. Any? MLA Burrell.
Thank you. The part of the Acorn study that I find most striking is this figure about people who are forced to pay rental increases which are in fact outside of the current residential tenancies arrangement because they are afraid they'll have nowhere else to go. So at the end of their fixed term lease, the landlord imposes something over the 5% and they agree to pay it. I understood from the study that there was in fact no question about this in the study, that the study did not set out to study this, but nevertheless found that 17, 18, whatever it was, percentage of people put up their hands and said, by the way, I want to say something that happened to me. We're paying over the cap by this much, and we did that at the end of our fixed term lease because it was asked of us by the landlord. So I want to ask you, in your view, could this happen if we did not have the present fixed term lease system?
Ms. Bloom.
No, absolutely not. And I can speak from experience. I did this work in BC where they closed the fixed-term lease loophole back in 2018. So now in BC, at the end of a fixed-term lease, the lease automatically becomes a month-to-month lease unless a tenant submits a notice to quit. A landlord doesn't have an option to not renew the lease. And I mean, you explain the current system to them, to people renting in BC, and they laugh in your face. They don't understand what we're talking about. It's outrageous that this is happening here, and the only reason that it does happen is because of this fixed-term lease loophole.
Any further questions from members? MLA McDonald.
Thanks for the. You just piqued my. So in the event that I'm in BC and I've got a lease and you're renting from me and I've just decided that okay, like for whatever reason I don't want to renew it, what's the landlord's options at that point?
Ms. Bloom.
So if a landlord chooses to end a tenancy, they have to go through the legal route to evict a tenant. So they need an eviction with cause. They can't simply choose to not renew the lease for, whatever reason, like it is here. Yeah, thanks.
Any further questions from members? Seeing none. Ms. Bloom, thank you for coming today and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Make sure. Jennifer Laverty? Jennifer Laverty? So Jennifer, you have 5 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for questions. Your time will start after you introduce yourself, and you can introduce yourself and state who you are and how you'd like to be addressed by members, and then your time will begin.
Perfect. My name is Jen Laverty, and you can address me as Jen. My name is Jen, and I work with a nonprofit organization that works very closely with clients who have a low or limited income. Some do not necessarily understand the ins or outs of tenancy rules and rights, and I'm here to speak on the need for permanent rent caps based on the unit, not the person. If this bill passes, with the shortening of the eviction timeline as well, it will be catastrophic for very many families and individuals. While there's many diversion programs in place, as Aaron Austin previously mentioned earlier this afternoon, this 3-day timeline would be severely limiting for us to be able to assist and obtain all the information required to have a turnaround so quickly to be able to assist those that need the help the most. We're in a very volatile housing market right now, and a vast majority of the population is living paycheck to paycheck. A lot of people rely on their mid-month pay to put towards their rent. A 3-day eviction notice will take this away from them. This in itself will contribute to our ever-growing homelessness rate in the province. Many of the working population do not qualify for NSPHA, Nova Scotia Provincial Housing, or the rent subsidy program either. Significant changes to those criteria need to be made for them to be more accessible to those that need it the most. More low-income to mid-income housing needs to be built. More social housing and co-ops need to be built. One of the other issues I see is the abuse of fixed-term leases and rental cap loopholes, as Sydney mentioned as well. There's many landlords that take advantage of this. They end up getting more money for giving less quality of what they're renting out. There's nothing in place to hold them accountable, and there's too many stories of this taking place and the tenancy board siding with them where it's obvious they should not have. I have a client currently whose landlord is trying to evict her for a $50 late rent fee, which he spelled out in his lease, but in actuality, she should only have to pay 1% late fees as according to the RTA. We need more physical housing, not just condos and apartments. We need to hold more developers accountable for their promise of affordable housing and not let them get away with changing their plans and then just paying a fine and going on their merry way. Housing is a human right. All levels of government have failed to legislate and regulate the housing industry. Everyone should be able to become and stay housed. Right now, I myself am forcing dem eviction, as is the rest of my community of Ocean Breeze. We live in fear of coming home every day to find out that we have to leave in 3 months. I have lived in this community for over 10 years and raised both of my girls, who are 28 and 14. For my youngest, this is basically the only home she's ever known. For my oldest, she's raising her own 3 children here, and this is their only home. I have a pretty good job, and I can barely afford to go and rent a 1-bedroom apartment right now in this market. This is the reality that we live in. Basin Heights has taken away our enjoyment of our home. They're destroying our community, our friends, our families. Our children are watching their homes being torn down in front of them. No matter how hard this is as adults, it is infinitely more difficult on them and their mental health. There is nowhere for us to go that is affordable. Thank you. We are going to be forced to become unhoused or forced to live in tents or their cars. We need to do better. If we can't stay here, we're going to be forced to move and leave the province. This is just not acceptable on any level.
Thank you, Ms. Laverty. I will now open up the floor for questions from members. MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for coming in and giving us this presentation. On top of it being your job to help find people homes or to, get them in a different place, in a different space, you yourself are living that experience. And I want to say thank you for coming in today and giving us that. To a point of, right now, I know that you said that you're facing dem eviction. What does this look like for you if the legislation passes and there's only a 3-day period, a 3-day grace to be able to for the landlord to evict? What does that look like for you and maybe others that are in your community right now?
Ms. Laverty.
For me, if I came home tomorrow or tonight even and had a 3-day eviction, I would have nowhere to go. Literally nowhere. I would have to set up a tent. And I work for an organization that is government funded. There's something wrong with that picture. I have 2 children, but I have 1 child in my care, and I have animals, and I would have to live in a tent. A lot of my clients saw me on the news when they started demolishing the building that I used to live in, and they didn't understand how in the past year when I said, I'm trying to advocate for you as much as I can, they didn't really understand the true effects of that. It wasn't just words.
MLA Burrell.
Well, thank you for both sides of this explanation from your work and from your life. And I wanted to go back to the first part of what you said. You used a very powerful word. You said that it would be a catastrophe for the people that you work with in housing if the 3-day limit comes into place. I wonder if I could ask you to say a little more about the situation of some of your clients and why it is you think it wouldn't just be an inconvenience or a problem, but actually a catastrophe in their lives.
Ms. Lafferty?
It would be a catastrophe because they are already discriminated against because of their low income or their mental health problems or their addiction problems. You know, we work very hard to try to ensure that, as I said, housing is a human right, and it's hard enough trying to have landlords agree to keep them housed if they have episodes or things like that. That's not to say that there aren't problematic tenants, but the reality is that if this 3-day eviction thing came through, a lot of people only get money once a month, and they have to toggle between rent and food and whatever else. And a lot of people do not live extravagantly. They literally live paycheck to paycheck. And if they're only getting money once a month, a lot of people rely on services like My Place to help them pay their bills on time so that they don't have to worry about something like that happening, and their bills are paid on time.
MLA McDonald, then you have about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
All right, well, then I'll try to be quick. So I just want to be clear, like, a lot of presenters keep saying the 3 days. I mean, it was 15 before, then it wound up going, because it used to be 30. I didn't even know that it could have been 30. It's now 13, because it's 3 days is when you can do it, then there's a 10-day process. So it's not 3 days and you're out. I mean, there's a process to it. Now, I'm not renting. My wife was renting, and she was actually in Ocean Breeze before she moved in with me. So, but am I incorrect on that it used to be, I'm going to say 30 days because it was 15 before you could submit it, then it was 15 days for it. It's now 3 and 10, which is 13. I'm just wanting your clarification, because everybody keeps talking about the 3 days, but nobody says, well, it's 13 days. It used to be 30. It's now 13. Not saying it's totally better that it's not 30. I just want to make sure we're clear on it.
Ms. Lafferty?
So yes, it used to be the 30 days, and then it was you could get your notice after the 15 days, but it's like a widely understood that this new bill would pass it so that after 3 days they could give that notification, and that's what is scaring a lot of people, because if you don't have the money on the 15th, you're sure as heck not going to have it 3 days after your rent is due to begin with. And it's very hard for people to go paycheck to paycheck. That's why that middle of the month paycheck is what gets people through, because they could like maybe top heavy pay the beginning of the month and then make up the rest at the 15th.
Order. The time for questions has been allotted to 10 minutes. On behalf of the committee, thank you for coming today, Ms. Lafferty, and presenting. And we appreciate your time and your knowledge on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So that is the list that we've had for the Bill 467. I'm going to be looking for motions. MLA McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that presentations on Bill 467, Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act amended and Residential Tenancies Act amended now be concluded.
We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? MLA Hanson?
Based on what we've heard today and all the amount of interesting conversations that were had today, I think that we could I would suggest that we would send this back to the department to take a look at it and maybe rewrite it in a way that makes sense for all of the information that we were shared today. So I would like to make a motion to have it moved back.
We have a motion on the floor.
Then I can do that?
Yeah, so we could pass this one and then you could make your motion, if that's what you choose to do.
To close speaker.
So we do have a motion. We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Would all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye? Aye. Opposed? Motion is passed. MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion for us, based on the information today, to take this back to the department, take this bill back to the department to have a little bit more of a robust look at what it needs to be, if there's any changes or amendments that need to be made.
So we have a motion on the floor to return this to the department. Any discussion on the motion? Oh, MLA Di Costanzo.
We would agree with our colleagues, and I would like it to go back to listen to what was said today, especially the 3-day. I think it's not explained well, and maybe some clarification can be made.
MLA Burrow.
In favor of this motion. I can't understand how anyone could have heard the accounts of the suffering that this bill is about to produce and not want to at least pause and think it over a little further before it advances. This motion provides for that, and I think it's a good idea.
I had MLA Ince.
Yes, I'm in agreement as well. There's too many questions. There's too many outcomes not being met on many levels, and there needs to be more discussion around this. Thank you.
MLA McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And even passing having this go forward, it'll be reported Tuesday. Committee of the Whole is not going to happen for a couple of days. People are reading this. Every caucus has the ability to go back to their caucuses and ask for amendments at Committee of the Whole, which is where all the amendments are. So for that point, I won't be supporting it because I want to see amendments coming from the parties onto it based on the conversations, as opposed to, for that point, is when one of the presenters said, just the view of how this bill is coming is causing some confusion and some problems for them. And I'd rather get those fixed than have it drug off longer. So thank you.
MLA Hanson.
I thank the member for that. So what I'm hearing is that when amendments come forward, the government side will actually vote yes for the amendments when there are changes? Is this the clarity I wanted to make sure? Because if we do bring amendments forward on the floor in the Committee of the Whole, as we normally do, I just want to make sure that members on the government side are going to vote for the amendments that are going to come on the floor at Committee of the Whole.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. There's been a request for a recorded vote. I'll recognize. Yeah, no. What I'll do is we'll start on my right, and we'll work our way around for the recorded vote. So we'll start with, and everybody understands the motion that's on the floor? Okay. MLA Ince.
Yes.
MLA Di Costanzo.
Yes.
MLA Di Costanzo, sorry.
Yes.
MLA Burrow.
Yes.
MLA Hanson.
Yes.
MLA Sheehy-Richard.
No.
MLA McDonald.
No.
MLA McLeod.
No.
MLA Dunn.
No.
And myself, no. The motion has been defeated. I recognize MLA McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act amended and Residential Tenancy Act amended, be reported back to the House without amendments.
We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? MLA Burrell.
Please.
We have a request for a recorded vote. We'll do the round again. We'll start with MLA Ince.
Sorry.
So the motion is to move without amendment. Report back to the House without amendment.
No.
MLA De Costanza.
No.
MLA Burrell.
No.
MLA Hanson.
No.
MLA Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
MLA McDonald.
Yes.
MLA McLeod.
Yes.
MLA Dunn.
Yes.
And myself, yes. That motion has been passed. That concludes law amendments for today. I thank you all for your time, and this meeting is adjourned.